Chapter 871. In the rules of the casino, the so-called big or small bet was based on a number of 3 dice. First, shake the dice and then place the bet. 4 to 10 points were small, and 11 to 17 points were big. If the bet was right, the dealer would pay. If the bet was wrong, the gambling money belonged to the dealer. However, there was an extremely special and rare situation, and that was if the dealer rolled all the dice. That is, if all 3 dice had the same number of points, which was commonly known as a leopard, then the dealer would win all. Therefore, as long as the dealer rolled 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, all the way up to 6, 6, 6, it would be considered a leopard point. At this time, no matter whether the player bet big or small, it would be considered a loss. Wang Dianxue, at this moment, let Foreman Qian shake out a complete dice to eat all the chips on Yang Ming's table. Otherwise, let him lose more than 10 billion? That was simply a joke. It was better to take his life. The secretary quickly walked to Foreman Qian and bowed her head to whisper a few words to him. Foreman Qian was suddenly shocked. This kind of deliberate shaking of the complete dice was really damaging to the casino's credibility. So he had been shaking the big or small irregularly, but it seemed that Yang Ming could bet correctly every time. However, since it was instructed by President Wang, then Foreman Qian didn't care so much. He collected his thoughts and decided to shake out a complete dice. After the secretary finished speaking, she was about to turn and leave, but her eyes stopped on Huang Lele in Yang Ming's arms. Her eyes suddenly shrank, and she looked at Yang Ming again. She nodded thoughtfully and quickly returned to Wang Dianxue's side. "How is it? Did you tell Foreman Qian?" Wang Dianxue couldn't wait to ask. "I told him, but I found a very important thing," the secretary whispered. "I know which force this person represents." "What? You know?" Wang Dianxue was shocked and asked, "Who are they?" "If I didn't guess wrong, they're the people of Huawei Casino," the secretary said with certainty. "Why do you say that?" Wang Dianxue asked with some doubts. "It can't be, right? Yu Dai is challenging the Huawei Casino. How can they have the time to come here to make trouble? You can't even take care of yourself now, right? Besides, with such a master, how could Huawei Casino be like this now? You've already won first place in the annual consultant exchange competition between casinos. I don't know about this, but President Wang, do you know who the chick in a man's arms is?" The secretary pointed to Huang Lele in Yang Ming's arms and said to Wang Dianxue, "That chick? How do I know who she is?" Wang Dianxue frowned. "Get to the point. Don't say these useless things." "President Wang, I also saw the chick and made the judgment." The secretary explained, "The chick is called Huang Lele. She is the daughter of the chairman of Huawei Casino." "What?" Wang Dianxue was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Huang Lele and said in surprise, "Are you from the Huang family? Who is that man?" "Yes, she is from the Huang family, but I don't know who the man is, but it seems that he should be the chick's man," the secretary said. While the two were talking, Foreman Qian had already shaken out a leopard in 3 ones. He closed the lid and said to Yang Ming in a very plain tone, "Okay, place your bets." Yang Ming was not in a hurry to bet, but looked at Foreman Qian with a smile. He said faintly, "It seems that I am the only one left to bet." Foreman Qian didn't know what Yang Ming meant, but he still nodded. "Now only you, sir, are betting." "Oh, that is to say, if I don't bet, then no one will bet?" Yang Ming shrugged and didn't wait for Foreman Qian to continue to say anything. He continued, "Then I will play with you." Foreman Qian thought that Yang Ming didn't want to continue to play. Then he would have wasted his effort. When he heard Yang Ming say to continue to play, he was relieved. This time, Yang Ming didn't bet all of it. Instead, he simply took out 2 chips with the smallest face value from a pile of chips and threw them on both sides of the big and small table respectively. 20,000? Foreman Qian was stunned and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. "Sir, why did you bet 20,000 yuan of chips?" "Can I?" Yang Ming asked. "How much I want to bet is my business. Can your casino force me?" "That's not it. I just feel strange," Foreman Qian said with some embarrassment. "Strange? What's so strange about this?" Yang Ming said indifferently. "You should be happy. This time, whether it is a big or small one, you will earn. At most, you can compensate me 15,000 yuan. You still earn 5,000 yuan. Of course, if you get a leopard, then the 20,000 yuan is all yours. The smile on Foreman Qian's face suddenly froze. How is it possible? Did he know in advance that I was going to get a leopard in this round? Could it be that he heard what the secretary said to me? That's not right. After the secretary finished talking to me, I casually opened a few rounds of big and small before I got a leopard. Yang Ming had no reason to know which round I was going to get a leopard. Now it seemed that there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming was a master, a real master. Perhaps he could listen to the dice. Foreman Qian was surprised. Zhang Bin and Wang Mei were equally surprised. Even Huang Lei, who didn't like gambling, was also surprised. Yang Ming was like a prophet. If this round was still the same as before, then he would lose everything. Wang Dianxue over there was even more surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to not be fooled at all. Now, it could be confirmed that Yang Ming was a real master. It was impossible for him to defeat him with these tricks. Looking at Yang Ming's table, the chips piled up like a mountain. There were 70 to 80 billion yuan. Wang Dianxue really wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was a big loss. If he really wanted to cash in, he was afraid that he would have to throw away all his assets. Call Yu Dai and let him come back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself over there. Wang Dianxue sighed. His tone was not very good as he instructed the secretary. Yes, the secretary also knew the current situation. Whether Yu Dai won or lost in Huawei Casino had no meaning. Even if he won, so what? The Nanxing Casino was going bankrupt. Yu Dai looked at his own chips on the table and looked at the chips on Zheng Xiaoping's side. The smile on his face was getting stronger. Zheng Xiaoping had less than 1,000,000 yuan left. As long as he worked harder, he could win. It seemed that President Wang would definitely give him a high bonus this time. Yu Dai was complacent, and the phone suddenly rang. Sorry, I need to answer the phone. Yu Dai didn't want to be distracted to answer the phone at this time. But when he saw that the caller number was from President Wang's secretary, he really had to answer it. Hello, consultant Yu? President Wang wants you to come back immediately. The phone was connected, and the secretary said to Yu Dai, Go back. Yu Dai was stunned. Now, I will win against Zheng Xiaoping soon. Yes, now, don't worry so much. Winning or losing is not important. Something happened in the casino. You should come back quickly. The secretary instructed. But the gambling game is not over. How can I go back? I can't admit defeat, right? Yu Dai was a little unhappy. What the hell is going on? I will win soon, but you wanted to go back. Then admit defeat. The secretary glanced at Wang Dianxue and said with a bitter smile, What? Admit defeat? Whose idea is this? Is it yours or President Wang's? Yu Dai immediately became angry. You asked President Wang to answer the phone. Okay. The secretary helplessly handed the phone to Wang Dianxue. President Wang, you should talk to him. Yu Dai, you come back to the casino now? If you admit defeat, just admit defeat. The casino is going to go bankrupt. Wang Dianxue also lost his mind at the moment. After that, he hung up the phone. What do you mean? Fuck. Yu Dai was so angry that he cursed. But since it was Wang Dianxue who said it, he could only do it. He stood up, pushed his chips to the middle of the gambling table, and said, I admit defeat. After that, he walked out of the VIP room without looking back, leaving behind Zheng Xiaoping and Zhang Guozong with a baffled look. Sir, I am Wang Dianxue, the general manager here. I hope you can be magnanimous and let us go. The situation was pressing. He had to bow his head. Wang Dianxue had to speak softly. Be magnanimous? How was that magnanimous? Yang Ming sneered. Your casino is open for business, and I'm here to gamble. How can there be such a thing as being magnanimous? Sir, let's not beat around the bush. Miss, you are the daughter of Huawei Casino. Wang Dianxue looked at Huang Lei and said. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Lei to be recognized. He wanted to continue to play. Now that her identity was exposed, there was no need to play. The other party had admitted defeat, so it was time to talk about the conditions. Since you know it's nothing. Yang Ming said faintly. Your consultant came to our casino to play. Of course, I can play here. Sir, it was our fault before. I have asked you Dei to admit defeat. Please let us go. Wang Dianxue had to bow his head under the eaves. I'll let you go, Yang Ming said with some amusement. Well, in this case, I will go. Thank you. Wang Dianxue was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so straightforward. There is nothing to thank. The money I won, just put in my card. Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table. Ah, Wang Dianxue almost fell to the ground. What was the difference between this and not letting it go? If the money was lost, then the Nanxing casino could only go bankrupt. Chapter 872. Why? Do you still want to renege on your debt? Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table and snorted. Could it be that you can't afford it? Sir, look, shouldn't we be lenient when possible? Wang Dianxue endured his resentment and said carefully. What do you mean by being lenient when possible? I have already let you go now. Yang Ming said disdainfully. If I continue to gamble, your casino will go bankrupt in an hour at most. But if we compensate you with the money, what is the difference between this and bankruptcy? Wang Dianxue smiled bitterly. Really? So you don't want to pay? Then I will call the Gambling Supervision Bureau to complain now. Yang Ming's voice was very calm, but it made Wang Dianxue shocked. The Gambling Supervision Bureau was the management, supervision, and monitoring organization of the gambling industry. When Yang Ming was gambling, there was no cheating or violation. So once the Bureau intervened, the result of the arbitration would be Yang Ming's victory. Ordinary tourists rarely knew how to complain, but in Wang Dianxue's opinion, Huang Leilei's family ran a casino. How could her boyfriend not know this? However, Yang Ming really didn't know this from Huang Leilei, but from the CD that Fang Tian gave him before. Sir, since everyone has pointed out their identities, let's talk about something practical. Your purpose isn't a bonus, right? Wang Dianxue said carefully. Oh, well, I'm a soft-hearted person. Yang Ming looked at Wang Dianxue and said faintly, let's do it this way. There are two conditions. If you think it is okay, you can accept it. If not, I can't do anything. Seeing that there was still room to maneuver, Wang Dianxue quickly asked, what are the conditions? The bonus, I can choose not to take it all, but I definitely can't not take it. Yang Ming pointed to the chips on the table and said, I basically don't make a move easily, but once I make a move, I can't go back empty-handed. I understand. Wang Dianxue nodded. Sir, you say it. How much do you want? Half. That's the most I can accept. Yang Ming roughly estimated the number of chips on the table and said, right now, it's about 80 billion. I want half of it, 40 billion. Wang Dianxue took a deep breath. 40 billion, this was enough to take his life. However, at most, he would have to give away his years of savings. It would not affect the normal operation of the casino. Where there was life, there was hope. Once Yang Ming went back on his word and complained to the Gambling Bureau, it would no longer be a matter of 40 billion. Okay, Wang Dianxue nodded and agreed. What is the other condition? Move 5 kilometers away from Huawei Casino. Yang Ming said lightly. What? Move the casino? Wang Dianxue was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Ming's second condition would be like this. Well, these are my two conditions. If you agree, then so be it. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. Yang Ming put Huang Leilei down from his body, stood up, and said, Okay, I promise you. Wang Dianxue clenched his teeth and said, Compared to the reduced 40 billion, how much would it cost to move a casino? Although he might have to choose a new place and reaccumulate popularity, it was worth it in comparison. Since you were straightforward, then we don't have to sign any agreement. However, if you don't keep your promise, it doesn't matter. I will come to your casino to play every few days. Yang Ming shrugged and said with a threat. Wang Dianxue was silent. If the other party comes, I can only accept it. There isn't even a person who can deal with the situation. If I also go to other people's casinos to pick a fight, not to mention that Zheng Xiaoping himself can deal with it. If this person in front of me appears, then it will be a losing situation. Deposit the money for this gentleman. Wang Dianxue instructed the secretary. Okay, sir, please show your ID card. I will help you with the bank card, said the secretary. Leilei, use your ID card. Yang Ming turned to Huang Leilei and said, "Oh, okay." Huang Lele took out her ID card and handed it to Yang Ming, but she was not happy because the money was deposited in her name. Now it could be said that as long as Yang Ming was willing, he could get money from many ways, but now the money in his bank account was completely enough. There was no need to find ways to accumulate money. Yang Ming directly handed Huang Lele's ID card to Wang Dianxue's secretary. The secretary nodded and went to do it. In addition to being surprised, Wang Mei was envious of Huang Lele. Yang Ming took out 40 billion and deposited it in Huang Lele's name without blinking. Originally, Wang Dianxue thought that Yang Ming and Huang Lele were together because of the Huang family's business. Now it seemed that they were simply dismissive of tens of billions. Thinking about it, would a gambling master like Yang Ming be short of money? "Miss Huang, this is the bank card. 40 billion has been transferred in." The secretary handed the bank card to Huang Lele. Huang Lele took the bank card and was about to give it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Just leave it with you." Even if Huang Lele didn't care about money, she also knew that 40 billion was a large number. Yang Ming could put it with her, which showed that she was still very important in his heart. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. At this time, Yu Dai came back with a gloomy face. When he saw Wang Dianxue, he walked over. "President Wang, what is going on? I am about to win against Zheng Xiaopeng, and Huawei Casino can be closed for a month." Wang Dianxue smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said in his heart, "If you win the Huawei Casino today, then this grudge will be big, and it won't end well here. At least, the more than 80 billion yuan will definitely not be less. They have a master. We admit defeat." Wang Dianxue also understood Yu Dai's mood. He was about to win, but he was called back. However, even if he won, it was also a kind of irony. The real master was here. Yu Dai was not an opponent at all. "Master? Where?" Yu Dai asked with some dissatisfaction. "Sir, you just won more than 80 billion yuan, but you only took 40 billion yuan. There is a request. Let our casino move 5 kilometers away from here." Wang Dianxue was not afraid of being ugly. Anyway, these things would be told to Yu Dai sooner or later. What? More than 80 billion yuan? Yu Dai was stunned. Then he turned to look at Yang Ming. He had never seen such a strange face before. Yu Dai was sure that the person in front of him had never appeared in the gambling industry in Macau. His face immediately showed some dissatisfaction. "While I am not here, you come to pick a fight. What kind of ability are you? Do you have the ability to compete with me?" "Yu Dai." Wang Dianxue was a little angry. Isn't this causing trouble? He also knew that Yu Dai might be kind and wanted to save the situation, but Wang Dianxue knew best in his heart how strong the young man in front of him was. Yu Dai was stubborn. He was about to win, but he admitted defeat, which made him very dissatisfied. Now, he was holding his breath. How could he let go of the opportunity? So he pointed to Yang Ming and said, "Do you dare? Let's compete once. The bet is the 40 billion yuan in your hand, and your Huawei Casino must move 5 kilometers away from here." "Oh, why should I bet with you?" After Yang Ming heard it, he found it funny. "Where are your chips? What if I win again?" Yu Dai was speechless for a while. "Yes, the bet of the game is based on fairness. If I win, I can ask Yang Ming to pay this, but what if I lose? Compensate Yang Ming with 40 billion yuan and move the Nanxing Casino 10 kilometers away from here. But in order to make you give up, I can bet with you again." Yang Ming looked at Yu Dai's appearance. He knew that if he didn't completely admit defeat today, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't go to the Huawei Casino to find trouble in the future. If he wasn't there, it was really not easy to deal with. If he challenged in his own name, the Nanxing Casino didn't need to take any responsibility. "Well, if you lose, you promise not to go to the Huawei Casino to find trouble in the future." Yu Dai was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming's condition to be so simple. With such a simple condition in exchange for the 40 billion yuan in Yang Ming's hand and the relocation of the Huawei Casino 5 kilometers away, it was simply unconditional. "I have a big advantage." So, he didn't even think about it. "Well, if I lose, not only me, but also my disciples, will not step into the Huawei casino again. Well, then let's bet. I have to hurry back, so let's just bet a simple one. Yang Ming looked around and then moved to the blackjack table not far away. He pulled out a poker card from the discarded card box under the table and said, "You guess what this card is. If you guess it right, I will lose." The poker cards in the casino were only used once, and then they would be thrown into the discarded card box. So, under every table related to poker cards, there was a box of discarded poker cards. "You are making things difficult for me." Yu Dai was still very grateful to Yang Ming for giving him such an opportunity. After listening to Yang Ming's words, his face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Yang Ming angrily. "Making things difficult? I don't think so." Yang Ming shrugged. "You can also draw a card and let me guess." "You guess? Humph. Do you think I don't understand your little tricks?" Yu Dai roared angrily. "At that time, I am afraid you will say that you can't guess what it is, and then the two people will be considered a draw, right?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Dai to association for this. Yang Ming didn't mean this, but now listening to Yu Dai, it really seemed to be the case. If he said that he couldn't guess it, then wouldn't it be a draw? Since it was a draw, then no one would pay the bet. Chapter 873. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seems that this Yu Dai is really careful. He even thought of this situation. However, Yu Dai couldn't be blamed for being careful. This was his last chance to make a comeback. If it were anyone else, they would be careful. Well, if it's a tie, the 40 billion yuan in my hand will be considered as a loss to you. How about it? Yang Ming smiled at Yu Dai. "Are you serious?" Yu Dai was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say this. Didn't he get a big bargain? "Of course, I will keep my word." Yang Ming nodded. "Good. It's a deal," Yu Dai said with some excitement. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the Nanchang casino eventually had to move out of here, it would be great to recover the loss of 40 billion yuan. "Then, can we start?" Yang Ming pointed to the poker card in his hand. "You guess." "I admit defeat. I can't guess," Yu Dai said straightforwardly. This was simply impossible to guess. Casually drawing a card from the discard box, "I'm afraid that only X-ray vision can guess it." Hee. "Well, then it's your turn," Yang Ming said, and consciously retreated to the side, 10 meters away from the discard box. "Okay, it's my turn." Although Yu Dai felt that Yang Ming couldn't play any tricks in the Nanchang casino, he still cautiously changed the discard box on the table. He casually drew a card from it and put it on the table. "This is it. Guess what it is?" "5 of hearts." Yang Ming glanced at it casually and said. In fact, Yu Dai didn't know what this card was. He didn't even look at it. He directly put it on the table. He didn't think that Yang Ming could guess it right. When he heard Yang Ming casually say 5 of hearts, he thought that Yang Ming was just talking nonsense. Yu Dai didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "You let me win. Although I don't deserve this 40 billion yuan, the Nanchang casino needs this money very much." "What are you talking about?" Yang Ming heard Yu Dai's words and asked, baffled. "Didn't you say before that if it was a draw, you would lose 40 billion? Yu Dai thought that Yang Ming was pretending to be stupid, and he was a little annoyed. "Do you want to go back on your word? Are you going back on your words?" "When did I go back on my words?" Yang Ming figured out what Yu Dai meant. Obviously, he misunderstood. "You didn't go back on your words. Why don't you admit it when it's a tie?" Yu Dai questioned. "You haven't even flipped your cards. How do you know it's a draw?" Yang Ming originally had some sympathy for Yu Dai, but now seeing him so arrogant, there was a sense of disgust in his heart. He took Huang Leilei's hand and said to Zhang Bin, "Let's go." Since the boss spoke, Zhang Bin naturally followed immediately. Although he was curious about what the card in Yu Dai's hand was, he couldn't look at it. "Are you kidding me?" Yu Dai suddenly blushed. "You want to renege after losing? Stop them." Wang Dianxue didn't speak, so the people in the casino naturally wouldn't make a move easily. The security guards looked at Wang Dianxue. When they saw Wang Dianxue shake his head, they didn't move. Yang Ming, Huang Leilei, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei walked out of the casino together. Yu Dai was still yelling angrily. "What do you mean? Why did you let him go?" "Yu Dai, don't get too excited. If you saw the scene of him gambling, you wouldn't say that. Wang Dianxue shook his head. He didn't doubt whether Yang Ming could guess the number on the poker card. President Wang, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige, Yu Dai said with some dissatisfaction. Let's see how many cards this poker card is before we talk about other things. Wang Dianxue waved his hand and pointed to the poker card that Yu Dai had drawn on the table. Do you still need to see? It's definitely not the 5 of hearts. As he said that, he flipped the poker card on the table and threw it on the table. The onlookers in the casino suddenly let out a burst of exclamations because that poker card was a 5 of hearts. How is this possible? Yu Dai stared at the poker card on the table and almost couldn't speak. Wang Dianxue patted Yu Dai on the shoulder and then sighed. Do you know why I didn't help you stop him? Yu Dai nodded absent-mindedly. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I miscalculated. I thought that Zheng Xiaopeng of Huawei's casino was not your opponent, but I didn't expect that they had such a master. Wang Dianxue said dispiritedly, but fortunately, they left us some leeway. Let's change to another place and start all over again. Bro, are you sure that card is the 5 of hearts? Walking on the road, Zhang Bin couldn't help but ask curiously. What do you think? Asked Yang Ming. How do I know? Zhang Bin scratched his head. We have walked so far, and no one chased after us, so it must be the 5 of hearts. Huang Lele, who had been silent, suddenly interjected at this moment. That's right. Zhang Bin suddenly realized. If not, that Yu Dai will definitely not give up. Yang Ming smiled after listening. He didn't expect that sometimes Huang Lele was very accurate in seeing the problem. She was not the kind of silly girl he always thought. But bro, how do you know that the card is the 5 of hearts? Zhang Bin was still very curious. I said, I used to be the god of gamblers. Yang Ming said very seriously. God of gamblers? Fuck, it can't be, is it for real? Zhang Bin remembered that before Yang Ming went to high school, he seemed to be in the underworld. So he asked, then bro, you used to be an underworld boss, right? Probably. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, don't be curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Zhang Bin snorted and thought, I'm not a cat. But obviously, Yang Ming didn't want to say more now, so Zhang Bin no longer asked. Zhang Bin thought it was because Wang Mei and Huang Lele were there, so Yang Ming couldn't say too much. Everyone in the Huawei casino was very puzzled. Yu Dai was about to win. Why'd he give up? Not only did he give up, but he also directly admitted defeat. This made Zhang Guozong and Zheng Xiaopeng puzzled. At this time, seeing that Yang Ming and Huang Lele came back, they quickly greeted them. Yang Ming, Lele, Yu Dai suddenly admitted defeat. It's really strange. You weren't here just now, so you didn't see the weird scene. He was about to win, but he admitted defeat after receiving a call. Oh, really? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled after listening. Yeah, it's really unexpected. But no matter what, our casino doesn't have to close, but Nanxing Casino has to close for a month. Zhang Guozong said with some excitement. They had been suppressing their competitors, and now they were going to close. This was a very happy thing. It is estimated that closing for a month is not enough. Yang Ming said indifferently. It will take at least 3 months, right? 3 months? What do you mean? Zhang Guozong was stunned. He was somewhat inexplicable. Bro won the Nanxing Casino. He won more than 80 billion in a while. After that, Wang Dianxue couldn't do anything. He had to ask the bro to let him live. Finally, the bro was merciful and only asked him for 40 billion, but he gave him a condition. He asked him to move the casino 5 kilometers away from Huawei Casino. Zhang Bin excitedly told what happened at the time. What? Your bro is... Zhang Guozong listened for a long time and asked in disbelief. My bro is Yang Ming. Zhang Bin said very proudly, as if he won the Nanxing Casino. 80 billion? I didn't hear it wrong, right? Zhang Guozong looked at Yang Ming and Huang Lele suspiciously. Uncle Zhang, Yang Ming really beat them. Huang Lele said affirmatively. 40 billion is in my card. Oh my God. Zhang Guozong felt like he was dreaming. The competitor who had always been on good terms with him was gone, just like that. He even lost 40 billion. Is this true? However, before Zhang Guozong could recover from a shock, his phone rang. The news in the gambling world spread very quickly. It didn't take long for the other casino owners to know the news today. They all called to congratulate Zhang Guozong. However, most of these congratulations were against their hearts, but they had to show goodwill to Zhang Guozong. It couldn't be helped because there was a peerless master in other people's casinos. After hearing the deeds of Yang Ming, in addition to being surprised, they were secretly shocked. If Yang Ming went to their place to find trouble, then no one was his opponent. So instead of being enemies with Zhang Guozong, it was better to show goodwill to him and have a good relationship with each other. Anyway, they were far away from the Huawei casino, and there was no conflict of interest. President Zhang, congratulations. You fought a beautiful battle. The person who called was the boss of XX Casino. President X, this is not my credit. It is the boyfriend of our chairman's daughter. Zhang Guozong's reaction was also very fast. He understood in an instant that all this was true. It was not a dream. The competitor who had troubled him for a long time was really going to leave. Then, this kind of phone call continued. All of them congratulated Zhang Guozong. While Zhang Guozong was excited, his heart began to be full of awe for Yang Ming. 100 million to win 80 billion. What kind of speed is this? It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the god of gamblers. Looking at Huang Leilei's usual innocent and lovely appearance, he didn't expect her boyfriend to be so powerful. Before that, Zhang Guozong was still thinking about how Yang Ming pursued the miss of the Huang family. Now it seemed that he was indeed not an ordinary person. With Yang Ming's gambling skills, if he wanted to develop in the gambling world, it would be difficult for Huawei Casino not to do it. Chapter 874. Of course, this incident only caused a sensation in the gambling industry. Yang Ming did not say his name at the time, and the Nanjing Casino was also very professional. It did not announce Yang Ming's appearance. They were now trying to avoid trouble. They did not dare to cause trouble again. Otherwise, if Yang Ming came to the door again, then the trouble would be big. Therefore, only the same industry knew the real reason for the relocation of the Nanjing Casino. The spectators in the Nanjing Casino gave a lot of hush money. The whole thing was carried out in a low-key manner. After bidding farewell to Huang Leilei, Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei returned to the rented hotel. Wang Mei did not tell her parents that Zhang Bin was regarded as a murder suspect. She was afraid that they would be worried. When they returned to the hotel, Wang Mei's parents were watching TV in the room. "Dad, Mom, are you hungry? Let's go eat something together?" asked Wang Mei. "No, you go ahead. If there is nothing else, let's go home." "We are not used to living in the hotel," said Wang Mei's father. "You are not going with us?" Wang Mei knew that it was difficult to change her parents' minds, but she still asked regretfully. "No, we are used to it here," Wang Mei's father said. "If you are free, you can come and see us." "Okay." Wang Mei was helpless and knew that it was useless to say anything more. As they were talking, Suya's phone call came in. Yang Ming's heart moved. He made a gesture to Zhang Bin, then turned out of the room and picked up the phone. "Little Ya, are you done with your work?" Come to me in a while. "I will ask Suli to pick you up," said Suya. "Okay, then I will go now." Yang Ming sighed in his heart. He always had an inexplicable impulse or excitement for Suya. Every time he received a call from Suya, his heartbeat was very fast. This feeling was like first love, but it was not entirely. Yang Ming himself didn't know what kind of feeling this was. In short, every time he thought of Suya's name, his mind couldn't help but flash back to his second year of junior high and the bits and pieces of his time with Suya. Good memories were always unforgettable. Yang Ming put away his thoughts, said goodbye to Zhang Bin, and hurried out of the hotel. His trip to Macau was coming to an end with the departure of Suya. He stopped a taxi and went directly to the door of the hotel where Suya was located. At this time, there is still someone in Suya's room? Although Yang Ming was not such a narrow-minded person, there were other men in Suya's room at this time. It inevitably made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. Not long after, Suli came out of the hotel and saw Yang Ming. She waved to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, come with me." Suli smiled and nodded to Yang Ming. She had already been instructed by Su Haikwa to be respectful to Yang Ming. In fact, after knowing the identity of Yang Ming, Suli immediately understood that this person was Su Ya's little boyfriend. Suli was also kind to Yang Ming from the bottom of her heart. Suli was very familiar with the Su family. Su Haikwa also regarded her as one of his own, so he did not hide Su Ya's identity from her. It was just that she didn't know so much in detail. She only knew that Su Ya learned to disguise herself under the guidance of a master. Of course, the so-called disguise, in her understanding, was actually using some supplementary cosmetics to put on makeup. She had never thought that it could be done directly through thought. Is there someone else in Lilia's room? Yang Ming asked tentatively. He is a young master of Macau's Flying Eagle Entertainment. He is also the organizer of Shuya's concert in Macau this time. Suli nodded and introduced. I see. Yang Ming thought it was a work matter, so he didn't think much about it. They went upstairs and came to the door of Shuya's room. Suli knocked on the door, and Shuya's clear voice came from inside. Please come in. Suli pushed the door open and entered the room with Yang Ming. In the room, Shuya and a man in his 20s sat face to face on the sofa in the living room. There were two other men standing on the side. Obviously, they were with the man. Shuya saw that Yang Ming came, so she stood up and smiled at the man. Mr. Li, I have a friend here. This Mr. Li was the young master of Macau's Flying Eagle Entertainment Company, Limited, mentioned by Suli. Oh, it's okay. Then if you have something to say, just say it first. I will wait for you here. Li Jiaoyang didn't seem to hear the intention of Shuya to send him away. It's already very late today. Why don't we talk later? Shuya frowned slightly and said with a smile. It's okay. I'm not sleepy. Li Jiaoyang said after listening. Then let's talk first. The matter between me and my friend can't be finished in a short time. I don't know how long you have to wait. Shuya said with some helplessness. Well, let's continue to talk. Li Jiaoyang didn't mean to be modest at all. He boasted shamelessly and directly ignored Yang Ming on the side. Just now, what do you think of the suggestion I said? Sorry, I have already said that I have no plans to change companies. Shuya said with a smile. I have already said that if you come to our Flying Eagle Entertainment, then you are our Flying Eagle's #1. With my support behind you, it won't be difficult for you to become popular all over the world, said Li Jiaoyang. Thank you for Mr. Li's love. I think it's better to do well in the Asian market first. Shuya said. Lilia, don't you understand my intentions? Li Jiaoyang suddenly changed his tone and became passionate. He stepped forward to grab Shuya's hand. His address for Shuya also changed to Lilia. Shuya had seen a lot of people like Li Jiaoyang. How could she not understand his ulterior motive? Letting her sign a contract with his company was just an excuse to pursue her. Shuya quietly avoided Li Jiaoyang's hand and said faintly, Mr. Li, please conduct yourself with dignity. Lilia, I said so much just to prove how much I love you. Li Jiaoyang reached out to grab Shuya's hand again. I say, are you sick in the head? Yang Ming grabbed Li Jiaoyang's collar and pulled him up. He stared at him and said, Do you want to be a hooligan? In front of me, I can tolerate it if you show your love to my woman. After all, human rights are important now. People have the right to like others. But if you act like a hooligan in public, it can't be tolerated. You are the one who is sick. Li Jiaoyang was showing off his passion, and it was suddenly destroyed. He was very upset. Don't fucking pull me. Take your hand away. You are really fucking meddling in other people's business. Li Jiaoyang said fucking 3 times in one sentence. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When this guy goes out, he brings his mother with him. Does he have an Oedipus syndrome? Although Yang Ming sometimes swore, he didn't do it as often as he did. She has obviously rejected you, yet you're still trying to annoy her. Do you want to die? Yang Ming glared at him and shouted. You two are stupid. Pull this guy away. Fuck, are you crazy? Who the fuck cares about other people picking up girls? Li Jiaoyang impatiently ordered the 2 men. Before, the 2 men didn't make a move because they didn't get Li Jiaoyang's permission. People who could appear here were definitely not small characters. They didn't know Yang Ming's identity, so they naturally didn't dare to make a move. Now that the young master had ordered, there was no problem. Anyway, if there was a problem, the young master would be responsible. As soon as the 2 came up, They wanted to pull Yang Ming away from the left and right. Suli was suddenly anxious and shouted, "What are you doing? Your young master was rude to our Miss Shu. Miss Shu's friend stopped your young master." But how could the two bodyguards care so much? Their duty was to listen to Li Jiaoyang's arrangement. They simply turned a deaf ear to Su Li's voice. However, how could Yang Ming be dealt with by two bodyguards? Shuya didn't doubt Yang Ming's skill at all. She had some sympathy for Li Jiaoyang in her heart. This rich family's young master really didn't suffer. He didn't know the dangers of society. Yang Ming killed people without blinking. You still dare to challenge him? Sure enough, when Yang Ming saw that someone was pulling him, he impatiently used his empty left hand to slap each of them. He directly beat the two bodyguards until they were dizzy. As for Yang Ming, he directly carried Li Jiaoyang to the window, opened the window with his hand, and pushed half of Li Jiaoyang's body out. "Aya, what the fuck are you doing?" Li Jiaoyang was shocked and cried out in horror. Yang Ming found it funny. This guy never forgot his mother no matter what. When Li Jiaoyang's two bodyguards heard their master calling for help, they immediately woke up and rushed towards Yang Ming. "Stop! As soon as you come over, I'll let go of my hand and your young master will fall." Yang Ming pointed at the two bodyguards and said. The bodyguards were shocked and immediately stopped in their tracks. Who could bear this responsibility? "Do you believe that I won't let go and you'll fall to your death?" Yang Ming turned his head and asked Li Jiaoyang fiercely. I fucking believe you." Li Jiaoyang was about to cry. What kind of person is this? So violent, he's simply a fucking madman. "If you believe me, then hurry up and fuck off." Yang Ming pulled Li Jiaoyang back and pushed him towards the two bodyguards. The two of them quickly caught the young master, and the three of them left the room dejectedly. In the corridor, Li Jiaoyang cursed with lingering fear. What fucking person? He's a madman. I almost fell. Chapter 875. Young master, do you want us to find someone to fix this guy? The two bodyguards said flatteringly. They didn't do anything just now, causing their young master to almost be thrown down the stairs. The two bodyguards were still very guilty. "Fix my ass," Li Jiaoyang said with lingering fear. "Didn't you see that guy is a madman? It's better to stay away from this kind of person." To be honest, Li Jiaoyang was a very timid person. Although he sometimes had a lot of bad ideas, he was very afraid of death. Seeing how terrifying Yang Ming was, he naturally didn't want to provoke trouble. Oh, the two bodyguards naturally knew Li Jiaoyang's character. They were just saying it to show their loyalty. They didn't want to go even if they were asked to. Who would want to provoke a madman? "Let's go pick up the young lady of the Huang family on the weekend. That Huang Lele is also a beauty. It's not bad to get her." Li Jiaoyang forgot the pain after the scar healed, and a lewd expression suddenly appeared on his face. "What the hell is this birdman doing? Do you want to kill him?" Yang Ming was angry when he thought of Li Jiaoyang. After Su Li tactfully left the room, Yang Ming said snappily. Suya smiled and said, "That's not necessary. There's so many people chasing me. Can you kill them all?" "It's not impossible." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I think you'd better not be a star. Otherwise, there's so many flies around you. I'll be worried." "Well, I have this plan, but I can't just quit the music industry. Sometimes I have to think about the feelings of the fans. They support me so much. I can't bear to make them too sad." Suya said with a sigh. "I'm just saying it casually. I won't interfere with your thoughts." Yang Ming smiled. "By the way, can you change back to Suya's appearance? It looks a little awkward." "I don't think so. There are too many people in this hotel. I'm afraid someone will come in a while." Suya smiled and said, "But it's great that you have two girlfriends." You seem to have more than two girlfriends? Jealous?" Yang Ming was shocked when he heard Suya's tone. "Of course not." Suya smiled and said, "How can I eat so much? I think it's fine now. If you didn't transfer back then how would we be now?" Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps if Suya didn't transfer, then there wouldn't be Chun Mingyin and Lin Jian. "I feel very satisfied to be able to meet you again." Suya shook her head. "Yang Ming, do you know? I once thought that I would never be able to be with you in this lifetime." "How is that possible?" Yang Ming was stunned, but he smiled and said, I'm still in Songjiang. If you really want to find me, it shouldn't be difficult. I'm not talking about this. Suya shook her head. I'm referring to your heart. I'm afraid that you no longer have me in your heart. Let's not talk about such a heavy topic. Yang Ming felt that Suya seemed to be a little sentimental today. Are you okay? No, it's just that we just met, and we have to be separated again. I feel a little uncomfortable, Suya said with some sadness. I don't know why, but I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that your feelings for me are just the passion of your youth. After a long time, it will cool down. After listening to Suya's words, Yang Ming's heart trembled. Yeah? What kind of feelings do I have for Suya? Is it really like what Suya said? Is it just the passion of my youth? It shouldn't be. Every time I see Suya, I will be moved. This is not a passion, but a kind of love. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled and said, What about your feelings for me? Is it also the kind of passion of your youth? Me? Of course not. Suya denied with certainty. That's it. What you think is what I think. Yang Ming gently hugged Suya and said in her ear. After Suya listened, her body trembled, and then there was a gentle smile in her eyes. Yes, sometimes you care too much. If you think about it from another perspective, you can easily get the answer. Time is always short in front of lovers. Yang Ming was afraid that if he stayed in Suya's room for a long time, it would have a bad influence on her. Nowadays, entertainment reporters were everywhere. If I have time, I will go to Hong Kong to see you. If I have time, I will go to Songjiang to find you. The two people said goodbye almost in unison. Yang Ming hugged Suya for the last time, then turned and strode out of Suya's room. Are you leaving? In the corridor, Suli had already been waiting there. And take care of little Ye for me. Yang Ming nodded and said to Suli, Even if you don't say it, I will take care of her. Suli smiled. If there's another garbage like that, if you and Lilia can't handle it, just call me. I will definitely rush over as soon as possible. Yang Ming said, That's not necessary. We are all following bodyguards. Even if you didn't come, I would call the bodyguards if that happened, said Suli. At night, Yang Ming couldn't sleep. He quietly leaned against the window of the hotel and recalled the past. Today's mood was the same as when he held hands with Suya for the first time. He was excited and couldn't sleep, but there was also some sadness of parting. Looking at the distant sky, the planes with navigation lights flashing slowly rushed into the dark sky. Yang Ming wondered if Suya would be on one of them. In the early morning, Suya would leave by plane. He took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and put it in his mouth. Yang Ming rarely smoked. He would only smoke one when he had something on his mind. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. He looked back at the mobile phone on the table. He didn't know when he received a message. It was from Suya, telling him that she had boarded the plane. There was a knock on the door in Zhang Bin's voice. After washing his face, Yang Ming returned to his usual look. He opened the door and laughed. It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me rest? Bro, look at you. You're quite awake. You don't look like you were sleeping. Zhang Bin laughed. I didn't sleep at all. Yang Ming said, What's the matter? Tell me. We have been in Macau for so many days, but we haven't played around yet. I was thinking, why don't we let Wang maybe a tour guide today? Let's walk around. Zhang Bin said. All right, where are we going? You tell me. Yang Ming wanted to ease his mood and free himself from the sadness of parting. Let's eat first. Ask Wang Mei later. Zhang Bin said. The three of them hurriedly ate in the restaurant. Yang Ming called Huang Lele and told her that he wanted to walk around in Macau. Huang Lele naturally agreed to come to the hotel to find them later. Today, Huang Lele drove the Toyota Priva commercial car. All of them could sit down, so they didn't have to take a taxi. Huang Lele was dressed very brightly today. She wore a light green windbreaker, and her hair was tied up. She looked like a female student who came to travel. Seeing her, it also made Yang Ming's gloomy mood become sunny. Where should we go first? Wang Mei was worthy of being a flight attendant. At this time, she played to her advantage. The most things in Macau are temples and churches. This is a city with the integration of Chinese and Western cultures, so people have many beliefs. I heard that the scenery of Nanwan Park is good. Let's just walk around. We don't need to go to churches and temples. They are everywhere. Yang Ming suggested. All right, there are really not many scenic spots in Macau. To be honest, Macau is a tourist city. Most people come here just to see this gambling city known as Asia's Las Vegas and feel the pleasure of gambling. Wang Mei said, forget about the casino. Zhang Bin knew that he couldn't catch up with his boss since he saw Yang Ming's extraordinary skills yesterday. His previous superstition about whether he could have an outburst of luck and win 10 million yuan had faded. Luck and character were important, but Zhang Bin also saw that Yang Ming did not rely on these two things. No matter how good his character was, it was impossible to not lose. So there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming did not rely on these things, but his real skills. Although Yang Ming did not specifically elaborate, Zhang Bin also understood that this thing was definitely not something that could be learned overnight. Those casino consultants who studied gambling all day were not as good as Yang Ming, let alone himself. Huang Lele drove the car to Nanwan Park. The number of cars in Macau was more than double that in Songjiang. Driving on the main road, the speed basically could not go up. It was normal to stop and go. Right, my second brother said that he's going to have a party at home tomorrow. Are you all coming? Huang Lele suddenly remembered this, so she asked Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. As for Yang Ming, he had promised to go last time. Let's go, okay? After all, Zhang Bin was not familiar with Huang Lele's family. The two only knew each other through Yang Ming and Wang Mei. What's wrong with it? My second brother said that I can bring a few of my friends. Huang Lele said indifferently, you all should come. In fact, I don't really know those people. If you don't come, it will be boring for me. Okay, then I will accept your invitation. Zhang Bin was worried that there was no place to play. Since Huang Lele invited him, he naturally did not refuse. Didi, the car behind them honked impatiently. Huang Lele looked up and found that the signal light had already turned green. She turned back to speak, but she forgot to look in front. She stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and quickly started the car. The car behind Huang Lele, after Huang Lele started the car, quickly passed in front of Huang Lele. It gave Huang Lele a hard goodbye and then left quickly. Chapter 876. After all, Huang Lele was a girl. She was shocked. She stepped on the brakes and the car stopped in the middle of the road. Her face was pale with fright. Who are these people? They are so uncultured. Wang Mei frowned and scolded. Although the car in front was already far away, Yang Ming could see it clearly. It was a red Porsche Cayenne. There was a man and a woman in the car. They were dressed very differently. After overtaking the car, the young man who drove the car raised his middle finger and gestured to the back. However, their speed was too fast. Huang Lele couldn't see it clearly. Yang Ming frowned slightly. No matter where, there would be annoying people doing some annoying things. How about I drive? Yang Ming saw that Huang Lele was scared, so he smiled and comforted her. It doesn't matter. We will be there soon. Huang Lele said with a sigh of relief. At this time, a patrol passed by and saw Huang Lele's car parked in the middle of the road. So he came over and asked, what happened? Do you need help? It's nothing. Someone just overtook the car and scared me. Huang Lele waved her hand and said. The patrol nodded and told Huang Lele to drive carefully. He didn't care about those immoral people. Nanwan Garden was located in front of the Gasico barracks near the Hotel de Lisboa. It was also known as the Gasico Garden. The garden was divided into two parts. The lower part was located between Nanwan Street and Jiala Street. The higher part was divided into two levels connected by stone steps. It was located between the Jiala Street barracks, Gasico New Road, and Dongwengyang New Street. The higher part of the Nanwan Garden was at the foot of Dongwengyang Mountain. There is a rather unique cylindrical building with two floors. It was the European War Memorial Hall, commemorating the Portuguese Army of World War I. There were round, arched doors and windows on all sides of the hall. The walls were sculpted with a round pattern. The top was built with a crown-shaped decoration, which was eye-catching. However, it had now been changed to the Disabled People Association. Huang Lele parked the car in the parking area near the park. Coincidentally, the red Porsche that had overtaken them from behind was also there, but the people in the car had already left. But at that time, Huang Lele didn't see the license plate number, so she didn't know much about the association. There were many similar cars, and it was not necessarily the same one. The four people entered the park together and strolled on the stone road in the park. Wang Mei brought a camera. Yang Ming took a lot of photos for Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. Zhang Bin wanted to take photos of Yang Ming and Huang Lele. Zhang Bin was shocked. He almost threw the camera to the ground. He turned his head and saw a young man dressed very differently. He was smoking a cigarette. He was holding a high-end SLR camera in his hand. He was taking photos of a young woman dressed in the same way. What does it have to do with me if you're taking photos? Zhang Bin heard that the young man was very rude. Suddenly, he was a little unhappy. Find your own angle. Is the park owned by your family? You're taking photos. I'm taking photos. Che, you're taking photos with your broken card camera. Don't you find it shameful to take it out? Don't ruin art. The young man glanced at the card camera in Zhang Bin's hand disdainfully. Then, he said with a look of contempt, "Come on. I don't have time to waste with you. Just stay where you are." What are you talking about? Are you the only one who is an artist? Zhang Bin was unhappy, especially when he was despised in front of Wang Mei. I'm too lazy to explain to a non-professional like you. But since you don't find it shameful, I will let you know what a professional is. The young man walked in front of Zhang Bin and pointed to his camera. Do you see it? Canon 1D Mark III, full SLR. You won't understand even if I tell you this. Look at the broken thing in your hand. Don't embarrass yourself here. Oh, is your camera good? At this time, Yang Ming greeted him with a smile and asked the young man. Of course, it is the top full SLR camera. It is the best in the Canon series. The young man said proudly. Only a top photographer like me deserves to have such an artifact. Oh, can you lend me your artifact? Yang Ming pointed to the camera in the young man's hand and asked. The young man didn't want to agree, but when he heard that Yang Ming also said that the camera in his hand was an artifact, he was happy. He handed the camera to Yang Ming and then said to Zhang Bin contemptuously, You see, you don't know as much as your friend. Yang Ming took the camera and pretended to show an appreciative look. Then, he fiddled with it twice in his hand. The young man stared at Yang Ming's hand without blinking, fearing that he would break it. Okay, you just need to look at it. You're not a photographer. You can't understand it. Okay. Yang Ming handed the camera back to the young man and smiled. Thank you. Okay, you guys hurry up and leave. Your friend's words are good. The young man glanced at Zhang Bin, took the camera, turned and left. Perhaps he was a little tired from the shoot, so he called his female companion over. The two sat together in the pavilion in the park, took out 2 cans of beer and some snacks from his backpack, and the two ate facing each other. Zhang Bin and Huang Lele didn't know these two people, but Yang Ming had a deep impression of them. These two people were driving the red Porsche Cayenne before and stopped Huang Lele's car. Bro, did you take the wrong medicine just now? Why are you so friendly with that idiot? Zhang Bin was a little puzzled. In his opinion, these two people actually pretended to be badass in front of Yang Ming. Weren't they looking for a beating? Hey, look at what this is. Yang Ming handed the thing in his hand to Zhang Bin. Memory card? Zhang Bin took the thing in Yang Ming's hand and suddenly realized. Bro, it can't be. You stole the memory card in that idiot's camera? Isn't he an artist? Let's see what he can do without the card. Yang Ming said with a smirk. You don't know, right? These two guys are the two guys who drove the red Porsche Cayenne to overtake us. Damn, bro, you saw this clearly? I'm impressed. Zhang Bin sighed, but he was a little curious. I say, bro, when did you become a godly thief? Last time, you stole the check from Lu Jihao. This time, you stole the memory card. I didn't see how you did it. If you saw it, then others saw it too. Yang Ming said with a smile. If you want to learn, I can teach you, but I'm afraid you can't persevere. Then forget it. When Zhang Bin heard something like persevere, he understood that this thing couldn't be learned overnight. Huang Lele saw the memory card in Yang Ming's hand and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Huang Lele felt that she seemed to have earned a lot. Her boyfriend seemed to be very powerful. He was so powerful in all aspects. Although Huang Lele didn't care about these, who didn't want to be better. Originally, the two people came together by accident. Huang Lele didn't expect anything from Yang Ming. Now it seemed that, as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the strange cry of the young man not far behind her. Damn, why is this camera broken? There's no memory card? The card isn't inserted, right? It's normal, the young woman said indifferently. Oh, and? Damn, where's the card? The young man screamed again. This camera eats the card? Are you sure you put the card in? Asked the young woman. If I don't put the card, how can I take a picture of you? Take a dick picture? The young man glared and asked. The camera was placed here just now. Did anyone touch it? How would I know? Isn't the camera by your side? Said the young woman. Yeah, but I didn't see anyone move it. Damn. The young man was anxious. Isn't it just a memory card? What can you do? Now that the memory card is so cheap, just buy another one. The young woman curled her lips and was very disdainful of the young man's stinginess. Damn, what do you know? There are nude photos of me in it. The young man shouted. Nude photos? You still have the hobby of playing with selfies? When the young woman heard it, she was very amused. If this spreads out, I will be famous. The young man began to rummage through the things in his bag. What's wrong with that? You'll become a pornographic man, the young woman said indifferently and even laughed twice. Laugh, laugh, laugh your mother. Yesterday, the XX photos of us in the hotel are also in the card. The young man scolded. What did you say? You are shameless. The young woman slapped him. The young man was not easy to provoke. The two people immediately fought together. You're willing to have XX with me. Smelly bitch, you deserve it. Not far away, Zhang Bin, Wang Mei, and Huang Lele had already laughed and almost fainted. Only Yang Ming was still watching the two people continue to perform with interest. Bro, you're really ruthless. Zhang Bin smiled and raised his thumb. This move is too badass. How do I know that there are pornographic photos in this card? Yang Ming shrugged innocently. Hey, go back to the hotel at night and see. Zhang Bin said wretchedly. Forget it. What is there to see about this kind of person? Yang Ming shook his head and threw the memory card on the ground. He stepped on it and crushed it. The chip inside was broken. Obviously, there was no possibility of repair. Let them be scared for a few days. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Zhang Bin looked at the memory card that had turned into pieces on the ground with some regret. He said disappointedly, I was thinking about giving them internet access. Come on, don't do those useless things. Yang Ming said, let's go. Don't worry about them. Chapter 877. At noon, the four people went out of the park together, but they saw that the young man and the young woman were still arguing, but both of them were sitting in the car at this time. They ate something casually in a nearby restaurant and returned to the parking lot. The young man and young woman had already left. They didn't know where they were arguing. However, they probably wouldn't stop for a few days. They would probably be frightened for a long time. In the afternoon, under Wang Mei's suggestion, the four people came to Macau's famous new 800 apartment store. In fact, they mainly accompanied Wang, Mei, and Huang Lele. Girls like to shop, and Huang Lele was no exception. However, Zhang Bin, when passing by the camera counter, stared at the Canon 1D Mark III on the counter. After Yang Ming saw it, he smiled and said, Do you have any psychological shadow? Boss, do you think I should grit my teeth and buy one? Zhang Bing said seriously. Then buy it. It's not like you can't afford it. Yang Ming smiled. So, Zhang Bin swiped the card quickly and held the new camera in his arms happily. He just said with some disappointment, if the memory card wasn't crushed, it can still be used now. Huang Lele and Wang Mei's attention was on fashion and cosmetics. Yang Ming was naturally not interested in these, but he also bought some casually. He planned to give them to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun as gifts when he went back. After thinking about it, he bought a pair of sunglasses for each of them. After hesitating, Yang Ming also chose a gift for Zhao Ying. Although she was not his woman, there was already some ambiguity between them. He couldn't leave her out. Looking at Yang Ming buying things, Wang Mei smiled and reminded Zhang Bin, Don't you want to buy something for your first wife? Zhang Bin was a little embarrassed after hearing it. He scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Wang Mei said, I won't say anything. Why aren't you as open and honest as Yang Ming? Zhang Bin shouted that he was wronged. Yang Ming has several girlfriends. How can you call that open and honest? I'm not open and honest just to avoid suspicion. Finally, under Wang Mei's suggestion, he bought a handbag and a pair of jeans for Zhao Cece. Zhang Bin was naturally clear about Zhao Cece's size, so he didn't need someone to try it on. Wang Mei was still relatively smart at this point, although she was completely sure that Zhang Bin would love her more, and in fact, it seemed to be the case. She was very low-key. She still maintained the proper respect for Zhao Cece, whom she had never met. It was not because of anything else. Wang Mei was afraid of Yang Ming. She was afraid that Yang Ming would think that she was the kind of woman who was spoiled and arrogant, and let Zhang Bing abandon her. Wang Mei didn't doubt this at all. Yang Ming's influence on Zhang Bin was incomparable to anyone else's. Wang Mei saw this very clearly. After seeing Yang Ming's extraordinary strength, Wang Mei didn't doubt this even more. Although she sometimes wondered why Zhang Bing couldn't be as powerful as Yang Ming, she sometimes wondered why Zhang Bing wasn't as powerful as Yang Ming. The person she liked was still Zhang Bin. Moreover, she felt that as long as Zhang Bin and Yang Ming were together, then Yang Ming would definitely not treat him badly. Judging from the recent events, Yang Ming was indeed like this. He was really good to his brother, Zhang Bin. Wang Mei just didn't know that when Yang Ming was in poverty in high school, he always ate Zhang Bin and drank Zhang Bin's food. Even the taxi was paid for by Zhang Bin, and Zhang Bin didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. Between brothers, whoever had the ability would pay more. This was normal. When Wang Mei bought things, naturally, Zhang Bin used his card, but Huang Lele used her own card to buy things. In fact, she didn't care about this at all. Yang Ming could deposit 40 billion in her card, so he definitely wouldn't care about this. It was just that Huang Lele was used to using her card to buy things. Time passed quickly during this shopping trip, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Each of the 4 people carried a fairly large shopping bag in their hands, and they directly piled up the back of the business car. Tonight, go back to the hotel with me. Otherwise, I can't find where your house is tomorrow. After getting in the car, Yang Ming grabbed Huang Lele's hand and whispered, "Ah." Although Huang Lele and Yang Ming had that kind of relationship several times, it was the first time for Huang Lele to spend the night with a man. It was inevitable that she was a little flustered. However, Huang Lele was Huang Lele after all. Her thinking was very simple. Since the two of them were lovers, it was normal to live together, right? Therefore, Huang Lele nodded normally and said, "Well, can you go online to your hotel room?" "Yes, I can. What's wrong?" Yang Ming was amused by Huang Lele's jumping thinking. "I have an appointment with Little Fox Fairy tonight to play the pocket money battle," Huang Lele said. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "This Huang Lele, she's so good that I really have nothing to say." Zhang Bin and Wang Mei didn't need to discuss it all. The two of them lived together, so the business car drove to the hotel rented by Yang Ming without any hesitation. Yang Ming's hotel was originally for 2 people. The hotel wouldn't care if one more person stayed in it. Huang Lele originally lived in a small single apartment near the Huawei casino, so she didn't have to inform anyone when she came out. Back at the hotel, Huang Lele and Wang Mei happily tried on the clothes that they had just bought today. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin sorted out the things that they would bring back. They planned to send them back by express delivery tomorrow. Otherwise, if there were too many things, it would be inconvenient to carry them on the plane. As they were sorting out the things, Yang Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming said to Zhang Bin, "You tidy up first. I will answer the call." "Hello. Hello." Standing up and coming to the windowsill, Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Brother Yang Ming, I am Huang Rongjin." Huang Rongjin's hearty laughter came from the phone. "Brother Huang? Hello, what can I do for you?" Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Rongjin to call him. Although he didn't have much contact with Huang Rongjin, they were very congenial. Since he met Huang Rongjin in Macau, it was appropriate to find an opportunity to meet up. "Hee, Brother Yang Ming, you haven't forgotten what I told you last time, right? I just want to give you a reminder." Huang Rongjin laughed. "What's the matter?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't remember what Huang Rongjin asked him. "It seemed that you really forgot." Huang Rongjin was somewhat helpless, But he also knew that Yang Ming must have something to do in Macau, so he specifically called to remind him. When we met last time, didn't I give you an invitation? Tomorrow, I will hold a small party. If you're free, come over. Let's have a good chat and introduce some friends to you. Yang Ming remembered that Huang Rongjin did tell him at that time that he was going to hold a party on the weekend and asked him to go. He quickly pulled out the invitation from the pocket of his coat and looked at the date on it. It was written tomorrow. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly. Brother Huang, I'm afraid I can't go tomorrow. What's wrong? Are there still things to do? Asked Huang Rongjin. No, I have already promised another friend of mine to attend her family party tomorrow. Yang Ming explained very apologetically. If that's the case, then forget it, Huang Rongjin said disappointedly. Then let's have another chance to meet in private. That's the only way. I'm really sorry, Brother Huang. Yang Ming looked at the invitation in his hand and smiled bitterly. He actually forgot all about it. But Huang Lele really had no way not to go. Who let Huang Lele be his girlfriend now? Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming put the invitation back in his pocket and continued to pack the luggage with Yang Ming. In the evening, after Huang Lele took a shower, she sat in front of the computer in pajamas, concentrating on playing the pocket money battle with Little Fox Fairy. Yang Ming was lying in bed, watching TV casually. AI, Yang Ming, you come over and replace me for a while. My hair is almost dry. I'm going to iron it. Huang Lele turned back and shouted to Yang Ming. Can't you just play it later? Yang Ming was a little lazy. He had been shopping for the whole afternoon. Although it was nothing for Yang Ming's physical strength, people were lazy. I'm competing with Little Fox Fairy. I can't stop. Huang Lele said coquettishly, when I go to bed later, I won't feel pain. Yang Ming suddenly laughed after listening. He sat up and came to the computer, but he said, I'll play with you. Don't blame me if you lose. I don't care. I'm going. It won't be easy to do it when my hair is dry. As Huang Lele said this, she quickly ran to the bathroom. Yang Ming looked at the chat history of the two on the screen. Little Fox Fairy was already impatient. She sent it several times. Lele, what are you doing? Hurry up and start. And so on. Yang Ming smiled and clicked the start button. For this game, Yang Ming was not familiar with the rules. When he was basically familiar with the rules, it would be game over. What's the matter, Lele? Why can't you play? Little Fox Fairy asked with some surprise. Although she and Huang Lele just started playing this game, the level of the two people was on par. How could Huang Lele die so quickly? The network is stuck. I'm in the hotel. The network speed is not very good. It's no problem now. Yang Ming replied. Oh, is it okay now? I was wondering why you were so slow to start before. Little Fox Fairy said with realization. It's okay. Probably someone just downloaded it. It's okay now. Yang Ming made up a story. Chapter 878. In this round, Yang Ming mastered the gameplay and rules of this game. It was similar to Bubble Dragon. In fact, it had a high requirement for people's reaction ability, so Yang Ming was still able to play. Little Fox Fairy almost didn't get into the state, and the game was over. No way. Lele, did you take stimulants? How are you so powerful? Little Fox Fairy asked suspiciously. Are you still coming? Yang Ming didn't answer her directly, but asked. Yang Ming wanted her to back off, and then Yang Ming could continue to watch TV. Of course I'm coming. We agreed to win 3 out of 5 games. Now we have 1-2 games each. The last game is crucial, said Little Fox Fairy. So, Yang Ming pressed the start button again. Little Fox Fairy was still defeated by Yang Ming without any suspense. You're not Lele. Little Fox Fairy finally figured out the key to the matter. Hee, she wanted to do her hair. Let me play for her for a while. Yang Ming didn't deny it. It was a game. There was no need to deny it. How are you so good at playing any game? How long have you played this? Little Fox Fairy said in surprise. I played it for the first time today. Yang Ming replied truthfully. No way. First time? You played it so well? I don't believe it. Little Fox Fairy sent a staring emoji. That wasn't a network card. In fact, I wasn't familiar with the rules of the game. Yang Ming sent a smiling emoji. Compared to playing games, Yang Ming was more willing to chat casually because Yang Ming wasn't very interested in these small online games. Isn't it too cruel? Handsome, give me your QQ. I will ask you for advice when I have time. Little Fox Fairy said. My QQ? I don't play it often. Yang Ming said. No way. So stingy. Are you a man? Little Fox Fairy said. Hee okay. My QQ number is 19,132XXXX. Yang Ming helplessly told his QQ number to Little Fox Fairy. At this time, Huang Lele had finished her hair and walked out of the bathroom. Yang Ming typed, Lele is back. You guys play. 88, handsome. Little Fox Fairy sent a goodbye emoji. Did you win or lose? Huang Lele leaned down and asked impatiently. She didn't care at all. Inside the bathrobe, her tender white breasts were already reflected in Yang Ming's eyes. We won, but we were seen through. Yang Ming pointed at the chat history on the computer screen. Haha, don't worry about that. It's good that we won. Huang Lele smiled and sat on Yang Ming. She wanted to type to Little Fox Fairy, but because she was sitting on Yang Ming's lap, her body was a little high. It was not very convenient to type, so she sent a voice invitation directly with QQ. Soon, Little Fox Fairy accepted the invitation. A girl's voice came from the computer speaker. Lele, are you back? And it's me. Huang Lele said, I just finished taking a shower. I was afraid that it would be difficult to do the hair when it was dry, so I went to do my hair first. You're shameless. Find someone to play for you. Little Fox Fairy said, I don't care. The previous one doesn't count. Let's start again. Okay, then let's do it. Huang Lele adjusted her posture. Is it still 3 out of 5 games? Still. Little Fox Fairy said, Right, Lele, I added your husband's QQ. Are you jealous? What's wrong with that? He won't help you. Huang Lele said as she pressed the button to start. The level of the two people was about the same. One game took a long time. In the end, Huang Lele finally dragged Little Fox Fairy to death. She was so happy that she danced and twisted on Yang Ming's body. Haha, I won. Little Fox Fairy, you should admit defeat. It's just one game. What is there to be happy about? I just made a mistake. Little Fox Fairy said unwillingly. Yang Ming did not care about who won or lost between the two people, but Huang Lele's twisting on his body made Yang Ming have a physiological impulse. Huang Lele still twisted on Yang Ming's body without any self-awareness until she felt that her buttocks were uncomfortable by something. Then, she suddenly realized it. She blushed and glared at Yang Ming. Because the voice was turned on, Huang Lele couldn't say anything. She hoped that her glare would make Yang Ming not disturb her in Little Fox Fairy's game. Yang Ming also thought of this, but the evil interest in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Yang Ming reached out and slowly pulled Huang Lele's nightgown to the side. Because she had just taken a shower, Huang Lele did not wear underwear. Her entire lower body was in a state of vacuum. Yang Ming gently hugged Huang Lele's body, and then he easily put the erection under his body into Huang Lele's body. Huang Lele was shocked. She almost screamed, She turned back and stared at Yang Ming, but she suddenly remembered that she was competing with Little Fox Fairy, so she quickly turned back and began to tap on the keyboard. However, because of the turn back just now, she had lost the advantage, and Little Fox Fairy took the initiative. Not long after, Huang Lele ended up losing. How is it? I won this game, right? Every dog has its day, Little Fox Fairy said proudly. Huang Lele was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to bite Yang Ming to death. However, Little Fox Fairy had already clicked to start. Huang Lele had no time to scold Yang Ming, and she quickly continued to fight. At this time, Yang Ming didn't care if Huang Lele was competing with Little Fox Fairy. He picked up Huang Lele's body and began to move up and down. How could Huang Lele not understand what Yang Ming was doing? Although the feeling of numbness came, Huang Lele still bit her lip and fought with Little Fox Fairy with difficulty. However, how could this be tolerated just because he said so? Finally, under Yang Ming's attack, Huang Lele groaned. Huang Lele was so scared that she quickly turned off the microphone volume on QQ. Lele, what's wrong with you? Little Fox Fairy still heard Huang Leilei's cry, but she didn't think otherwise. She thought that Huang Leilei only screamed because of the game. "What are you doing?" "When I screamed, Little Fox Fairy heard it," Huang Leilei said angrily. "Then wouldn't you not scream?" Yang Ming smiled evilly. "Nonsense. You are messing with me. Can I not scream?" Huang Leilei said angrily. "Then let's finish the call and then compete." Yang Ming smiled, picked up Huang Leilei, and carried her directly to the bed. Over there, the computer allowed Huang Leilei's pocket money to continue to increase until game over. "Leilei, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Leilei?" Little Fox Fairy curiously shouted Huang Leilei's name over there. Huang Leilei on this side was already panting. After a long time, Huang Leilei sat back in front of the computer and turned on the voice chat. "Little Fox Fairy, Little Fox Fairy? Are you still there?" "I'm here." "Leilei, what happened to you just now? Did something happen?" Little Fox Immortal asked with concern. No. Huang Leilei naturally couldn't say that it was because Yang Ming was messing with her. She was quick-witted and found a reason. "Just now, I saw a big cockroach, so I was shocked." "Oh, so that's the case. You scare me to death." Little Fox Fairy breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought something happened to you." "Then, let's not count the game just now. Let's start again." Okay. Huang Leilei said guiltily. Last night, Huang Leilei and Little Fox Fairy fought until 1 o'clock in the morning. After going to bed, Yang Ming and Huang Leilei couldn't go to sleep immediately. After doing what they loved, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, so when they woke up the next morning, it was almost noon. Fortunately, the party at Huang Leilei's house was at night, so they didn't have to worry too much. Therefore, the two were lazy in bed for a long time before they got up. On the other side, Zhangbin just got up not long ago. It was estimated that he was about the same as Yang Ming. He fought fiercely for half the night last night. The four people casually ate something in the hotel's restaurant, and then went back to their rooms to prepare for the party in the evening. Zhangbin and Wang Mei were afraid to embarrass Huang Leilei, so they carefully dressed themselves up. Yang Ming was still wearing casual clothes, but Huang Leilei was not very formal. She wore a pure-looking woolen suit, which was quite a match for Yang Ming. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the four people set off from the hotel on time. They still took Huang Leilei's Toyota business car. Unexpectedly, Huang Leilei's villa was also on Luhuan Island. It seemed that many rich people liked to buy villas there. Yang Ming was already familiar with the terrain here. He often appeared in this area a few days ago. On the way, when they passed by Lu Jihao's villa, Yang Ming deliberately paid attention to the situation inside the villa. He didn't know if the police had found the bodies inside, but looking at the situation, it seemed that they had not been found yet. The bodies were still lying coldly in the villa. Because it was winter, the corpses did not rot very quickly, so they did not emit any smell. But then again, even if the corpses rotted and emitted a smell, it was difficult to smell anything unusual outside the villa. In other words, if no one went to Lu Jihao's villa, then these corpses would lie here forever. Yang Ming even thought that the next time he came to Macau and passed by here, would he see a few skeletons in the villa? Finally, Huang Leilei drove the car into the courtyard of the villa. At the door of the villa, there were 2 security guards on duty. However, after seeing Huang Leilei's car, they did not stop and check it like other cars. It must be because this car belonged to the Huang family. Even if they didn't recognize the car, how could they not recognize the Miss Huang sitting in the driver's seat? In the courtyard of the villa, there were already many cars parked, including many expensive cars. It seemed that the people who usually contacted Huang Leilei's family were either rich or noble. Chapter 879. Huang Leilei did not park the car in the courtyard of the villa. This was her home, so Huang Leilei naturally drove the car to the underground parking lot. After coming out of the parking lot, the four of them walked to the front door of the villa together. Most of the people who came here had an invitation in their hands. Occasionally, there were people who didn't have an invitation, but they were introduced to the villa by people who had an invitation. However, Huang Leilei obviously did not need these. The security guard who checked the invitation at the door saw Huang Lele and naturally smiled and greeted, "Mississippi, these are my friends." Huang Lele pointed to Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei and said to the security guard, "Sir, madam, welcome." The security guard quickly said to Yang Ming. In this regard, Yang Ming did not find it strange. These people were paid by Huang Lele's family. It was normal for them to be respectful to Huang Lele. The respect to these people was all because of Huang Lele. Yang Ming did not think that he would have any domineering aura. The first floor of the villa was very large. It was a whole hall, which was very suitable for parties, banquets, and the like. At this time, many people had come to the hall. Most of them were young people, talking in groups of 3 or 4. "You wait for me first. I will go find my second brother," Huang Lele said to Yang Ming and Wang Mei. "And you go ahead." Yang Ming knew that Huang Lele must have her own things to do after returning home. So Yang Ming and the other 2 people found a seat in the corner of the hall and sat down. Huang Lele, on the other hand, quickly ran upstairs. "Lele." Someone in the crowd saw Huang Lele and immediately greeted her. When Huang Lele turned around, she saw a friend she was familiar with. "Liu, you are here too?" "I came with my brother." Liu smiled and said, "My brother can't forget you." After listening to Liu's words, Huang Lele's face suddenly sank. She hated Liu's brother from the bottom of her heart. He was a typical prodigal son. "Don't joke around," Huang Lele said perfunctorily. "I'm not joking. Wait, I'll call him over." Liu said, "Let's talk about it later. I have to go upstairs to find my brother." Huang Lele quickly responded and turned to go upstairs quickly. Liu shook her head. She knew what kind of person her brother was, but no matter what, he was still her brother. That was why Liu had to help him speak in front of Huang Lele. "Xiaoyu, who were you talking to just now?" Just as Liu was thinking about it, she heard a voice calling her from behind. When she turned around, it was her brother, Li Jiaoyang. "Lele came just now, but he went upstairs." Liu pointed upstairs and said, "Oh, are you helping me, your brother?" When Li Jiaoyang heard Huang Lele's name, his eyes immediately lit up, and there was a lustful light. "Help?" Liu was a little disgusted by her brother's eyes. "Brother, do you really like Huang Lele and want to marry her as your wife? Or something else? This, of course, I want to be a girlfriend first. Isn't it too early to think about marriage?" Li Jiaoyang said in surprise. "Sigh." Liu sighed. She knew that her brother had this kind of attitude. He was too unserious about emotional matters. In this way, she couldn't help him at all. Liu and Huang Lele had a good relationship. Naturally, it was impossible to harm her. "What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Li Jiaoyang felt that it was normal and said, "I haven't played enough yet. At most, I could be a girlfriend first. It won't hinder me from picking up other girls." Liu really wanted to kick Li Jiaoyang. What kind of attitude is this? With this kind of attitude, it would be strange if he could be in a relationship. Yeah, isn't this young masterly? How is it? Was the little star from last time good? A fat man with a greasy head and powdered face came over and patted Li Jiaoyang's shoulder. "Hey, don't mention it. It was really fucking good." That ass was twisted and flew to the sky. When Li Jiaoyang heard it, he immediately showed a lewd smile. "Next time you have good stuff, you have to tell me," said the fat man with a greasy head and powdered face. "No problem." Li Jiaoyang patted his chest and promised. Li was really angry. How can this brother be like this? He mixed with a group of bad friends all day long. He didn't learn anything good. After Huang Lele went upstairs, she saw that her second brother was busy ordering the butler to prepare the dishes for the evening. She shouted from a distance, "Second brother, Lele." When second brother Huang heard Huang Lele's voice, his face immediately showed a smile. He waved to Huang Lele and said, "Come here. How about looking at these dishes with your second brother?" "You can do it." Huang Lele didn't care about these things. She came up just to say hello to her second brother and tell him that she had arrived. "Oh, that's fine. Right, Lele. You are the protagonist today. Why are you wearing these clothes? You should change into something more formal, right?" Second brother Huang saw the clothes on Huang Lele's body, so he said, "I think it's pretty good, right?" Huang Lele said indifferently. That won't do. Second brother Huang looked at the menu in his hand and said to the butler, Okay, just prepare according to these. Okay, second young master. The butler took the menu and hurriedly went to prepare. Lele, be obedient. Go and change your clothes. After second brother Huang waited for the butler to leave, he whispered to Huang Lele, Today's party is mainly for you. How can you not dress more formally? For me? Huang Lele frowned. Yeah, didn't we agree on it? I will introduce you to a young talent. My little sister has reached the age of love. Second brother Huang said with a smile. Second brother neglected it before. When I heard Wang Mei say that you were attracted to a boy on the plane, I remembered that my little sister is already 19 years old. Huang Lele was stunned, and then she stuttered. That. Second brother, I already have a boyfriend. What? You have a boyfriend? This time, it was second brother Huang's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect that in just a few days, his little sister had a boyfriend. Where is he? Bring second brother to meet him. If he is not excellent, second brother will not agree. Second brother Huang was just stunned, and then he returned to normal. He loved Huang Lele very much since he was a child, so the boyfriend that Huang Lele chose herself, he still supported it from the bottom of his heart. He's just downstairs. Huang Lele's face was red. She remembered the absurd love process between herself and Yang Ming. It was really amazing. Oh, then I have to take a good look. Second brother Huang didn't expect that Huang Lele had actually boldly brought her boyfriend back. This showed that the relationship between the two was already extraordinary. It was no wonder that second brother Huang didn't hear about it. Although Yang Ming was already a household name in the gambling world, and many casino owners knew that the god of gamblers was Huang Lele's boyfriend, this was only in the gambling world. As for Zhang Guizhong, he was not a person who liked to gossip. It was impossible for him to call second brother Huang to talk about this. He felt that Huang Lele would definitely talk to second brother Huang personally. If he said it himself, it would be annoying. Therefore, until now, second brother Huang still didn't know that Huang Lele's boyfriend had become famous in the gambling industry, and he even drove Huawei Casino's rival, Nanshan Casino, 5 kilometers away. However, no matter what, you still have to change your clothes. It is hot at home. You are wearing a girl's coat. You are not comfortable. Second brother Huang suggested. That's fine. Huang Lele thought about it and agreed. So, she nodded and walked to her room. She was going to change into something like a sleeveless jacket. Second brother Huang watched Huang Lele return to her room, and then he went downstairs. Many guests had arrived downstairs. He couldn't just ignore them. He had to take care of all aspects of the situation. Most of the people downstairs were second brother Huang's friends. After seeing him come down, they all greeted him. Yang Ming sat in the corner and chatted with Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. Suddenly, he saw a commotion not far away. He looked up. Probably an important person came. Yang Ming didn't care about these abilities, but he was surprised to find that the person standing in the crowd over there was actually an acquaintance of his. Brother Huang. Yang Ming got up and walked over, shouting loudly. Brother Yang Ming? Second brother Huang heard the sound and looked up, but he was surprised. Why are you here? This person was Huang Rongjin, a friend that Yang Ming met in Songjiang. At this time, most people had already greeted Huang Rongjin. They dispersed from his side and were busy with other things. Therefore, after Huang Rongjin saw Yang Ming, he immediately walked over. Me? I came here with my friends to attend the party of the owner here. But you, Brother Huang, aren't you also going to hold a party? Why are you attending someone else's party? Yang Ming asked suspiciously. Me? Huang Rongjin pointed to himself and then smiled bitterly. I'm the owner here. Today's party is organized by me. Your friend shouldn't have not told you. You? Yang Ming was shocked after hearing it. Huang Rongjin is the owner here? Then Huang Lele. Both of them have a surname Huang. This person shouldn't be the second brother that Huang Lele mentioned, right? What's wrong with me? Huang Rongjin saw Yang Ming's surprised look and was somewhat inexplicable. You wouldn't be Huang Lele's second brother, right? Asked Yang Ming. Do you know Lele? Huang Rongjin listened to Yang Ming's question and looked at Yang Ming with a strange expression. Yes, and she brought me here. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that Huang Leilei's second brother was actually Huang Rongjin. This was a bit messy. When Huang Rongjin was in Songjiang, he saw Chun Mingyin, so he knew that I had a girlfriend. Now, I am with Huang Leilei. Huang Rongjin wouldn't think that I deceived his sister's feelings, right? Leilei brought you here? Huang Rongjin suddenly thought of what Huang Leilei said before and immediately guessed something. Chapter 880. Yang Ming knew that this matter couldn't be hidden at all. Instead of Huang Leilei coming over and adding to the awkwardness, it was better to make things clear now. Therefore, Yang Ming simply nodded. Yes, Leilei brought me here. Then, you're Leilei's boyfriend? Although Huang Rongjin was a friend of Yang Ming, and the two of them were also very congenial, this matter involved his sister. Huang Rongjin couldn't just consider these friendships, but he had a plan for his sister's future happiness. Therefore, his tone of speaking also became serious. Yang Ming nodded again and admitted it. Yang Ming, I remember. Don't you have a girlfriend? After Huang Rongjin got a positive answer, his face suddenly became a little angry. What the hell is going on? Brother Huang, there are many people here. Let's go over there and talk. Yang Ming pointed to the position in the corner and said. Huang Rongjin naturally didn't want to air his dirty linen in public. Moreover, with his friendship with Yang Ming, he had to give some face to Yang Ming no matter what. So the two people walked side by side to the position in the corner. Now tell me, what the hell is going on? Huang Rongjin just sat down and couldn't wait to speak. He didn't have the calmness when he met Yang Ming in Songjiang. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. It was related to his sister. Of course, Huang Rongjin would be a little anxious. How should I say it? It's a bit hard to explain. Yang Ming touched his chin, then hesitated and said, I met Leilei on the plane. Therefore, Yang Ming told Huang Rongjin about the process of meeting Huang Leilei. Because Huang Rongjin was not an outsider, Yang Ming simply said that Huang Leilei pushed him down. Hearing his little sister being so fierce, Huang Rongjin couldn't help but widen his eyes like two big light bulbs. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. And then, you two got together? I've never been one to abandon a woman. Since I already have that kind of relationship with Leilei, then Yang Ming shrugged innocently. It could be seen that Huang Rongjin was no longer angry. No matter how one looked at the current situation, Yang Ming could not be blamed. Instead, it was his mischievous sister who did not know how to control her actions. She could even do such a bold thing. Huang Rongjin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little sister of his had never been wronged since she was young. Now that she had been wronged by Yang Ming, it was normal for her to seek revenge. However, it was hard to say whether she was taking revenge on Yang Ming or benefiting Yang Ming. So, Leilei knows that you have a girlfriend? Huang Rongjin was very surprised. Why didn't his little sister have any resentment? I knew it from the beginning. Yang Ming confessed. However, at the beginning, we agreed that we were only lovers, but after a few days, we developed feelings for each other, and we became boyfriend and girlfriend. Ha ha ha. After Huang Rongjin heard it, he laughed heartily. You too. Forget it. Since this is the case, I won't bother anymore. It is Leilei's own decision. Then, as her second brother, I naturally won't interfere anymore. Brother Huang, you really don't blame me? Yang Ming didn't believe that Huang Rongjin actually let him go so easily. Why should I blame you? Huang Rongjin smiled and said, It is Leilei's own choice. I can only support it. In fact, it was not that Huang Rongjin was open-minded. The key problem was that he had always been obedient to his little sister. Now, this matter really couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. Yang Ming had already said that he had a girlfriend, but his little sister forced him to XX. How could this mess be blamed on Yang Ming? Brother Huang, thank you for your support. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, Okay, you don't have to call me Brother Huang in the future. Just like Leilei, call me second brother. I have an elder brother above me. Huang Rongjin corrected. Now the relationship between the two of us has to be re-evaluated. Second brother. Yang Ming's second brother was from the bottom of his heart. Huang Rongjin was older than him, and he was Huang Leilei's second brother. So no matter what, Yang Ming would not suffer a loss. It seems that I have wasted my effort this time. I still want to use the opportunity of the party to find a young and handsome boyfriend for Leilei. Huang Rongjin smiled and said, but to be honest, if you didn't already have a girlfriend, I would like you to be with Leilei. But what can I do if I don't want to now? My little sister has already cooked the rice with you. It is too late to regret. Yang Ming looked at Huang Rongjin speechlessly. Why is this statement so awkward? Right, second brother. Let me introduce you to my two friends. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Zhang Bin and Wang Mei were still waiting for him over there. Okay, let's go. If they're your friends, then they are my friends. Huang Rongjin said, I won't thank you for the Song Jiang matter. If there is anything in Macau, just tell me. I haven't encountered any trouble for the time being. Yang Ming smiled and walked with Huang Rongjin to Zhang Bin. That is Leilei's second brother. Over there, Wang Mei was pointing to Huang Rongjin and whispering to Zhang Bin. Hey, how does the boss know him? Zhang Bin looked strangely at Yang Ming, who was talking and laughing with Huang Rongjin. How do I know? He's your boss. Wang Mei was also very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that these two people should not know each other, but it seemed that they were very familiar with each other. She originally thought that Yang Ming would not be able to get past Huang Rongjin, but now it seemed that it was not a problem. As the two people were talking, they saw Huang Rongjin and Yang Ming coming over together. Second brother, let me introduce them to you. This is my good buddy, Zhang Bin. That is his girlfriend, Wang Mei. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Bin and Wang Mei. Wang Mei. Huang Rongjin was more than a little surprised today. Why do I feel that things are all messed up? Yang Ming became the boyfriend of his younger sister, Huang Leilei, and Leilei's good friend, Wang Mei, actually became the girlfriend of Yang Ming's friend. What the hell is going on? Isn't Wang Mei and Liu Jihao a couple? Huang Rongjin was still very familiar with Wang Mei. He often asked Wang Mei to be a spy around his younger sister, so he had met Wang Mei's boyfriend several times. Second brother. Wang Mei stood up with some embarrassment and greeted Huang Rongjin. It's really you, Wang Mei. Why are you? Huang Rongjin thought that he had an illusion. Now that he heard Wang Mei greet her, he confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed his younger sister's good friend, Wang Mei. I broke up with Liu Jihao, Wang Mei said softly. Oh. Huang Rongjin nodded suddenly, but he didn't ask much. After all, it was not appropriate to ask this at this time. Wang Mei's current boyfriend, Zhang Bin, was also present. Wouldn't it be more awkward to talk about this topic? Hello, Huang Rongjin. Huang Rongjin reached out to Zhang Bin. Hello, brother Huang. I am Yang Ming's good friend, Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin also reached out and shook hands with Huang Rongjin. Everyone will be friends in the future. If there is anything, we can help each other. Huang Rongjin patted Zhang Bin's shoulder enthusiastically. Here, don't be polite. If there is anything you need, call me at any time. Zhang Bin said, You're too polite. Wang Mei was more familiar with Huang Rongjin, so the two people didn't exchange many pleasantries. Brother Huang, if you have something to do, just do it. I have no problem here. Seeing that more and more guests were coming, Yang Ming couldn't continue to talk to Huang Rongjin. After all, there were many aspects of the banquet that needed Huang Rongjin to take care of. Huang Rongjin did have to go and take care of things, so he nodded to Yang Ming and walked to the many guests. In fact, many rich children were not very arrogant and condescending. Only a small number of people who were extremely arrogant would do something very flamboyant. For example, Huang Rongjin, whether it was his conduct or his character, was excellent, and he didn't have any bad habits. Now it seemed that most of the people who came to this party were like this. They dressed generously, and many people were already accompanied by female companions. They didn't come here to pursue Huang Leilei. They just wanted to use this party to communicate with their friends. However, no matter what class, there would be some black sheep. Many times people hated the rich because some rich people were too flamboyant, but after all, they were only a minority. But because of the identity of these people, even if it was a minority, it would make people feel disgusted with the rich when it was exposed. If the identity of the rich person who did bad things was replaced by a poor person, it was estimated that even if people knew, there wouldn't be much reaction. This was also the conclusion that Yang Ming came to after dealing with some people. For example, Wang Jitao was very flamboyant when he did things, but Tian Donghua, who also had an extraordinary family background, was much more mature and never showed off. Suddenly, Yang Ming's gaze stopped on one person, Li Jiaoyang, this very unpopular person. Yesterday, Yang Ming intimidated him. Yang Ming didn't expect him to show off today. Looking at his lecherous look, he probably came for Huang Lele. Looking at the fat man with a greasy face next to him, he probably wasn't a good person. Chapter 881. Birds of a feather flock together. These two guys met together, and they seemed to be very congenial. They were talking about their experiences as little stars. Of course, although it was far away, the content of the conversation between the two fell into Yang Ming's eyes without missing a word. Bro, how do you and Huang Lele's second brother know each other? After Huang Rongjin left, Zhang Bin couldn't wait to ask. He was very curious. How could Yang Ming have a relationship with Huang Lele's second brother? It's a coincidence. On Valentine's Day, a few days ago, Chen Mingyan and I went to the gambling ship on the high seas. We met second brother Huang, who was traveling there. At that time, we were with Tian Donghua. Your arm was not recovered, so I didn't call you on Valentine's Day. Yang Ming smiled and said, at that time, Tian Donghua and second brother Huang gambled. The result was that they naturally lost several rounds. This is for sure. Second brother Huang's family runs a casino. How can he lose to Tian Donghua? Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. So, I went up and gambled a few rounds with second brother Huang. As a result, before Yang Ming finished, he was interrupted by Zhang Bin. The result must be that you won, bro. Haha, there's no need to think about it. Zhang Bin laughed. Okay, you don't have to flatter me. I still know what I'm like. Yang Ming waved his hand and continued. So we got to know each other. The two people talked quite happily. Later, a friend of second brother Huang, named Ji Xiaohe, encountered some trouble. I came forward to help solve it, so our relationship was closer. A few days ago, I met second brother Huang in a coffee shop near the hotel. He said that this weekend, which is today, he was going to hold a family gathering. He invited me to attend, but I had to refuse because I promised Huang Lele. But I didn't expect that in the end, I still came. He is actually Huang Lele's second brother. After that, Yang Ming took out the invitation from his coat pocket and handed it to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin opened it and saw that it was an invitation to Yang Ming to attend a family gathering today. The signature was Huang Rongjin. No way, it is such a coincidence. Zhang Bin couldn't help but exclaim. I also think it is a coincidence. I didn't expect it. Yang Ming took back the invitation and put it in his pocket, but this invitation were no longer useful. However, since second brother Huang saw you and Chen Mingyan, why would he agree to your relationship with Huang Lele? Zhang! Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. There were some things that were naturally no problem to say to Huang Rongjin, but it was not appropriate to say too much to Zhang Bing and Wang Mei. He couldn't say that it was because Huang Lele pushed him down, right? The impact on Huang Lele was not very good. Therefore, Yang Ming thought about it for a long time and figured out the wording. Then he said, this second brother Huang is not a conservative person. He has several wives himself. So if you want to discipline others, you have to discipline yourself first. We are all in the same boat, so he can't ask others to do the same. Oh, Zhang Bin nodded. He had a look of understanding. That's also true. It seems that he has nothing to say now. Wang Mei was a bit baffled. Huang Rongjin usually didn't look like such a person, but it was just a thought. Wang Mei couldn't ask, right? Ask if you have several wives? That is simply a psychopath. Therefore, the unlucky second brother Huang didn't know that Yang Ming had put a bucket of shit on his head. He just sneezed. Huang Rongjin wondered, what is going on? Is someone talking about me behind my back? Brother Huang, what's wrong with you? Did you catch a cold? I have cold medicine here. A woman dressed coquettishly saw Huang Rongjin sneeze and immediately went up to him with concern. Huang Rongjin immediately frowned. This woman was a widow. She would usually flirt with this group of young masters. But don't look at this woman's character. Her dead husband left her a company. Many of the people present had business dealings with her family's company, so naturally, they couldn't lose face and scold her. They could only brace themselves to deal with it. Sister Hong, don't joke around. I am 2 years younger than you. You are too dishonest. How can you say that? I am so sad. Am I very old? Sister Hong rubbed her chest on Huang Rongjin's body. Huang Rongjin felt a chill, but he had to deal with it. Sister Hong doesn't seem to be much older than Lele. You still know how to talk. How about it? After the banquet tonight, come and sit with me. Sister Hong said as she began to wink at Huang Rongjin. How could Huang Rongjin be hooked up with this kind of woman? It was said that this woman had sex with hundreds of men. Let's not talk about whether she was disgusting or not. Who knew if she had a hidden illness? Although Yang Ming saw the conversation between the two clearly, Wang Mei and Zhang Bin couldn't see it, so Yang Ming wouldn't expose it. Yang Ming was afraid that Zhang Bin and the others wouldn't believe it. Now, there was a living evidence. Damn, it really is like this. He hooked up with another one? Zhang Bin looked at Huang Rongjin enviously. Of course, the widow's sister Hong still looked very tempting. But if Zhang Bin knew her reputation, would he still feel envious? Wang Mei also nodded in agreement. It seemed that Yang Ming wasn't lying. The facts were in front of them. They could not believe it. It didn't take long for Huang Lele to change her clothes and come down from upstairs. Her elegant and refined appearance immediately attracted many people in the venue, especially Li Jiaoyang and the pink-headed fat man. Their eyes were fixed on her. Today is a family gathering. There is no other meaning. It is just for us business friends to communicate with each other and promote cooperation. Seeing that Huang Lele came down, Huang Rongjin walked to the temporary stage, picked up the microphone, and said to the people below, didn't you say that you were going to find a boyfriend for Huang Lele? The pink-headed fat man was more stupid. When Huang Rongjin's words just fell, he said the question in his heart in a puzzled voice. It suddenly attracted a burst of laughter from the people in the venue. They naturally knew this pink-headed fat man. He was the young master of the famous brisket store chain in Macau. However, he belonged to the nouveau riche. His father used to be a butcher and had no culture. This pink-headed fat man didn't go to school for a few days. He was very vulgar when he spoke. Only Li Jiaoyang could mix with him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Is this really the case? Do you dare to say that you are not here for Huang Lele? The pink-headed fat man shouted in dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter in the crowd. Indeed, there were several young talents who really admire Huang Lele. If they had the opportunity to hug the beauty, it would be good, but they were not as direct as this pink-headed fat man. They were all gentle. If there was an opportunity, they would naturally not let it go. If there was no opportunity, they would not force it. What are you laughing at? The pink-headed fat man was so angry that his face turned red and purple. What are you laughing at? Even if people have this intention, they can't say it directly. Some people really couldn't watch it, so they whispered to remind the pink-headed fat man. How can this kind of thing be said on the table? Does the girl have any face? Oh, that's true. The pink-headed fat man suddenly realized. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him before. As for Li Jiaoyang, he was also a fool who had no schemes. When he saw that he and the pink-headed fat man had become the focus of the crowd, he was suddenly delighted. This was a good opportunity to increase his image. Huang Lele should be paying attention here at this moment. So Li Jiaoyang quickly held his hair with his hand and made a very handsome gesture. I think some people may have misunderstood. I don't know how the news spread, but I don't mean to find a boyfriend for my little sister, Lele. Huang Rongjin looked at the people under the stage and said with a smile, I have said before, this is just a private party. Everyone is together to exchange feelings and promote business. That's all. I don't know. How did it become that I want to find a boyfriend for my little sister? But we heard that this is the case. Isn't it? Li Jiaoyang was afraid that the pink-headed fat man would take the lead this time, so he quickly asked first, fearing that he would not be able to steal the limelight. You also said that it's just hearsay. Huang Rongjin smiled. As for this hearsay, who said it? It can't be that you heard it from me, right? Li Jiaoyang really didn't hear it from Huang Rongjin himself, but the person who sent the invitation implied it at the time. Moreover, my little sister, Lele, is not ugly to the point that no one wants her, right? What's more, she already has a boyfriend. Huang Rongjin continued. Fuck, what is this? The pink-headed fat man threw the invitation in his hand and said, I thought there would be a girl to pick up. If I knew it would be like this, it would be better to sleep with that little star. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again. When Huang Rongjin sent him an invitation, it was also out of courtesy. He didn't expect this guy to be so unruly. She has a boyfriend? Li Jiaoyang was even more upset. He had always coveted Huang Lele, but Huang Lele had never mentioned looking for a boyfriend. She even ignored him, so Li Jiaoyang had to give up. But now that he heard that Huang Lele actually had a boyfriend, he was suddenly very upset. It was as if something that originally belonged to him was taken away by others. He was immediately angry. Where's her boyfriend? Can he be better than me? Where is he? Do you dare to come out and compete with me? In terms of family background and appearance, I am invincible. Chapter 882. Most of the single young talents who wanted to get the beauty heard Huang Rongjin say that Huang Lele already had a boyfriend, and the rumors outside were purely false, so they let go of that thought. Although they felt some regret, it was impossible to go to the point of using force, so they all put away their thoughts and reconsidered the purpose of this party. At this party, there were many rich second generation in the business world. In the future, the business world of Macau would be their world, so it was rare to have such an opportunity. They would communicate with each other more and pave the way for their future successors. At this moment, when they saw Li Jiaoyang actually stood up and shouted so shamelessly, they felt that the quality of this person could not be described in words. While casting a contemptuous look, they also secretly remembered this person in their hearts. They planned to have a cooperative relationship with this person as little as possible in the future. Hey, are you talking to me? Yang Ming walked straight behind Li Jiaoyang and patted Li Jiaoyang's shoulder. What's the matter? Say it. Who the fuck are you? Li Jiaoyang had tried very hard to restrain himself just now. He did not use his classic mother in his mouth, but at this moment he was suddenly patted from behind, and he subconsciously blurted out, Mother. I am Huang Lele's boyfriend. Aren't you looking for me? Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh, okay. I want to see who is better between you and me. When Li Jiaoyang heard that it was Huang Lele's boyfriend, he turned around casually, but when he saw Yang Ming's appearance, he was stunned. How could he forget such a look? After seeing this, Li Jiaoyang's first reaction was to throw himself down from the stairs. So, Li Jiaoyang's body froze in an instant. He pointed at Yang Ming and stuttered, Why? Why is it you? Why isn't it me? Aren't you looking for me? Yang Ming did not use force, but patted Li Jiaoyang's shoulder very gently. I heard you call me, so I came. I heard that you want to compete with me. Tell me, what do you want? I don't want to compete. Li Jiaoyang didn't dare to compete with Yang Ming. At this moment, his heart was already shocked. He cursed in his heart. Why am I so unlucky recently? For 2 consecutive days, I met this madman when I went out. Li Jiaoyang was a coward. Would he dare to clamor like a madman? The answer was obviously no. Although they were now on the first floor, Li Jiaoyang was afraid that Yang Ming would do something to him that he would regret for the rest of his life. Besides, he didn't bring any bodyguards with him to the party today, so he was no match for this person in front of him. If you don't want to compete, why did you call me? Yang Ming said politely. There was no hint of intimidation in his words, but in Li Jiaoyang's ears, it was different. Li Jiaoyang already had a phobia of Yang Ming. Every time Yang Ming said a word, his heart would jump for a long time. I'm wrong, okay, let me go. When Li Jiaoyang said this, everyone was stunned. Yang Ming didn't do anything to Li Jiaoyang at all. Li Jiaoyang asked him to come out, and he came out. He even talked to you with a pleasant face. Why are you begging him to let you go in a blink of an eye? Could it be that this Li Jiaoyang was originally a coward? He usually only knew how to talk. He could clamor, but when he saw that Huang Leilei's friend was tall and strong, he suddenly became a coward? Why should I let you go? If you don't want to compete, then don't compete. Who can force you to compete with me? Yang Ming said very indifferently. But why did this sound so harsh in Li Jiaoyang's ears? It seemed like sarcasm, and it must be like this. Li Jiaoyang thought of this and didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, I will go now. I will go now. After that, Li Jiaoyang turned around and rushed to the door of the villa like a rabbit. Everyone was surprised and inexplicable. They didn't know what had happened. Motherfucker, I'm really fucking unlucky. Li Jiaoyang went out of the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, if I knew this madman was here, I wouldn't have come. I'm not an idiot. What's the difference between this and a minefield? I might have blown myself up. Most people thought that Li Jiaoyang was a coward and was scared away by Yang Ming's tall figure. Even the pink-headed fat man thought so. He felt that Li Jiaoyang was afraid of Yang Ming, but he didn't have to be afraid. In terms of size, he wasn't bad. He was even wider than this Yang Ming in front of him. Moreover, he was born as a butcher, so he was even more powerful. He didn't believe that he would lose to him. Therefore, the pink-headed fat man stood up arrogantly and patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a very cool look. However, he was shorter than Yang Ming, so it was very difficult to pat him. I say, this brother, you look very cool, right? But it's useless to be strong. It doesn't mean anything if you scare brotherly away. Who are you? Yang Ming pushed the pink-headed fat man's hand away from his body and asked with a frown. I'm a person who can't stand it, the pink-headed fat man said in a very cool manner. But he didn't expect that after Yang Ming asked him a question, he didn't wait for him to answer at all. He turned and left. The pink-headed fat man became a self-performance and became the laughingstock of everyone. He immediately became angry and pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, You stop. What are you so arrogant about? What do you mean? Yang Ming ignored him and continued to walk in the direction of Huang Leilei. When the pink-headed fat man saw that Yang Ming didn't care about him at all, he felt that he had lost face. He became angry and grabbed Yang Ming's clothes from behind. Don't go. You have to make it clear today. Are you looking down on me? What's with your attitude? Yang Ming turned around and looked at the emotional pink-headed fat man. He casually removed the hand that was grabbing his clothes and said faintly, Are you sick? Not sick. Of course, I'm not sick. The pink-headed fat man was stunned, and then he reacted. Yang Ming was scolding him for being sick, so he said angrily, You are sick. If it weren't for Huang Rongjin's territory, and these were all guests invited by Huang Rongjin, Yang Ming would have already slapped him. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Forget it. I don't have time to care about you. You can think whatever you want. I really don't understand. With your quality, how did you enter this villa? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Quality? What quality? The pink-headed fat man was born in a nouveau riche family. Now that his family had money, he thought that he could be on equal footing with those rich people. He was usually afraid that others would say that his temperament, quality, and so on were lower than others. So at this moment, when he heard Yang Ming mention the scar in his heart, he immediately exploded. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, I want to duel with you. Yang Ming really didn't know what to do with this idiot. He didn't expect that a simple sentence would cause such a big reaction from this guy. Consider it as my fault. Is that okay? Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him, so he apologized to him perfunctorily, hoping that this guy would stop. No, what do you mean by consider it as my fault? I want to duel with you. Do you dare? The pink-headed fat man was unforgiving. If you lose, give brotherly a chance to compete fairly and let him pursue Huang Leilei. Right? There's also me, brotherly. Could it be Li Jiaoyang? Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused. He didn't notice that this pink-headed fat man was quite loyal. In this case, he still knew to help Li Jiaoyang. Now it seemed that although this person was a bit silly, he didn't have a bad heart. He was much better than Li Jiaoyang, so Yang Ming didn't want to argue with him too much. Let's not duel. There are so many people in this villa. It's not good to meet anyone. No, then let's not duel. We have to compete in something, right? Said the pink-headed fat man. What are we competing in? You say it. Yang Ming was really helpless because of this guy. Let's compete in killing cows. The pink-headed fat man thought about his strengths for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything particularly powerful. Since he didn't fight, then he was only good at killing cows. The words of the pink-headed fat man suddenly attracted a burst of laughter from the people present, but before Yang Ming could answer, the villa door was pushed open. 2 security guards ran in first and said loudly, "Mr. Huang, Mr. Zhang Qinao broke in with people." As soon as the security guard's voice fell, a young man pushed him away and scolded, "Get out of the way! Don't block the way!" Zhang Qintao's family and Huang Rongjin's family were actually family friends, and Zhang Qintao's experience was somewhat similar to Huang Rongjin's. There was an elder brother in the family who held on to the power of the company. Zhang Qintao became a veritable prodigal son. It stood to reason that the two people's experiences were similar. They should empathize with each other and become better friends. However, Zhang Qintao was not as open-minded as Huang Rongjin. His enthusiasm for power was far greater than Huang Rongjin's. Because the two people's personalities were not compatible, the two people would not become good friends. But even if they were not friends, the two people should not be enemies, right? But the situation was not like this. Huang Rongjin loved to collect. He was famous in Macau's collection world, combining the titles of collector and connoisseur. Zhang Qintao was also very fond of collecting, but his name was ranked behind Huang Rongjin. No matter what, Zhang Qintao was unwilling to be a person who was inferior to others. Because of the difference in age, he couldn't take charge of the company, which made him feel very vexed. Now, he couldn't win against Huang Rongjin in the collection world, which naturally made him feel even more uncomfortable. It was also because the security guards knew the relationship between Zhang Qintao's family and Huang Rongjin's family. So if Zhang Qintao wanted to break in, they didn't dare to stop him. Everything could only be decided by Huang Rongjin. Chapter 883. Younger brother Huang. Why are you looking down on me as your brother? Why didn't you inform me about the banquet? Zhang Qintao walked into the hall of the villa with 2 followers behind him. One of the followers was carrying a large package in his hand. Huang Rongjin's face changed slightly, and he squeezed out a smile. "Brother Qintao, what are you talking about? I thought that you were usually very busy. This is just an informal family banquet, so I didn't send you an invitation. However, with the relationship between our 2 families, there is no need for an invitation. Can't you just come directly?" Although Huang Rongjin's words were polite, they were neither soft nor hard. There were thorns in his words. How could Zhang Qintao not hear it? However, the 2 people were accustomed to arguing. Moreover, it was Zhang Qintao who spoke first with thorns in his words. So at this moment, he said indifferently, "That's true. We don't care about those superficial things. When I heard that younger brother Huang is holding a banquet here, I hurried over to cheer you up." "Really?" Huang Rongjin looked at Zhang Qintao. Since he came, he couldn't drive him out. At least on the surface, the 2 people were still acceptable. "Then, please take a seat. The banquet is about to begin. Before the banquet starts, I have a rare treasure that I want to ask younger brother Huang to help me appreciate it." As Zhang Qintao said, he waved his hand and let the follower behind him pass the thing in his hand. "Oh, then I have to appreciate it," Huang Rongjin said with a fake smile. Both of them mingled in the collector world, and they had some reputation. However, Huang Rongjin's reputation was slightly bigger, so Zhang Qintao often took some tricky and strange things to let him guess what they were. It was to embarrass him, but it was glorified as appreciation. For example, last time, Zhang Qintao got a bronze cup from the Song dynasty and let Huang Rongjin guess which year it was made. Fortunately, Huang Rongjin had a master around him at that time. He guessed correctly, So Zhang Qintao left resentfully. This time, Yang Ming didn't know what tricks Zhang Qintao wanted to play, but one thing was certain. This guy was definitely up to no good. In front of so many people, he must be thinking of ways to make Yang Ming look bad again. Of course, although he knew it would be like this in his heart, he did a good job on the surface. Huang Rongjin pretended to be surprised and walked quickly to Zhang Qintao. Most of the people present knew the grievances between Huang Rongjin and Zhang Qintao, but people always had the mentality of watching the fun. Even though they knew that the two people didn't get along, they were very curious to see what high-end things Zhang Qintao is this time. This time, I bought a vase from the Ming Dynasty. I want younger brother Huang to help me identify the authenticity. With that said, Zhang Qintao opened the package in his hand, then took out a box from it. He opened the box and carefully took out the things inside. This was a celadone vase with exquisite workmanship and exquisite design. The people present more or less had a certain understanding of antiques. When they saw such a beautiful vase, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zhang Qintao proudly put the vase on the table in the center of the villa and then said to Huang Rongjin, "Younger brother Huang, it is said that you are very accomplished in the study of porcelain from the Ming Dynasty. Today, I will ask you, an expert, to help me identify the authenticity of the vase." Huang Rongjin glanced at Zhang Qintao coldly. The identification of the authenticity of this antique was a great knowledge. Although Huang Rongjin had put a lot of effort in this area, antiques were antiques after all. Unlike other things, it still took a lot of effort to identify the authenticity. Not to mention, in such a short period of time, even an expert would need to use some high-tech tools to identify it. However, even if this was the case, if Huang Rongjin didn't say anything today, Zhang Qintao must have prepared a lot of sarcastic words. There was no doubt about it. "How is it, younger brother Huang? This vase is good, right?" Zhang Qintao saw Huang Rongjin's appreciative gaze and said proudly, "And it's really good." Huang Rongjin nodded and appraised the vase. No matter from which angle, whether it was the pattern on the top or the rust spots, it could prove that this was a vase from the Ming Dynasty. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy Huang Rongjin's heart was. Zhang Qintao took such a vase to me to appraise. He must have a trick up his sleeve, but what does he want to do? Huang Rongjin couldn't guess, so he didn't dare to speak. He just looked at the vase carefully and looked at some details on the vase that were easy to ignore. The contradiction between Yang Ming and the pink-headed fat man was interrupted by Zhang Qintao as soon as he came in. The pink-headed fat man knew that he couldn't make trouble for a while, so he had to give up and look at the vase on the table with everyone. The pink-headed fat man couldn't see anything. He just thought that it was just a vase, but Yang Ming noticed something from the tit-for-tat dialogue between Huang Rongjin and Zhang Qintao. "Lele, who is that Zhang Qintao?" Yang Ming walked to Huang Lele and asked in a low voice. "He's a friend of my second brother, but he always likes to mock my second brother. It should be the same this time. If my second brother can't tell whether this vase is real or fake, he might say something unpleasant again." Huang Lele hated this Zhang Qintao, but she also understood the relationship between the two families. Her second brother couldn't do anything to him. Huang Lele naturally couldn't do anything. Yang Ming nodded after listening. He probably understood the relationship between the two people. It seemed that this Zhang Qintao came with ill intentions. Without understanding Zhang Qintao's purpose, Huang Rongjin naturally wouldn't speak easily, but Zhang Qintao was a little impatient. "How is it, younger brother Huang? You are an expert in this area. Is this vase real or fake?" No matter how he looked at it, this vase was very much like a real one. But it was precisely because it was too real that Huang Rongjin didn't dare to make a conclusion easily. Because the current technology was so developed, the technology of counterfeiting was very powerful. It was not rare to be able to make something that looked like a real thing. Zhang Qintao took such a real vase to test her. How could he be so kind? If this vase was really a counterfeit, then after he said that this vase was real, Zhang Qintao would definitely take the opportunity to make fun of him. But such a simple and easy-to-understand truth Would Zhang Qintao not understand? If he took something that was not very easy to identify and had a poor quality, ambiguous thing for him to identify, that would be really difficult for him to judge. But with such a real thing for him to judge, how could he not be suspicious? However, from another perspective, if this was just a strategy of sowing discord, Zhang Qintao deliberately took a real vase to confuse him and make him mistakenly think that it was a fake. This was not impossible. In this way, Huang Rongjin really couldn't back down. As if he knew Huang Rongjin's thoughts, Zhang Qintao shook his head and stood by calmly. I say, expert, aren't you a bit too slow? Even if you can't look at it carefully, at least give a preliminary opinion, right? Huang Rongjin was a little annoyed. He thought, if I say a preliminary opinion, you will definitely come to bombard me, right? But he could not say it. So many people were looking at him. Huang Rongjin really had to say a result today. Well, even if he said that this vase was fake, if Zhang Qintao insisted that this vase was real, then he couldn't do anything. It was better to say that it was real. He could still gamble. At least if the vase was fake, he had to say why it was fake, right? There must be a flaw, right? At least Huang Rongjin didn't see any flaws. So, Huang Rongjin nodded, took a deep breath, and said, after my preliminary judgment, it seems that this vase is real. Before Huang Rongjin's words were finished, he was interrupted by Yang Ming. Yang Ming patted Huang Rongjin's shoulder and said, it seems that this vase is really made, but is still fake. Is this what Brother Huang meant? After hearing Yang Ming's words, Huang Rongjin was obviously stunned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming said that the vase was fake, Huang Rongjin knew that Yang Ming himself was outstanding. He must have his reason for saying so. Instead of guessing on his own, it was better to listen to Yang Ming this time and gamble. Anyway, he was not sure about it. At most, he would be ridiculed by Zhang Qintao. It was not a big deal. Is it real or fake? Zhang Qintao looked at Yang Ming with some dissatisfaction. He thought, who is this guy? Why is he interrupting? What Yang Ming said is what I mean. Huang Rongjin nodded affirmatively. Zhang Qintao's face changed in an instant, but it immediately returned to normal. If one didn't look carefully, it couldn't be seen at all. But it could hide from other people's eyes, but it couldn't hide from Yang Ming's eyes. Zhang Qintao restored his previous smug expression. Brother Huang, I am afraid that you guessed wrong this time, right? How can this vase be fake? I bought it at an auction in the United Kingdom for £3 million. Huang Rongjin was stunned and didn't know how to answer, but out of his trust in Yang Ming, he still looked at Yang Ming. Sure enough, Yang Ming disappointed him. Really? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Qintao with a smile. Are you sure that this vase is real? Of course, I am sure. The vase is mine, and I have found an expert to authenticate it. It must be real. Zhang Qintao nodded with certainty, but in his heart, he was very upset with the person in front of him. What does it have to do with him? Then, what if I insist that it is fake? Yang Ming looked at the vase and looked at Zhang Qintao. Chapter 884. Who the hell are you? Zhang Qintao was more and more upset with Yang Ming. Do you think it is fake just because you say it is fake? Well, then you tell me. Why is this vase fake? Since you say it is fake, then show me the evidence. In fact, this vase was indeed fake, but it was too realistic. Zhang Qintao took this fake vase to a very authoritative institution to identify it, and the answers he got were ambiguous. Moreover, this vase was not bought at an auction in the United Kingdom, but it cost £3 million. It was just that the money was used to hire a professional counterfeiter. Before coming, Zhang Qintao carefully analyzed Huang Rongjin's mentality. The final conclusion was that the possibility of Huang Rongjin saying that this vase was real was higher. Although this vase was very similar to a real one, it was still fake after all. Zhang Qintao naturally had a way to distinguish it. At that time, Huang Rongjin's face would be ruined. Using £3 million to make a fake vase just to embarrass Huang Rongjin, the price was indeed a bit high. However, in the eyes of Zhang Qintao, a rich young master, this money was nothing. Compared to making Huang Rongjin lower his head, this money was still worth it. However, even if Huang Rongjin said that this vase was fake, he would not admit it. He would say that the vase was real and let Huang Rongjin show evidence that the vase was fake. However, in that case, it was obviously different to let others show evidence than to directly show evidence. It was much stronger to show evidence than to let others show evidence. However, if this situation really happened, then there was no other way. He would insist that the vase was real. If Huang Rongjin said that it was fake, he had to show evidence, right? Zhang Qintao did not believe that Huang Rongjin could find any strong evidence. But even so, he couldn't say that this vase was real evidence. Then, he would not achieve the purpose of humiliating Huang Rongjin. So when Huang Rongjin said that this vase was real, Zhang Qintao was very excited, but he did not expect Yang Ming to interfere and destroy the previous advantage. What if I take out evidence? Yang Ming asked calmly with a smile. What if you can't produce evidence? Zhang Qintao asked. If I can't produce evidence, I'll eat this vase. Yang Ming pointed at the vase. Huh, sure. Zhang Qintao was unhappy with Yang Ming. Since Yang Ming was looking for trouble, then he couldn't blame Zhang Qintao. So, Zhang Qintao said, if you take out the evidence, I will eat this vase. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly reached out and knocked over the vase on the table. Pa! The vase was suddenly smashed into pieces, breaking into pieces. What are you doing? Zhang Qintao was shocked and then angrily stared at Yang Ming. Why did you break my vase? Aren't you being too arrogant? Seeing that the master was angry, the two followers behind Zhang Qintao immediately rushed to Yang Ming. They wanted to capture Yang Ming. They didn't dare to make a move on Huang Rongjin, but they didn't have so many scruples about Yang Ming. For this person who ruined the master's plan, they naturally had to teach him a lesson. These two people just came to Yang Ming's side. Just as they were about to reach out and grab Yang Ming, they were slapped by Yang Ming. They were seeing stars. Is there a place for you two to be cocky here? After that, he turned to Zhang Qintao and said, your two followers are too unruly. I'll teach them a lesson for you. Yang Ming's two slaps were a lot of strength. In an instant, the two people's faces were beaten into steamed buns. They were dizzy and almost fell. It was obviously impossible to deal with Yang Ming again. Zhang Qintao saw that his men were beaten. Although he was angry, he had nothing to say. Yang Ming was indeed right. He didn't order his men to teach Yang Ming a lesson, so he had to suffer this loss. But the matter of Yang Ming breaking his vase must be mentioned. Thank you for your trouble. But my vase was broken by you. What should I do? This was bought for 3 million pounds. Even Huang Rongjin was inexplicably surprised. He didn't know what Yang Ming was doing. Why did he suddenly smash the vase? As he was puzzled, he suddenly saw Yang Ming give him a look that said, don't be impatient. Huang Rongjin swallowed the words he wanted to say and quietly watched the development of the matter. Yang Ming didn't answer Zhang Qintao's words. Instead, he bent down and picked up one of the pieces from the pile of vase fragments. Then, he put it on the table and said to Zhang Qintao with a smile, this is my evidence. Zhang Qintao's face suddenly became pale. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually discover the secret of this vase. Logically speaking, it was impossible. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, the facts were in front of him. Yang Ming took out his evidence. At the moment when Yang Ming put the fragments of the vase on the table, everyone's eyes followed Yang Ming's hand and focused on the fragments of the vase. They saw that on the fragments of the vase, a few words were clearly written in graphite. Hidden swordsman, copied in London in 2009. This sentence naturally couldn't be written by the people of the Ming Dynasty. At least the people of the Ming Dynasty didn't know where London was, unless someone traveled through time, but this was basically impossible. Especially the last two words, copied, which meant that this vase was undoubtedly a fake. I don't know. Is this considered evidence? Yang Ming pointed to the fragments of the vase on the table and asked Zhang Qintao. This? Zhang Qintao was suddenly embarrassed on the spot and couldn't speak. Just now, he swore that this vase was real. Now, he really lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. Originally, the biggest secret of this vase was that Zhang Qintao intended to use it to deal with Huang Rongjin. If he said that the vase was real, then he would smash the vase on the spot and show the handwriting inside to Huang Rongjin. But now, he didn't use it, but it was used by others to deal with him. Huang Rongjin didn't expect the final result to be like this. He couldn't help but like and admire Yang Ming. It seemed that his brother-in-law was indeed a strong person. Now, Huang Rongjin's face had been earned enough, and Zhang Qintao was already very embarrassed. Huang Rongjin didn't want to push too much. After all, the relationship between the two families was there. This was also related to Huang Rongjin's character. He was more generous. If it were replaced by Zhang Qintao, he would never let Huang Rongjin go so easily. Well, eat the vase. I think we should forget about it. Huang Rongjin laughed and mediated. But, Brother Qintao, next time you buy something, you have to open your eyes. Don't be cheated again. Zhang Qintao lowered his head and couldn't speak. He had nothing to say. At this point, it would be shameful to say another word. However, I think this vase is quite exquisite. It is not a loss to spend 3 million yuan. Huang Rongjin smiled. Since the vase is broken, then I will pay for the vase. No need. This money doesn't matter. Zhang Qintao shook his head and said with some frustration, Today, I have learned a lot. I will leave now. After saying that, he quickly left the villa with his 2 followers who were still in a daze. After they all left, Huang Rongjin ordered the people to clean up the fragments of the vase, and then patted Yang Ming's shoulder. I didn't expect it. I just thought you were a gambling master. Why? Are you also very accomplished in appreciating antiques? I can't say that. My godfather is Lu Weishan. When I was with him, I learned some knowledge from what I heard and saw. Yang Ming had to push his godfather out. Otherwise, it was really hard to explain. Your godfather is actually Lu Weishan. Huang Rongjin was surprised and said, I also bought a piece of jade carved by him. Hee, is it the Hong Kong auction? Yang Ming smiled. I also went that time. What a coincidence. Huang Rongjin nodded with emotion, and then asked curiously, Then how are you sure that there is forged information in this porcelain? This actually I don't know. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that he saw it directly with his special ability, but he had just thought of an excuse. So he said, I just like to observe people's expressions. When you just said that this vase was real, I found that Zhang Qintao's eyes suddenly lit up, so I felt that there must be a problem with this vase, so I interrupted your words and said that the vase was fake. Sure enough, the moment I said that the vase was fake, I saw Zhang Qintao's expression become very ugly for a moment. Although he quickly returned to normal, I still realized that I may have said what was in his heart. As for how I knew that the secret of this vase was inside, it could only be said that it was a gamble. Because I once heard from my godfather that there was a person called the Hidden Swordsman who was very proficient in making fake antiques. However, when he made fake antiques, he would write his name inside the antique to show the difference between it and the real thing. So at that time, I suddenly thought of this point, so I broke the vase. But even if my guess is wrong, then it's nothing. It's just more than 3 million pounds. I could still afford to pay for this. Everyone had an expression of understanding, but they admired Yang Ming's decisiveness. He dared to take the risk of breaking the vase to verify his idea. In Huang Rongjin's heart, he favored Yang Ming even more. He also supported the matter between him and his little sister, Huang Lele. Such a talent was really rare. Well, everyone, let's disperse. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Let's start the party. Everyone, please. Huang Rongjin announced to everyone after the servant cleaned up the fragments of the vase on the ground. Chapter 885. When everyone dispersed, Yang Ming looked back and found that the pink-headed fat man was still standing beside him. So he smiled and said, Why? Do you still want to compete? No, no more. The pink-headed fat man said firmly, I give up. You are very powerful. You are good at both civil and martial arts. You are indeed worthy of Huang Lele. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard the words of the pink-headed fat man. Your nature is not bad. Don't mix with Li Jiaoyang in the future. The pink-headed fat man shook his head and said, Brother Li is a very good person. Everyone looks down on me. He is the only one who hangs out with me. Yang Ming sighed. Everyone has their own aspirations. Just let him be. After all, it was the day to return to Songjiang. The things in Macau were done. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, Wang Mei, and Huang Lele boarded the plane to Donghai. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei were passengers. Wang Mei had quit her job at the airline here, so her identity had also become a passenger. But Huang Lele still had the identity of a flight attendant. Huang Lele couldn't give up her job and stay with Yang Ming in Songjiang because her second brother was still in Macau. There was also the family business. Huang Lele couldn't ignore these. Fortunately, her flight was flying back and forth from Donghai and Macau. As long as she wanted to, she could still see Yang Ming often. Separation was inevitable. When Huang Lele really saw Yang Ming boarding the plane with his luggage, her heart suddenly became empty. Unknowingly, the feelings of the two people had become difficult to part with. Hey, Yang Ming, every time I fly to Donghai in the future, will you come to see me? Huang Lele kicked Yang Ming's calf with the tip of her foot and asked softly while helping him put down the luggage. As long as I have time, I will definitely go. Yang Ming was also reluctant to part with Huang Lele, so he nodded solemnly. Then I'll remember it. Let me tell you, I haven't adapted yet. Why I did it with you? It still hurts a little. If you don't see me, I'll find someone else to adapt to it. Huang Lele threatened. You dare. Although Yang Ming knew that she was joking, he still glared at Huang Lele. Huang Lele giggled twice and helped Yang Ming and the others put away Yang Ming's luggage. There were other passengers who needed help. Huang Lele naturally couldn't always stand by Yang Ming's side, so she gave Yang Ming a smile and went to help others. To be honest, are you willing to be separated from Lele? After sitting down, Wang Mei began to gossip. So what if I can't bear to? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Everyone has their own way of life. Huang Lele has a family business in Macau to take care of. It's impossible to stay in Songjiang and not go back, right? Just like your parents. If they want to stay in Macau, you can't do anything about it. That's true. Wang Mei nodded and said with some emotion, I really didn't expect that in just a few days my life and Lele's life have undergone huge changes. Have you thought about it? What are you going to do after returning to Songjiang? Yang Ming asked Wang Mei. You definitely can't go to Zhang Bin's jewelry company. You probably can't hide your matter from Zhao Sisi. That girl is very smart, but it's not very good for you to meet. Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's words and laughed twice. I have already talked to Wang Mei. After returning, I will give her a computer so that she can learn how to trade stocks and foreign exchange. Then, it's not bad to do some financial investments. Yang Ming nodded and said, this is also good. It seems that Chen Mingyan also said when she was in high school that she was very interested in stocks. Let them learn together. Who is Chen Mingyan? Wang Mei naturally didn't know who Chen Mingyan was. Boss's first wife, first girlfriend, our high school classmate, and the campus belle of our school. Zhang Bin explained. Wang Mei was delighted when she heard it. Yang Ming let his girlfriend accompany her to trade stocks. Obviously, he supported her. With Yang Ming's support, Wang Mei was not afraid of losing money. Anyway, she would ask Chen Mingyan for advice in the future. Even if she really lost money, Yang Ming would not blame her. When Huang Lele had nothing to do, she would come to the first class to accompany Yang Ming and others. The people on this flight were Wang Mei's colleagues. Now that Wang Mei had resigned, Huang Lele, her best friend, would accompany her. No one would have any opinion. In the end, the plane landed at Donghai International Airport. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei carried their luggage and said their final goodbye to Huang Lele. Lele, we will come to see you often. Wang Mei's mood was also a little excited. After all, this was her best friend. Damn, Huang Lele rarely comes back. Boss still has to be intimate with her. Why are you going to be the third wheel? Zhang Bing's words immediately lightened the atmosphere. The four of them laughed out loud. Come and find me. Huang Lele quickly kissed Yang Ming's face and then ran back to the plane. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Wang Mei got off the plane and walked to the airport corridor. Brother Yang. Walking out of the airport, they saw Bao Sanli's sunny smile. I finally returned to my own territory. The moment Yang Ming set foot on the land of Donghai, he suddenly had a warm feeling. This was the first time that Bao Sanli called Yang Ming Brother Yang in front of Zhang Bin, but Zhang Bin didn't know who Bao Sanli was, so he didn't find it strange. He thought that Bao Sanli was a friend of Yang Ming. The car carried the 4 people and drove quickly to Songjiang City. It was the first time that Wang Mei came to Songjiang. Although the plane landed in Donghai, she had taken advantage of her free time to go to the nearby shopping mall. However, it was the first time that she really walked so far. Baozi, let me introduce you. This is my good buddy, Zhang Bin, my high school classmate. Our relationship is very close. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Bin and said to Bao Sanli, "Hello, my name is Bao Sanli. Just call me Baozi." Bao Sanli turned his head and nodded to Zhang Bin in a friendly manner. "In the future, if there is anything in Songjiang, just tell me." "Ha, look at my mouth. You are Brother Yang's close buddy. You don't need me to do anything." Zhang Bin nodded with some doubts. Although he knew that his boss seemed to be very powerful, he didn't know the identity of Bao Sanli at this time. However, Zhang Bin had been with Yang Ming for a long time, so he didn't think much about it. However, Wang Mei on the side immediately noticed that the identity of the driver who drove Yang Ming in front was not ordinary. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he could settle a lot of things in Songjiang. Then, isn't Yang Ming even more powerful? So she asked Zhang Bin curiously in a whisper, "Zhang Bin, what does your boss do? Is he really an underworld boss?" "My boss." Zhang Bin had received too many surprises from Yang Ming in the past few days. When he was asked by Wang Mei, he didn't know how to answer. If it was before, Zhang Bin would say, "Boss and I are close buddies in high school. Who doesn't know each other well?" But now, Zhang Bin found that Yang Ming seemed to have become another person. Of course, this referred to Yang Ming's identity and ability. The only thing that didn't change was his feelings for himself. From the 2 things that Yang Ming went to save Wang Mei's parents and tried to help him clear the suspicion of murder, the boss regarded him as a good brother from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Yang Ming's phone rang. Zhang Bin just took the opportunity to shut his mouth because he also had a lot of questions to ask Yang Ming. "Hello." Yang Ming picked up the phone. "Hello, Yang Ming. I'm the big sister. Have you gotten off the plane?" Yang Li's voice came over the phone. "Oh, it's big sister. I just got off the plane. I'm now on the way back to Songjiang from Donghai." Before Yang Ming came back, he had a phone call with Yang Li. He knew that Yang Li had an urgent matter to look for him. "That's great." Yang Li said, "My dad is worried to death these days. An engineering company in Phoenix City ordered my dad's construction machinery, but when we were preparing to deliver the goods, we received a threat from the construction machinery company in Phoenix City. They told us that as long as we dared to bring the machinery to Phoenix City, they would smash it on the spot." Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. Isn't this person a bit too arrogant? "I have such a big force now, but I don't use any improper means to suppress my competitors. Where are you? Wait for me to come over in a while. We'll talk when we meet." "I'm at home. My dad is also there. This is the first business that my dad is responsible for. As a result, ended up like this. My dad was so worried that he didn't eat for a day." Yang Li said, "Okay, I got it. You wait for me." Yang Ming said, "Baozi, send Zhang Bin and Wang Mei back first. Then, take me to my uncle's house. Something happened to him. Hurry up." Yang Ming instructed Bao Sanli. "Okay, I got it," Bao Sanli said and sped up the car. "Bro, we're not in a hurry. Wang Mei doesn't have a house here yet. We will be arranged to stay in the hotel later. Why don't you do your business first? You can send us back later," Zhang Bin said. Yang Ming hesitated. "That's fine, as long as you're not in a hurry." "Why are we in a hurry? There's nothing to do anyway," Zhang Bin said indifferently. After entering the Songjiang city, the speed of the car slowed down. Bao Sanli was already trying very hard to overtake, but there were too many traffic lights. The speed still couldn't go up. What kind of quality is this? Bao Sanli looked at the facade in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Yang Ming's uncle's house just happened to turn right at this intersection, and the Passat in front was going straight, but it occupied the right turn lane. Although there was some space on the side, a small car could pass by. Bao Somli's Jinbei van was enough. Chapter 886. In the city, there were always some people who unconsciously liked to violate the traffic rules. They often secretly rejoiced that running a red light was not caught by the camera. They also often felt complacent that they were not caught by the traffic police for breaking the rules, going the wrong way, etc. This section was not a main road, so there was no traffic police on duty. However, the traffic at this intersection was relatively crowded. The driver of the Passat occupied the right turn lane in order to be the first to pass after the signal light turned green. D. Bao Somli pressed the horn a few times, but the Passat turned a deaf ear. It didn't even move. It was no wonder that there was no traffic police in this section. He stopped here, and no one could do anything to him. But if he drove forward and gave up the intersection, it was equivalent to running the red light. Therefore, the driver of the Passat would not do such a stupid thing. Bao Somli looked at the timer on the signal light. There were more than 300 seconds left. There was no overpass in this section, so the traffic flow was very slow and the signal light was long. It couldn't be helped. Bao Somli had to drive the car as close to the side of the road as possible. He planned to pass through the gap between the Passat and the roadside. Although the driving was extremely slow, Bao Somli still drove the car slowly. As he was relieved, he heard a slash sound. Bao Somli quickly looked back. It turned out that the tail of the car was still scraping the head of the Passat. Originally, if they had been going straight, the two cars would not have scraped each other. But the key problem was that Bao Somli wanted to turn right. There were still cars driving on the right straight road. Bao Somli couldn't make the turn too big. The Jinbei was long. If so, it would be in the middle of the road. So, inevitably, when they were turning, the tail of the Jinbei car scraped the front of the Passat. After the accident, Bao Somli had to stop the car. He said to Yang Ming apologetically, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry. I thought I was in a hurry. I didn't expect that the more anxious I was, the more problems there would be. It's fine. What else could Yang Ming say now?" After all, Bao Somli was also doing it out of kindness, so he smiled slightly. Let's deal with the accident first. At this time, the driver of the Passat had already come down. He was squatting at the intersection of the two cars to check the problem. "Then I'll go down and take a look." Bao Somli nodded with some embarrassment. Wait, that Passat driver seems to be my junior high school classmate." Zhang Bin looked at the driver of the Passat and said, "Wait for me. If it's really him, then it'll be easy to talk about." With that said, Zhang Bin and Bao Somli got off the car together. "Do you know how to drive? How could he fucking let this pass? How could you pass?" Seeing the person getting off the Jinbei car, the driver of the Passat went up and accused him angrily. Because he saw that the other party's car wasn't very good, his arrogance immediately rose. If the other party drove a Mercedes-Benz, he probably wouldn't have such an attitude. "Yuan Gongyi, is it you?" Zhang Bin walked over and shouted to the driver of the Passat. The driver of the Passat heard someone call his name, so he raised his head. At first, he was a little confused, but then he said, "Oh, you are Zhang Bin. It's really you." Zhang Bin was a little happy and said, "You didn't go to the last class reunion. I thought you weren't in Songjiang." I was too busy." Yuan Gongyi flicked his hair and looked like a busy person. This is great. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Since everyone knows each other, I think we should just forget about it." Zhang Bin himself could drive, so he naturally knew the traffic rules. Moreover, you're also a violation. If you really wait for the traffic police to deal with it, you will also be fined. "Zhang Bin, what you said is wrong. We are friends, but this is a matter. You didn't drive this car, right? If you drove it, then forget it. But now the driver isn't you, so you don't have to worry about this." Yuan Gongyi's face suddenly sank, and then he waved his hand to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin was suddenly hung there. He was in a dilemma and was very embarrassed. He thought that since everyone was junior high school classmate, this matter would be settled, but he didn't expect Yuan Gongyi to not give him any face. Yuan Gongyi, what do you mean by this? Do you think that you don't have any responsibility for parking the car here? Zhang Bin was also a little annoyed. Of course, my car can be parked here. Yuan Gongyi pointed to a pass in the lower left corner of his window and said, "Look at it yourself. This is a privileged car." Zhang Bin glanced at the pass in Yuan Gongyi's window and saw that it said, "News interview, parking at any time." Zhang Bin frowned. He didn't know which organization issued this privilege certificate. Nowadays, there are too many of these kinds of certificates. Many non-special vehicles would have such a pass placed under the car window. Then, they would become special vehicles and enjoy some traffic privileges. Regardless of the authenticity of his certificate, even if it was true, it might not be for him to use at this time. It was estimated that this was a media interview certificate used to facilitate the reporters to park at the scene, but it was infinitely expanded by Yuan Gongyi. If it weren't for Yang Ming watching in the car, Bao Sanli really wanted to kick this idiot under the wheel. If he wanted to get this kind of car certificate, he could probably get a row of them. Say it. How much is the compensation? Bao Sanli didn't want to waste time with such a person. He wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. Hey, this is still a straightforward person, but since you're Zhang Bin's friend, I won't cheat you. 3,000 yuan, just a token. Yuan Gongyi said. 3,000 yuan? Bao Sanli was almost amused. Your car isn't worth this amount even if the paint is scraped off from the Mercedes-Benz. It only costs a few hundred yuan to repair the paint in the repair shop. You are really asking for a lot. Zhang Bin's face also changed. Yuan Gongyi, it's enough. Don't joke around. I'll give you 500 yuan. Bao Sanli looked at the size of the scratch and estimated in his heart. 500 yuan was more than enough. Are you sending away a beggar? Yuan Gongyi rolled his glasses and said to Bao Sanli, "Let me tell you, I'm already giving face to Zhang Bin by asking for 3,000 yuan. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Do you believe it?" No matter how good Bao Sanli's temper was, he couldn't stand it at the moment, not to mention that he had a bad temper. At this moment, he could endure and negotiate with this guy. One was because this guy was Zhang Bin's junior high school classmate, and the other was because Yang Ming had an emergency. He didn't want to waste time here. But some things you can't go too far, right? Giving you 500 yuan is already giving you a way out. What if I don't believe it? Bao Sanli sneered and asked, "You don't want to give me 500 yuan? Fine, then I won't give you a penny today. Let's see what you can do to me." "This is what you said. You wait for me." As Yuan Gongyi said this, he took out the phone and dialed a number. He said a few words to the other side and then hung up the phone. "If you have the ability, then wait for 10 minutes. After that, Yuan Gongyi jumped into the car. In order to prevent the Jinbei van from escaping, he directly crossed the car in front of the Jinbei van and completely blocked the driver's door of the Jinbei van. In this way, it would take a lot of effort for Bao Sanli to drive. After doing all this, Yuan Gongyi sat leisurely in the car, turned on the radio, and listened to music. "Brother Zhang, let's get in the car." Bao Sanli glanced at Yuan Gongyi coldly, and then said to Zhang Bin, "Brother Yang, just now." When they got in the car, Bao Sanli opened his mouth to explain the reason to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to say it. I saw it clearly in the car. Just do what you need to do." Sometimes this kind of person doesn't know how to restrain himself if you don't teach him a lesson. Yang Ming actually wanted to take this opportunity to show his strength in Songjiang in front of Zhang Bin. These things couldn't always be hidden from Zhang Bin. Since he decided to tell him, he had to give him a heads up in advance. Bao Sanli immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also very unhappy with Yuan Gongyi and wanted to teach him a lesson. Bao Sanli nodded, took out the phone, and made a call. "Bro, Yuan Gongyi seems to be calling for help." Zhang Bin didn't know Bao Sanli's identity, so he was a little worried. "It's okay. He's calling for help. Can't we call for help?" Yang Ming said with a smile. "Just wait for a good show, but don't say that I don't give face to your junior high school classmate." It was fine if he didn't mention this. When it was mentioned, Zhang Bin was furious. Give face to him? Damn, what is this? He is still like this with his old classmate. It really pisses me off. Probably because Yuan Gongyi made the call first, it didn't take long for 4 or 5 little gangsters to come. When Yuan Gongyi saw them coming, he quickly got out of the car and greeted one of the guys who seemed to be the leader. "Brother Toad, my car was scratched by someone here. That person was being unreasonable with me. Can you take a look?" "Oh, which car is it?" The person who was called Brother Toad looked up and pointed to the Jinbei van next to him. "Is it this Jinbei van?" "Yes, this is the car." Yuan Gongyi nodded. Brother Toad waved his hand and walked to the Jinbei van with a few other little gangsters. Then he reached out and knocked on the window of the car vigorously. "The people inside, come out quickly. Hurry up." Bao Samli looked at Yang Ming. When he saw Yang Ming nodding to him, Bao Samli frowned and opened the door. "Where you guys from?" Bao Samli wasn't sure if these little gangsters knew him, but most of the gangsters in Songjiang were managed by his own men, so Bao Samli directly asked where they were from. Bao Samli didn't know them, but it was impossible for them not to know Bao Samli. When Brother Toad saw the car door open, he wanted to go up and catch them, but he saw his boss's boss poke his head out from inside. He was frightened and stood under the car, not knowing what to do. Chapter 887. "Brother Toad, what are you doing?" An underling next to him wanted to go with Brother Toad to catch the person, but he saw Brother Toad standing at the door, so he wondered, "Go up and catch the person. Catch my ass." Brother Toad reacted at this time. He turned his head and stared at his underling. "Hurry up and call Brother Bao." Then he quickly turned around and said to Bao Samli respectfully, "Brother Bao, I am following Brother Nyo. He is from Didi Bar." Bao Samli naturally didn't know who Brother Nyo was. These little things were now taken care of by the people in the security company. He just nodded casually and then asked Brother Toad, "Did that guy just ask you to come?" Yes. Brother Toad didn't dare to hide. "Yuan Gongyi asked me to come, but if I knew that Brother Bao was here, I definitely wouldn't come." "Okay, don't say those useless things. Let me ask you, what does Yuan Gongyi do?" Bao Samli first wanted to inquire about Yuan Gongyi's background. Although he basically didn't need to be afraid of anyone in Songjiang, it wouldn't be good if he beat up someone with a high status. Yuan Gongyi is responsible for advertising in Songjiang Metropolis daily. Brother Toad said he has more money in hand. He often takes customers to Didi Bar, so we are more familiar with him. He always comes to us to settle any trouble he encounters. Because we usually take a lot of tips from him, we can't not help when there is a problem. Is he really a reporter? Bao Samli frowned. When he saw the news interview pass on his car, he thought it was a bluff. He is not a reporter, but a person hired by the advertising department of the newspaper. Brother Toad replied truthfully, "Oh, so that means the car pass on his car is real?" Bao Samli nodded and asked, "What do you mean real?" "Only the documents on the few interview vans in the newspaper office are real. This one is based on the interview vans. It was made with money from the typing club on the streets." Brother Toad laughed and said, "Brother Bao, do you want one too?" "Why would I want that?" Bao Samli waved his hand. "Do you think I look like a reporter?" "That's not it." "Brother Leopard, I thought you wanted to get one." Brother Toad scratched his head. After listening to Brother Toad's words, Bao Samli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yuan Gongyi is quite a character. He is still so confident in using a fake certificate. He is also a badass. On the other side, Yuan Gongyi was sitting in the Passat, waiting to see the people on the Golden Cup car kneel down and beg for mercy. After he graduated from junior high school, although he was not admitted to high school, he had been in the society for a few years. He could be considered to have made a name for himself. Now, he was running advertisements for Songjiang City newspaper. He could get tens of thousands of commission a month. He was considered to be an awesome person. He just bought a car last year. Then, he found the driver of the newspaper office and secretly borrowed the newspaper office's interview car permit. Then, he went to the typing club next door to make a fake one and put on his car. Needless to say, after breaking the rules a few times, Yuan Gongyi found that this car permit was really useful. The traffic police on the road really gave him face. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't stop him. Once, he was stopped at a non-left-turn intersection. Yuan Gongyi used the excuse that he was from the newspaper office and was in a hurry to go to the news site for an interview. The traffic police didn't say anything after hearing it and let him go directly. Then, Yuan Gongyi began to feel a little smug. He really thought that he was a big shot. Especially at the beginning of this year, he made a few friends in the society. For example, this Brother Toad was in the underworld. He could settle a lot of things for him. Yuan Gongyi even thought that there was nothing that he couldn't do in Songjiang. He was simply omnipotent. Therefore, under the extreme expansion of his self-confidence, he didn't put Bao Songli, the driver of the Golden Cup van, in his eyes. He was even more disdainful toward his junior high school classmate, Zhang Bin. Didn't you just get admitted to university? What can you do? I didn't get admitted to university, but I'm still very badass. At that time, when Zhang Bin comes to beg me, I can make some sarcastic remarks about him and then give him face. In just 10,000 yuan. Let him take out 10,000 yuan, and this matter will be over. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see the scene he expected. Yuan Gongyi couldn't help but be anxious. He got out of the car personally. When he just closed the door, he saw 3 Golden Cup vans suddenly stop on the side of the road and surround his car. As Yuan Gongyi was wondering, the doors of the Golden Cup vans opened one after another. More than a dozen neatly dressed men in black jumped out from the vans. Of course, these people were obviously not of the same level as the Brother Toad that he found. If these people were the regular army, then the ones he found were simply the counterfeit army. Seeing that the people were coming, Bao Songli pushed aside the Brother Toad and jumped out of the car. When the men in black saw Bao Songli, they immediately stood neatly and then bowed together. Brother Bao. Bao Songli pointed to Yuan Gongyi, who was standing next to the Passat, and then said faintly, "It's him. Don't kill him." "Yes," the men in black said in unison. "What about us?" Brother Toad had a sad face and stood next to Bao Songli. He didn't know how Bao Songli would punish him. Bao Songli was naturally not so stingy. He didn't have much to do with these people. He looked at his van that was in the middle and then said to Brother Toad, "You come and help me move my things. I want to change the van." When Brother Toad heard it, he was immediately happy. Listening to this, he probably didn't want to blame him. He quickly called his men and changed the luggage of Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and others to another Golden Cup van. Before Yuan Gongyi could understand what was going on, he was stuffed into a van. When he shouted the name of Brother Toad, he found out that Brother Toad was carefully helping the Golden Cup van driver carry the bag. At this time, Yuan Gongyi suddenly woke up. He had provoked someone he shouldn't provoke, and he couldn't afford to provoke. After changing the van, Bao Songli sat back in the driver's seat and then started the van. He didn't care about Brother Toad, who was waving his hand flatteringly. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. In the van, Zhang Bin and Wang Mei were shocked and speechless. But in comparison, the most shocked one was Zhang Bin. Because he was with Yang Ming every day before, he didn't find out that Yang Ming had such power. However, Wang Mei was better because she wasn't very familiar with Yang Ming. In her opinion, Yang Ming himself was a very badass character. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming's driver was actually so powerful. Originally, when she saw him driving a very ordinary van, she thought that he was just an ordinary driver. But she didn't expect that the driver was actually an underworld boss. What kind of identity would Yang Ming have? When she heard Bao Songli say that she could look for him if she had anything in Songjiang, she thought it was a bit exaggerated. What could a driver do? But now it seemed that all of this was possible. Going back to Songjiang with Zhang Bin made Wang Mei feel that it was very wise. "Bro, are you really an underworld boss?" After driving for a long time, Zhang Bin came back to his senses and asked in surprise. "I'm not. He is." Yang Ming smiled and pointed to Bao Songli. Ugh. Zhang Bin was stunned. That Bao Songli called Yang Ming Brother Yang. Then what is Yang Ming? "Brother Yang, don't insult me." Bao Songli suddenly said, "You are the boss." Baozi is right about this. He is the boss of Songjiang. As for me, I am just the boss behind the scenes. Yang Ming smiled. "What? Bro, is it true? You're his boss?" Zhang Bin was so surprised that he couldn't describe it. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, it's nothing. There's some other things. I will tell you slowly. Well, my uncle's house is just in front. I have to hurry over. I will let Baozi send you to the hotel. Which hotel? Just text me directly. Okay, bro. Zhang Bin hadn't recovered from his excitement. He didn't expect that the underworld boss of Songjiang City actually became his driver, and his good buddy was the behind-the-scenes boss of Songjiang's underworld boss. Right, Baozi, come back after you go. Send my car, by the way. Yang Ming felt that it was too inconvenient to do things without a car when he returned to Songjiang. When he came to his uncle's house, Yang Ming called Yang Li and told her that he had arrived. Yang Li ran out of the villa happily. When she saw Yang Ming, she said, "Brother, you are here. If you didn't come, my dad would be worried to death." "Hee, it's okay. Am I not here now?" Yang Ming smiled. The estrangement between the two siblings had also become harmonious with the passage of time. Although Yang Ming still disagreed with Yang Li's previous snobbishness, now Yang Li had changed after all. She was more kind to people. This made Yang Ming feel that family affection should be like this. It was the truest not to mix in any power. Yang Ming followed Yang Li into the villa. As he was about to change his shoes, Yang Li stopped him. "No need. Just wear the shoes. The servant will wipe it later. Anyway, we have to wipe it all over at night." "Forget it. I came from the outside. My feet are all covered with snow. If it turns into water, it will be muddy." Yang Ming shook his head and didn't want to cause trouble for others. Yang Li quickly gave Yang Ming a pair of slippers and smiled. "You are so polite when you come to my house." "I'm not being polite. I just feel that changing shoes is not a complicated thing. It's just a little effort," Yang Ming said as he took out a gift from his pocket. "Right, this is the gift I brought back for you from Macau a few days ago." "What is it?" Yang Li asked with some surprise. She suddenly felt that she was indeed a little too proud, so much so that she messed up the original family affection. Now, Yang Li suddenly felt very warm. Regardless of what the gift was, at least this feeling of being remembered and cared for by her family made her feel very comfortable. Chapter 888. Perfume. I think this smell is very good. Anna, Sue's wishing spirit. Yang Ming said, "Maybe we also sell it here, but it's a token of my sincerity." This was the perfume that Huang Lele liked to use. Yang Ming fell in love with this smell and bought more than 10 bottles at once. He planned to give 1 bottle to each of his female friends. Just now, on the way to his uncle's house, he took out a bottle as a gift for Yang Li. "Thank you." Yang Li happily took over Yang Ming's gift. Although Anna Su also had a counter in Songjiang's Xining department store, this represented Yang Ming's sincerity. Going upstairs and coming to his uncle's study, Yang Li knocked on the door outside. "Dad, Lily, I said that I won't eat dinner. You and your mother eat. I'm thinking about something." Uncle Yang Dashin's voice came from the study. "Uncle, it's me." Yang Ming pushed open the door of the study. "Oh." Yang Dashin heard Yang Ming's voice and was obviously stunned. He looked up with some surprise. "Big Ming, you're back." "AI, it's great. I was waiting for you to come back and discuss these things with you." Yang Dashin stood up and quickly walked over to Yang Ming. He said excitedly, "Brother Yang Ming, you're a genius." After several things, Yang Dashin's trust in Yang Ming was even higher than Yang Dahai. In his opinion, Yang Ming would definitely come up with a good way for this kind of tricky thing. Even his daughter, Yang Li, thought so too. In fact, this matter wasn't easy to say, but it wasn't too difficult to say. The key was to see what Yang Dashin wanted to do. If he broke the contract with the engineering company, it was nothing. At most, he would return the deposit and pay some liquidated damages. All the losses were only tens of thousands of yuan. But Yang Dashin was unwilling. After all, this was the first deal of the engineering machinery department that he was responsible for. He took full responsibility for the manufacturing and sales of the engineering machinery from his younger brother, Yang Dahai. He wanted to make some achievements and achieve a big career. But now, there was already a problem with the first business. How could they continue to do business? Of course, not every city had such a situation. Phoenix City was purely an accident, but even if it was an accident, Yang Dashin was unwilling. When doing business, everyone was looking for good luck on the first order. Even if it wasn't profitable, they had to make the business a success. Therefore, this was the real reason why Yang Dashin didn't want to give up. It was also the reason why he couldn't eat or drink these days. Lily, go make some tea. I have something to discuss with Big Ming. Yang Dashin quickly instructed his daughter. All right. Yang Li smiled faintly. It had been a few days. She had never seen her father so excited. It seemed that her younger brother was capable. She quickly agreed and went downstairs to make tea. Big Ming, what happened these days? Lily also told you, right? Yang Dashin didn't need to be polite to his nephew, so he spoke directly. I almost understood it. Isn't it just the local engineering machinery company in Phoenix City that doesn't allow us to sell machinery to them? Yang Ming nodded and expressed that he understood the situation. Yeah, according to your dad, we won't lose anything even if we give up this business. Yang Dashin said, but I don't want to give up. This is the first business. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. So I want to start with a good start. If the first step isn't smooth, then the next step won't be smooth. Yang Ming agreed after listening. I think so too. It's just a local machinery company in Phoenix City. It can't do much, but we have to consider how to deal with it. Yeah, I was thinking at the time, should I let Brother, Bao, take some people to take care of it? But then I thought that it wasn't appropriate to do so. After all, it's their territory. A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If they have connections on the surface, our people won't be detained there. Yang Dashin analyzed carefully. Yang Ming thought, so after listening to it, it seemed that his uncle had considered the problem very thoroughly. After the failure of the entertainment city last time, he began to be cautious in doing things. He was not as impulsive as before. This was a good thing. Uncle, you are right. If we take people with great fanfare, it won't solve the problem in the end. It's treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Even if we can escort them once, we can't escort them every time, right? Yang Ming nodded. Yeah, I think so too. If we want to do this business, we have to do it in the long run. Yang Dashin said, we always escort them so carefully. If we are not careful, we will still fall into the other party's trap. Right? How is the strength of the company that ordered the machinery from us? Since this is the case, do they still dare to buy our machinery? Yang Ming suddenly thought of such an important thing. Of course, that company is an engineering company under the Phoenix City's investment promotion agency. No matter how powerful the machinery company is, they won't dare to go against them. They can only vent their anger on us. Yang Dashin said. Then, can't the investment promotion agency intervene in this matter? Yang Ming asked after listening. The key problem is that the engineering company also has a deep background. Because of this small matter, no one is willing to fall out with anyone. Yang Dashin smiled bitterly. After listening, Yang Ming sighed helplessly. He finally understood. The bosses of the two companies were powerful, but they didn't listen to each other. Yang Dashin became the victim between them. For this matter, I think I should go to Phoenix City personally. Yang Ming said, I have to settle this. Leave the boss of the machinery company to me. You go. Yang Dashin was stunned. How can I let you go for such a dangerous matter? It's the least dangerous for me to go. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't forget who saved you and Sister Yang Li. Letting you go is the real danger. All right, if we want to solve this matter once and for all, I have to go. Yang Dashin still wanted to persuade Yang Ming. But seeing how confident Yang Ming was, he also knew his nephew's ability. He hesitated and gave up. All right, then you must be careful. Don't force it. Of course, I know what to do. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, what is the name of the machinery company in Phoenix City? Do you have any information? I will study it first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Yes, I will print it out for you later. I have been worried about this matter for a few days. I even thought if we should let our provincial leaders go and talk to their provincial leaders. Yang Dashin sighed. That's not necessary. Making such a big scene will make things more complicated. Yang Ming waved his hand. Leave everything to me. As they were talking, Yang Li came in with tea. Yang Dashin told Yang Li, Li, you go and print out the information of the Sanquin Machinery Company in Phoenix City. Bring it back for Big Ming to look at. Okay. Putting the tea on the table, Yang Li went to the computer to print out the information. Yang Ming and Yang Dashin casually talked for a while about some problems in the construction machinery department of Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Yang Ming didn't know much about these. It was all Yang Dashin talking, and Yang Ming just listened. Right? Big Ming, did your dad tell you? Our Ming Yang Heavy Industry's current factory buildings may not be enough. We want to choose a place to build a new factory. Do you think it is better for us to set up a real estate company or find a developer to build it? Anyway, we can produce those machines. With our current relationship, the approval of qualifications is not a problem. Set up a real estate company? Yang Ming was stunned. When the Wang family's Century Xiongfeng Group was merged, there was also real estate development. Later, they let Ho Jinhan do it. I don't know how it is now. Is it broken up and sold? Or is it kept? Uncle, wait a minute. Let me ask. My friend seems to have real estate in his hands, said Yang Ming. It's in the hands of Brother Bao. My original company, right? That company has now been merged into the Century Xiongfeng Group, said Yang Dashin. Oh. Yang Ming remembered that his uncle originally had a real estate company, but since it was merged into the Century Xiongfeng Group, it meant that the real estate company was still there. There was no need to set up a new one. These companies were actually Yang Ming's. If another one was set up, it would be a bit of duplication. Yang Ming called Yang Ming and confirmed that he still had the real estate business. He had already started to develop real estate. Yang Ming hung up the phone in surprise. Uncle, my friend has the development qualifications. We can look for him when the time comes, said Yang Ming. Oh, is it reliable? Will earn a lot of money from us? Said Yang Dashin. Naturally it won't. Yang Ming smiled. In fact, it's the investor of Ming Yang Company, President Ho Jinhan. You know him too. Yang Ming initially told Yang Dashin that Ming Yang Heavy Industry was funded by Ho Jinhan. It's him. That's great. We are all a family. Yang Dashin said with joy after listening. I just told him the specifics. You can talk about it in detail. Yang Ming said, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. After all, I just came back from Macau. I haven't gone home yet. Yes. A few days ago, your dad said that he hadn't seen you for a few days. You should go back and see. Yang Dashin said quickly. With the materials of Sanquin Machinery Company, Yang Ming walked out of his uncle's house. Bao Sanli had already driven Yang Ming's BMW X5 over. He was waiting near the villa. When he saw Yang Ming coming out, he quickly greeted him. Brother Yang, this is the car key. Bao Sanli handed the key to Yang Ming. Thank you. Yang Ming patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and took the car key. You're welcome. Bao Sanli was praised by Yang Ming, so he was very happy. Right? How is Yuan Gongi? Yang Ming suddenly remembered Zhang Bin's junior high school classmate whom he had met before. Chapter 889. After he was beaten up, he became obedient. Bao Sanli immediately said with a smile, when he heard that the person he blackmailed was me, he almost peed his pants. But what he didn't know was that my boss was still sitting in the car at that time. Put him back, asked Yang Ming after listening. I put him back, but I called the chief editor of Songjiang Metropolis Daily and told him about this kid's evil deeds. He will probably be fired when he goes back, said Bao Sanli. Not to mention Bao Sanli's current social status. Just the advertising fee of Ming Yang Entertainment in Songjiang Metropolis Daily was a large amount. It was just that a small character like Yuan Gongyi wasn't responsible for it. Therefore, Bao Sanli's words would naturally weigh the weight of the newspaper's chief editor. As for Yuan Gongyi, such an insignificant small character was commonly known as a temporary worker. It didn't matter if he was sacrificed. Yang Ming nodded approvingly after listening. Bao Sanli now began to grow a brain. He was no longer as stupid as before, who only knew how to use his fists to teach people a lesson. It was also good to use some relationships and strategies appropriately. Brother Yang, did you come to President Yang because of the Phoenix City incident? Bao Samli was indeed a lot smarter than before. He knew how to use his brain to figure out some things. And why? You know about it too? Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from Bao Samli. Yes, President Yang told me before. I wanted to bring people to beat him, but then I was afraid of causing trouble for you. So I discussed it with President Yang. Let's wait for you to come back, said Bao Samli. You did the right thing. You don't have to worry about this. I will go personally when it's time to deliver the goods, said Yang Ming. Brother Yang, can you go by yourself? It's so dangerous. Do you want me to go with you? Bao Samli said with some worry. Okay, I still have to protect you if you go. Yang Ming glared at Bao Samli. Bao Samli suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. That's right. I was confused because I was concerned. By the way, you're the boss of a big company now. Don't drive a van around in the future. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed to snatch this BMW X5 from Bao Samli. Now that he saw Bao Samli driving a van all day long like a full-time driver, he felt even more ashamed. Bao Samli was the underworld boss in name and the boss of a big entertainment company. He couldn't drive a van. At first, I felt that this car would carry more people, but after I got used to it, I didn't want to change it. Bao Samli smiled and said, Well, Brother Yang, you saw it just now. I asked the company to buy this kind of car. We bought more than 10 of them. Well, you could buy a Mercedes-Benz or an Audi A8. Anyway, there's some grades. Your identity is there. You can't be too shabby, Yang Ming said. Haha, since Brother Yang approved it, then I will buy it tomorrow. Bao Samli nodded and smiled. Or I will buy an Audi. The Mercedes-Benz is a bit too eye-catching. All right, order a few more cars together. Give one to my dad, one to my uncle, one to Ho Jinhan, and another Audi sports car for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan had long been able to drive. It was definitely not a problem for her to get a driver's license. She could probably drive after buying a car. Because he bought a house outside the university, Yang Ming had a lot of things to do himself. It became imperative to buy a car for Chen Mingyan. What type of sports car should I order? R8. Bao Samli nodded and remembered Yang Ming's instructions. Then he asked, R8. Yang Ming hesitated. To be honest, Sun Jie's R8 was really beautiful, but it was too flashy. Sun Jie was a graduate student. She opened a company outside the university. It was nothing to drive such a flashy car, but Chen Mingyan was different. She was just a freshman student, and her father was in a more sensitive position. Even if this car was bought by Yang Ming for her, there would probably be some people who would go to other bad places in the association. A5. The price is not very expensive. It is also very good. Yang Ming thought about it. He remembered that when he was choosing a car with Zhang Bin, he saw this car on the website of Car Home. It belonged to the Audi A-Series sports car. It was cost-effective and looked good. Okay. Bao Samli nodded after listening. Buy a red one. Red is fine. It looks better for a girl to drive it. Just buy a low-displacement one. I remember that the lowest displacement is 2.0. I don't want her to drive too fast. Just something is fine. Yang Ming nodded and said, Okay, I got it. Bao Samli noted down the requirements made by Yang Ming. He planned to contact and order the car tomorrow. Of course, other people might have to wait for a few months to order a car. Bao Samli might only need a few weeks. It couldn't be helped. No one would deliberately offend a person like Bao Samli. His matters would be done as beautifully as possible. On the way home, the phone call to Chen Mingyan's home was made. Mingyan, I am back in Songjiang. On the other side of the phone, there was a short silence for a while. Then, Chen Mingyan's voice came with some resentment. You didn't bring back a sister this time? Yang Ming was shocked. Huang Lele, it is really like what Chen Mingyan said. Every time I go out, I seem to have a romantic encounter. If this continues, then I won't go out in the future. Why don't you talk? Hee. Chen Mingyan changed her tone and smiled. Don't be afraid. I'm just scaring you. This time I agreed. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately thought that Chen Mingyan was probably talking about Suya. As for Huang Lele, forget it. I will find another opportunity to talk about it next time. Mingyan, thank you. Yang Ming could only say this at the moment. Although this thank you seemed a bit hypocritical and pale, Chen Mingyin's understanding made Yang Ming feel warm. You don't have to be so polite with me, right? Did you bring her back? Chen Mingyin naturally asked about Suya. No, she still has her own things. She probably won't come a few times a year. Yang Ming sighed. She doesn't want to add too much trouble between us. I said that I don't care about this. Chen Mingyin also knew that Suya was telling the truth. How could a superstar be the same as an ordinary person? Are you free now? Come out and eat together? Yang Ming suddenly had an impulse to miss Chen Mingyin. Now, my mother is already cooking dinner. How about tomorrow? Chen Mingyin said with some embarrassment. That's fine. Let's do it tomorrow. Yang Ming didn't insist. Right? You tell Uncle Chan to get your driver's license when you're free. I asked my friend to book a car for you. For me? Buy a car? Chen Mingyin was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly buy a car for her. In Audi A5. If you're free in a while, you can check it online. I asked him to order a red one. If you don't like it, you can change to another model. It doesn't matter. Yang Ming said. I drive. It's not very good, right? Chen Mingyin said so. But she couldn't help but be surprised. There's nothing bad about it. Now there are many students who drive to school. You're not the only one. Yang Ming said. Then, Lin Jiyun also has one, right? Girls always had a mentality of comparison. Although Chan Mingyin accepted Lin Jiyun generously, deep in her heart, she still hoped that Yang Ming could be a little more partial to her side. No, she doesn't know how to drive yet, so I bought it for you. If you are free, teach her how to drive. Yang Ming probably guessed Chen Mingyin's mentality, so he said with a smile. Okay. Right, let's not talk about it first. My parents are asking me to eat. Let's call again in the evening. Chen Mingyin's mother's voice came from the phone. Chen Mingyin quickly said a few words and hung up the phone. After calling Chen Mingyin, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun again. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiyun was still in the company at this time. Why haven't you gone home yet? What time is it now? Yang Ming said with some blame. Even if it's for work, you can't tire yourself out. I will sort out the company's accounts, and then I will go back. Lin Jiyun said hesitantly. Have you eaten? Asked Yang Ming. Not yet. After I finish, I will go home to eat. My mother will leave food for me every day. Lin Jiyun said. Every day? Don't tell me you've been working overtime in the company every day? Yang Ming was shocked. How can there be so many things to deal with? After Lin Jiyun said the word she didn't say anything. Yang Ming could even imagine her appearance. She bit her lip and looked very wronged. Well, you wait for me. I will go to the company now. Yang Ming said. You don't come? I will leave soon. Lin Jiyun was shocked and said quickly. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. I nothing. In short, don't come. Lin Jiyun heard that Yang Ming was coming and became very panicked. Oh, okay. Yang Ming said so, but he had doubts in his heart. What happened to Lin Jiyun? Why is she so panicked when I said that I will go to the company to see her? Could it be that she did something shameful? Or is it something wrong to me? As he thought of this, Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. However, it seems that it is unlikely. With Lin Jiyun's character, it is impossible for her to do anything wrong to me. In terms of feelings, it can be seen from the beginning that Lin Jiyun is a very stubborn but loyal person. In other aspects, this company is mine. Lin Jiyun is even more unlikely to do anything bad to the company. Then at this moment, what is Lin Jiyun doing to hide from me? Chapter 890. Since there were doubts, Yang Ming was naturally anxious to rush to the company to investigate. However, when he passed by Mr. Lee's California Beef Noodle King downstairs, he remembered that Lin Jiyun hadn't eaten yet. So he went in and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodle and a few side dishes. He carried them into the company. The company's security guards knew Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming, they quickly wanted to greet him, but they were stopped by Yang Ming. He whispered, Is Vice President Lin in the company? And she is. The security guard also whispered. Although he didn't know why Yang Ming whispered, since Yang Ming whispered, he also whispered. These days, does she go back very late, every day? asked Yang Ming. Yes, she leaves at 9 o'clock every day. The security guard nodded and replied. Is she alone? After Yang Ming asked this question, he felt that it was unnecessary. He didn't have to doubt Lin Jiyun's character at all. Besides, even if she were to date other men, she wouldn't choose to do it in the company. Moreover, Lin Jiyun wasn't that kind of person. However, with the previous incident with Sun Jie and Xiao Qing, Yang Ming had some evil thoughts. Could it be that Beauty Lin also has this hobby and has a lesbian relationship with a female employee? And the best partner is Chun Mingyan. That would be great. Of course, this was obviously impossible. Yang Ming was just casually fantasizing. It seems that Lin Jiyun is probably doing something that she doesn't want me to know, but it's very important to her. Vice President Zhao leaves first every day, and the other employees also leave around the same time. The security guard replied truthfully. Okay, then you continue to be on duty. Thank you for your hard work. The company's security will be handed over to you. Yang Ming patted the security guard's shoulder and said with a smile. The security guard nodded excitedly. Sometimes just a word of concern made them feel that their job was very meaningful and not neglected by others. Yang Ming tiptoed upstairs and walked to the door of Lin Jiyun's vice president's office. Because it was originally a one-person room, the manager's office and the conference room were all partitioned later, so the partitions were not made of walls but of glass. It was also convenient for the general manager to supervise the employees at any time. Therefore, Yang Ming could directly see the situation in the room from the outside. In fact, even if it wasn't glass with Yang Ming's ability, it wasn't a big deal to see through it. He saw that Lin Jiyun was sitting at the desk with her head down. There was a thick pile of books in front of her. She was recording something at the moment. Is this small jewelry company? He even had to work overtime to finish it after work. But it was a bit unlikely. First, Zhao Cixi wouldn't do this. Second, even if there was work, it would be assigned to the employees. There was no need for Lin Jiyun to work so hard. Yang Ming carefully opened the glass door. He carried the beef noodles and tiptoed to Lin Jiyun. Not making a sound was an easy thing for Yang Ming, a professional assassin. However, it was also possible that Lin Jiyun was too engrossed. Although Yang Ming tried not to make any sound, because he blocked the light of the fluorescent lights when he walked, it caused the light and shadow in the room to change. If Lin Jiyun was careful, she would notice it, but Lin Jiyun didn't feel it all. Jiyun. Yang Ming leaned down and whispered in Lin Jiyun's ear. Lin Jiyun was shocked. The pen in her hand that was writing suddenly fell on the table. Yang Ming, how come you are here? After Lin Jiyun finished speaking, she remembered what she had just written on the table. So, she hurriedly closed the notebook and wanted to tidy up the things on the table. What did you write? In fact, when Yang Ming stood behind Lin Jiyun, he had already seen the contents of the notebook. No, nothing. Lin Jiyun blushed and said in a panic. In fact, even if you didn't say it, I have already seen it. Yang Ming smiled and took the notebook that Lin Jiyun wanted to hide. Lin Jiyun was a little discouraged and shy. She lowered her head and didn't stop Yang Ming's action. She just sat on the chair stupidly. Yang Ming gently opened the notebook and started to read from the first page. It was all about the company's operations, but the records were very detailed. It was like a diary. Every day, Lin Jiyun recorded in detail what others said. Of course, Lin Jiyun recorded what others had to say about the company's construction and important suggestions. Jiyun, what do you mean by recording these? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Lin Jiyun recorded these things every day. Lin Jiyun pursed her lips and didn't speak. She lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. Yang Ming didn't know what happened to Lin Jiyun. He quickly put aside the beef noodles he bought, then reached out and hugged Lin Jiyun from behind. Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Am I stupid? Lin Jiyun lowered her head weakly and said softly. Stupid? What do you mean? Who said you're stupid? How can you be stupid? Yang Ming asked with some surprise. Did someone say something about you? Tell me. I will beat him up so that the next time you see him, you will definitely not recognize him. After Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words, she finally couldn't help but laugh. Her mood was a lot better. She shook her head and said, "No, no one said it. I feel it myself. I seem to be quite stupid." "Why do you say that?" Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know why Lin Jiyun suddenly had such an idea. Anyway, there was no way to hide it from Yang Ming. Moreover, Lin Jiyun knew that these things couldn't be hidden from Yang Ming. So, she made a great decision and said her thoughts. "Yang Ming, I found that I am really stupid. I don't know anything about the company's management. Looking at the employees below who are familiar with the business and making suggestions for the company's management, I feel that I am useless. I'm still the deputy manager, but I don't know anything. I can't do anything well. I can't even compare to Zhao Cece. At least, Zhao Cece is responsible for the company's publicity, but I can't help it all. Although everyone respectfully calls me Vice President Lin, I feel that I am like an idle person. So every day after work, I record down what everyone says and some business contact skills. I'm afraid that I'll forget it after a long time, so I insist on recording it every day after work. Then I summarize it." Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's explanation. He was suddenly dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Why put Lin Jiyun in the position of vice president? I didn't think so much at all. I just thought that as my woman, she should have her own career, but I didn't expect to give Lin Jiyun so much pressure. Now that I think about it, it seems that I am too impatient. Lin Jiyun is only a 19-year-old freshman. How can she bear such a heavy burden? Then, do you also self-study these business management books after work? Yang Ming pointed to the thick business management textbooks written by Philip Kotler on the table. And Lin Jiyun nodded gently. AI. Yang Ming couldn't help but be annoyed and amused. Jiyun, in fact, as a company's manager, it's fine as long as you are in charge of the overall situation. You don't have to know everything. Just like the owner of a restaurant, he may not know how to cook. This is the same principle. That's not the same. He doesn't know how to cook, but he definitely understands the process of cooking, the materials needed, and the cost. I know that I can't understand the manufacturing of jewelry, but I must understand the company's operations. This is the same principle. Lin Jiyun refuted after listening. After Yang Ming heard it, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Jiyun to be able to say these principles. It showed that she had indeed improved. Otherwise, it was impossible to say these reasonable words. Well, you are right, but you can't exhaust your body because you have to study hard, right? If so, I will feel distressed. Yang Ming pinched Lin Jiyun's face and smiled. Look at you. You have lost weight. You guys, don't you all like thin girls? Lin Jiyun said the words that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time, and she felt a lot better. The most important thing was that Yang Ming not only didn't laugh at her, but he also comforted her with a few words. This made Lin Jiyun's mood better, and she also followed Yang Ming to tease a few words. Yang Ming was stunned and said, "Did you learn this from others in the company?" And today, when little Tao from the company was talking about business with the customer, she said it while joking. I just remembered it when I was taking notes. Lin Jiyun nodded embarrassedly. Who didn't learn well? Yang Ming reached out and poked Lin Jiyun's head. I like girls who are more plump. That way, it will feel more comfortable to touch. As he said this, Yang Ming reached out to Lin Jiyun's chest. Stop it. This is the office. He is the vice president. It's not good to let others see it. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly pushed away Yang Ming's hand. Isn't it night? There is no one. Yang Ming smiled and suddenly patted his head. He exclaimed, Right, I was just talking. I bought beef noodles. If I don't eat it, it will be soft. It won't be tough. Yang Ming quickly opened the noodles in the disposable lunchbox. Then he arranged the side dishes and handed the chopsticks to Lin Jiyun. Wow, it smells good. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together. Chapter 891. Lin Jiyun was helpless. She had to stand up and take the chopsticks that Yang Ming handed over. She sat on the side of the coffee table. You're affecting my study. In a while, I won't be able to remember what they said. Okay, Rome wasn't built in a day. Tall buildings start from the ground. More haste, less speed. Yang Ming said with a smile. Everything needs to be done step by step. How can there be someone like you, working so hard every day? But I'm a college student studying economics. I don't think I know anything. In the future, your company will definitely become bigger and bigger. I don't want to be a waste who doesn't know anything. Lin Jiyun said until here, and her expression became a little lost. Who said that? Yang Ming felt that Lin Jiyun's current mentality seemed to be a bit of a dead end. He had to enlighten her. How can my woman be a waste? It's wrong for you to think this way. Jiyun, although you're a college student studying economics, what year are you in now? You're only a freshman, and it's just the first semester of the freshman year. Now, what we're learning hasn't involved professional courses, so it can be said that you're still a person who doesn't have any management foundation. How can you be compared with those who have been in society for many years? In time, you will definitely be better than them. And look at me. What do you think I know? I don't know anything about the company, but I can start a company. The boss doesn't necessarily know everything. It's enough as long as he knows how to use people. Jiyun, no one will look down on you because in the eyes of those employees, you're their boss no matter what. This is an unchangeable thing. But I don't do anything every day. Lin Jiyun seemed to feel that Yang Ming seemed to make some sense, but there was something wrong. Yeah, of course, the boss doesn't do anything. If the boss can do everything, then what do the employees do? Which employee doesn't want their boss to be omnipotent? In that case, wouldn't he lose his job? Yang Ming said with a righteous look. Lin Jiyun was stunned for a long time. Seems like, was that really the case? In fact, the situation that Yang Ming said did exist, but it wasn't as exaggerated as he said. A shrewd boss still played a great role in the development direction of the company. However, Lin Jiyun didn't know that Yang Ming was a big liar when he was in school. He fooled Zhao Ying and Chen Mingyan all day long. At this time, it was easier for him to say these reasonable words. Well, let's eat first. It's good that you're studying, but don't delay your meals and rest. Also, it's winter now, and it gets dark early. I'm worried if you go back alone. Yang Ming said. Then, I will go back earlier next time. Lin Jiyun nodded. With Yang Ming's understanding and support, Lin Jiyun felt that she was full of motivation. She wasn't as negative as before. If it's late, call me. Even if I can't come because of something, I will send someone to pick you up. Yang Ming said. Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao are also fine. They have nothing to do at night, and they are familiar with you. Okay, I got it. Lin Jiyun nodded and ate the beef noodles with Yang Ming. This beef noodles is not bad. It's better than the one near our school. Yang Ming ate 2 mouthfuls and praised. Yeah, now there are several California beef noodles in the United States. I don't know which one is authentic, but the taste of this one is really good. Lin Jiyun also nodded and said, in the company, we often order lunch at their house. After dinner, under the persuasion of Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun tidied up the books on the desk and agreed to go home after work. However, she still brought her notebook with her. She planned to go back and read it. After the two left the company together, the security guard locked the door of the company. Vice President Lin leaves so late every day. Is it just a wait for Brother Yang? A security guard guessed evilly. Don't talk too much. If you don't want to die, then speak less. The security captain came over from behind and glared at the security guard who spoke. Some things shouldn't be said. Don't you remember what Brother Bao told you? The security guard was shocked and quickly stopped talking. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming got in the car together. Yang Ming was about to start the car, but Lin Jiyun suddenly shouted, "Wait for me!" And Yang Ming was stunned. He was about to ask Lin Jiyun what happened, but he saw that Lin Jiyun had already run out of the car and ran to the California beef noodles next to him. Yang Ming secretly wondered. Not long after, he saw Lin Jiyun run out again with a 5 yuan bill in her hand. She got in the car happily. Just now, you won the lottery for the beef noodles. I went to redeem the prize. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile after hearing it. Lin Jiyun is like this. Regardless of whether she has money or not, she will be meticulous in her life. However, this is also an advantage. Then the reward is for buying candy tomorrow. Yang Ming said. Okay, Lin Jiyun didn't refuse. She happily kept the money. In the cold winter night, there were few cars passing by on the road. Yang Ming drove Lin Jiyun to the last shantytown in Songjiang City. When they passed by a bar, Yang Ming suddenly slowed down and pointed out the window with some fascination. Jiyun, do you still remember this place? Lin Jiyun looked up and suddenly blushed. Here, how could she not remember? This was a place that was still fresh in her memory. Here, Lin Jiyun once foolishly sold her first time to Yang Ming, but she didn't expect this guy to leave after paying the money. Thinking of this, Lin Jiyun suddenly felt a little happy. The two of them seemed to be really fated. Moreover, although Yang Ming forced himself on her in an accident, in any case, it was better than spending money to get her when they first met, right? If that was the case, maybe there wouldn't be so many things happening after the two of them. You say, if I didn't meet you that day, what would I be like now? Thinking about it, Lin Jiyun was a little scared. There is no if. Yang Ming shook his head. If you met, then you met. But that kind of situation does exist. Lin Jiyun still had some lingering fear. You say, if a person is walking on the road, is it possible for him to be hit by a car? Is it possible for him to fall into the ditch? Yang Ming felt that Lin Jiyun's mood wasn't very stable today, so he smiled and made an analogy. Would he say that if I walked slowly on the street, I would be hit by a car and die? If the environmental workers didn't cover the ditch fence, would I fall into the ditch and die? After listening to Yang Ming's analogy, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but laugh. You know how to twist words, but there is some truth to it. In the blink of an eye, the car stopped near Shantytown. The car couldn't pass through here, so they could only get off here. Accompanying Lin Jiyun to get off the car, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun walked side by side in the direction of Lin Jiyun's home. Jiyun, go back and discuss with your parents. Buy a building near the company. Not only is it far from the school, but it is also far from the company. Besides, living in a bungalow isn't as convenient as living in a building. Yang Ming looked at the dilapidated houses in this area and said, I heard that there will be a relocation in spring. My parents are still worried about this matter these days. Lin Jiyun said until here and sighed faintly. Yang Ming, I know you have money, but I don't want to trouble you. So, Yang Ming wanted to say that there was nothing to worry about. If the money wasn't enough, he would pay for it. However, Lin Jiyun's next words blocked his mouth. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jiyun, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to watch you be homeless? How is it so serious? When the time comes, we can just rent a house. Anyway, after the house is built here, there should be compensation. Then, we could just move back. Lin Jiyun shook her head and smiled. How can we be homeless? Why is that necessary? You're my girlfriend and my wife. My money is yours, not to mention that I don't lack money at all. Yang Ming was suddenly anxious. I earn money. Isn't it to support my wife and children? If I don't give you money to spend, what is the use of money? What wife and children? We are still students. Lin Jiyun was suddenly embarrassed. The reason why she said that before was that she didn't want to owe Yang Ming too much. She knew Yang Ming very well. She knew that Yang Ming didn't care about the money to buy a house. Even if she didn't say it, Yang Ming would definitely buy a house. However, she felt that her identity wasn't Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if she took Yang Ming's things, she wasn't as confident as Chen Mingyan, so she wanted to seal Yang Ming's mouth in advance. Now that she heard Yang Ming mention the topic of his wife and children, her heart was surprised and shy. Since Yang Ming could say this, it meant that at least in Yang Ming's heart, he cared about her very much. At least, the two of them had a future together. Now you're my classmate. In the future, you'll be my wife. Yang Ming said disapprovingly, let's go. Since you don't want to say it, then I will talk to Uncle Lin and Auntie Shan. After that, he took Lin Jiyun's hand without any explanation and walked in the direction of her home. Lin Jiyun couldn't be helped. She had to follow Yang Ming to walk home. Lin Changqing also knew that his daughter would come back late. He had nothing to do, so he walked around the door to see if his daughter had come back. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming and his daughter not far away walking over here hand in hand. He quickly waved and shouted, Yang Ming, Jiyun. Dad, Lin Jiyun was held by Yang Ming, and she was a little embarrassed. However, Yang Ming called Uncle Lin generously. Come in. Lin Chongqing hadn't seen Yang Ming for a few days. He enthusiastically pulled him into the house, and the previous sadness was also diluted. Chapter 892. Yang Ming wasn't polite. Coming to Lin Jiyun's house was almost no different from entering his own home. Little Yang, you and Jiyun haven't eaten yet, right? Lin Chongqing closed the door and asked, should I get something for you two to eat? Don't bother, Uncle Lin. Jiyun and I had beef noodles in the company. We just ate. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. I just sent her back. I came to sit for a while, and then I will leave. Oh, it's good that you ate. Lin Chongqing nodded and then said to Xin Yueping, Yueping, you go and wash some fruits for little Yang. Uncle Lin, you really don't have to bother. Yang Ming said quickly. Hee, you don't have to be polite to Uncle Lin. Just treat it as your own home. Lin Chongqing smiled. Yeah, that's right. Uncle Lin, you don't have to be polite to me. I said that I don't want to eat, so I don't want to eat. I'm not being polite. Yang Ming followed Lin Chongqing's words. This child. Lin Chongqing shook his head and smiled. Okay, Yueping, then you don't have to bother. Since little Yang doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Uncle Lin, I heard from Jiyun that this place is going to be relocated. After Yang Ming sat down, he began to talk about business. Yeah, it will be at the beginning of spring at the latest. This place will be completely relocated. Lin Chongqing nodded. This place is shabby, but it's a piece of land with good feng shui. It's next to the high-end villa area in the development zone. If this place is built into a high-end residential building, the price will definitely not be cheap. Hee, that's also true. Since Uncle Lin thinks so, then you should choose the house instead of the money for relocation compensation, right? Yang Ming nodded. Originally, he also planned to persuade Lin Chongqing not to give up the long-term benefits for the immediate benefits. It didn't matter if they didn't have a place to live for the time being. Yang Ming could buy them a house. Want a house? After listening, Lin Chongqing immediately smiled bitterly. What house? The developer's conditions are very harsh. He just said that he would give money. He didn't mention a word about giving a house. Yang Ming didn't quite understand the rules of real estate, but he also felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. He frowned and asked, how much compensation per square meter? This is the notice. Little Yang, help me take a look. My house doesn't seem to be worth much. Lin Chongqing handed a notice of relocation to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a look at it and saw that it was written with some standard phrases like responding to the call. There was a specific compensation plan at the bottom. According to the actual situation, the compensation would be 1,500 to 3,000 yuan per square meter. The actual situation was probably dependent on whether or not you had a relationship with the developer. If you had a relationship, you could get 3,000 yuan. If you didn't, you would get 1,500 yuan. However, whether it was 1,500 or 3,000, Yang Ming felt that it was too little. One had to know that if this place was built into a high-end residential building, it would cost at least 10,000 to 15,000 yuan per square meter. Relatively speaking, this compensation was almost negligible. And the most important thing was that people couldn't choose. They couldn't choose not to take the money. This is indeed a bit less. According to the above estimation, Uncle Lin, you can get a compensation of about 100,000 yuan at most. Yang Ming said, it is estimated that it can only be estimated according to the minimum standard of 1,500 yuan. Yeah, I just talked about this with your Auntie Shun. This compensation is a bit too little. 100,000 yuan is not enough to buy a small house in Songjiang. When Lin Chongqing said this, his face was suddenly full of sadness. As for buying a house, Uncle Lin, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Ming immediately smiled after listening. On the way here, I have already discussed with Jiyun. Jiyun has also made a lot of money for the company. I said that I would give her a bonus, but she said that the company is hers, so there's no need to divide it so clearly. But I think the reward should be clear. so we finally discussed to use the money to buy a house for you two elders. Ah, I really didn't expect that Jiyun, this girl, is quite amazing. I originally thought that she would cause trouble for you. I didn't expect her to make money. Lin Chongqing suddenly said after listening. No wonder Yun Air came back so late recently. Shen Yueping also smiled happily. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in surprise, but she never asked the doubts in her heart. She knew that Yang Ming would help her no matter what, and Yang Ming said this to make her parents feel better. They felt that it wasn't because of Yang Ming's kindness, but because of their daughter's hard work. After thinking about this, Lin Jiyun was very grateful to Yang Ming's attentiveness. Not only did he save face for her, but he also saved face for her parents. That money, keep it for you to spend. We will just rent a house. Shen Yueping suddenly said that she wanted to spend her daughter's money, so she was somewhat uncomfortable. Ani Shun, Jiyun and I are not sure of money. What's more, this is the first money that Jiyun earned. She wants to be filial to you. Don't you want to give her this opportunity? Yang Ming began to lobby. Well, then I will listen to your arrangement. Shen Yueping's face also showed a very understanding smile. In the future, she could proudly say to her neighbors that her Yun heir could already make money to buy a house for them. Oh, yes, I just came back from Macau today and bought something for everyone. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that the gift for Lin Jiyun was still in the car, so he quickly ran out, returned to the car, and took out the gift he brought back from Macau. Naturally, the gift for Lin Chongqing and Shen Yueping were some local specialties of Macau, and the gift for Lin Jiyun was a set of cosmetics and a bottle of perfume. I don't use cosmetics very much. Lin Jiyun took it and said with some embarrassment, and you don't usually need it, but you're the vice president of the company. If you participate in any important occasions, you can still apply some. Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun usually had no makeup. Even if she applied cosmetics, she only applied some sunscreen and nothing else. After Lin Jiyun listened, she nodded. Yang Ming was right. Her identity was different from the past. In the company, she was a senior leader, not a freshman student. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Ming told Lin Jiyun to rest early and left the Lin family. As for whether the compensation after the relocation of this piece of land was unreasonable, Yang Ming didn't care now. He would ask Bao Sanli to find out which real estate company was the owner. He would give a call and compensate Lin Jiyun's family with 1,000,000 yuan. As for other people's affairs, Yang Ming didn't want to care about it. Driving away from Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Bin. Bro, Wang Mei and I are in earthly paradise. Are you still coming over? Asked Zhang Bin. I have a home. Why would I go to a hotel? Yang Ming said after listening. Do you think I'm like you? Bringing a woman back and not daring to go home? Zhang Bin laughed twice. My dad sighed. I still need bro to help me. Find a way yourself. Yang Ming smiled and said, hurry up and settle Wang Mei down. If Xiao Cece really found out, you don't have to hide it. Just be honest. I don't think she will make things difficult for you. I got it, bro, don't worry. Then I will stay. Zhang Bin said, right, that brother Bao didn't ask me to pay for the room. If he doesn't want to pay, then don't pay. Yang Ming said indifferently. Wasn't this Wang Jitao's home before? Zhang Bin remembered it clearly. Could it be that brother Bao's property now? It should be like this. Yang Ming said perfunctorily and hung up the phone. Now that he had to tell Zhang Bin that this was his property, it was inevitable that he would have to explain for a long time. It wasn't very clear on the phone. Driving the car to the family area of the Songjiang bus factory, Yang Ming was surprised to find that he hadn't come back for a few days. The front of the community had been changed. It was changed to Mingyang Community. The public facilities, such as the flower beds, were also renovated. It must be his dad's masterpiece. Yang Ming wanted to drive the car into the community, but he found that he didn't know when a security guard came out of the sentry box set up. He directly stopped Yang Ming's car. Vehicles that don't belong to this community are not allowed to enter. I'm a resident of this community. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. What is this? I went on a long trip, and when I came back, my home changed. Which family are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard looked at Yang Ming and continued to ask. I live in the first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building. Yang Ming sweated a little. This security guard is really responsible. The first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building? The security guard took out a registration form and checked it. When he checked the first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building, he was stunned. He then turned his head and said to Yang Ming with a sullen face, I say, can't you just make it up? The first door on the 4th floor of the 6th building is our President Yang's home. I know everyone in his family. Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard subconsciously put Yang Ming in the category of people who didn't have a place to park and wanted to find a safe place to park. My surname is also Yang. Yang Ming said with a dumbfounded expression. Your surname is also Yang? Your surname isn't President Yang, right? The security guard looked at Yang Ming and said impatiently, Okay, you should leave quickly. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I mean, my surname is Yang, and my father is the President Yang, you said. What? The security guard was stunned, and then he remembered. He heard that President Yang had a son, but he went out and wasn't here for a few days. He didn't expect this person in front of him to be his son. You are President Yang's son? It's true. The reason why Yang Ming was so happy was because this security guard was also doing his job seriously. Yang Ming wouldn't be angry because he refused to let him in. Not only would he not be angry, but he would also feel that he was doing his job well. Chapter 893. Then, are you going to call President Yang? I have to confirm. The security guard spoke politely, but he still couldn't change his principle. After getting a positive reply from Yang Ming, the security guard was very embarrassed and apologized to Yang Ming. He opened the courtyard door of the community. Yang Ming didn't mind. Instead, he praised him for his diligence. This made the security guard a little touched. Look at the young master of President Yang's family. He is so polite. Big Ming, you are finally back. When Yang Ming returned home, Mother Yang couldn't wait to take the luggage from Yang Ming's hands. Mom, there are local specialties I bought for you and Dad. You can open it later. Yang Ming smiled. Hee, it doesn't matter if you look or not. We're the happiest when you're back. Mother Yang smiled. Right, Big Ming, have you eaten? I have eaten. I just wanted the company to pick up Lin Jiyun and ate beef noodles with her. Yang Ming said, It's good that you have eaten. Yang Dahai nodded after listening. Big Ming, although it is important to run the company well, you shouldn't neglect your studies. When the next semester starts, you still have to study hard. Dad, you can rest assured about this. No matter what, I have to get my graduation certificate first. Yang Ming said quickly. And as long as you know it, I won't say more. Yang Dahai said, Right, your birthday is coming soon. How do you want to celebrate it? How do I celebrate it? Don't we just celebrate it casually every year? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. He didn't know why his dad suddenly mentioned this. AI. Yang Dahai sighed helplessly. This year is different from previous years. Your dad is now sitting in the position of the chairman. I don't know who dug up your file. As a result, the middle-level leaders who have a good relationship with me in the company propose to celebrate your birthday. They celebrate my birthday? Yang Ming was stunned after listening, and then he understood the meaning of those people. Dad, I am afraid that celebrating my birthday is fake. They want to take the opportunity to get close to you and build a good relationship with you, right? Something like that, but it's up to you. Yang Dahai nodded. In the past, we didn't have much money at home. Your birthday was dealt with in a hurry. But this year is different. Your mother and I are thinking about giving you a better birthday. After Yang Ming heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I think we should just forget about this. And even if it's my birthday, it'll be with Chun Mingyan and the others. It's impossible for me to spend it with your subordinates. Oh, Yang Dahai was stunned. Then he remembered that his son was not young anymore. He already had a girlfriend. Naturally, he would be together with his girlfriend. It seemed that he had worried too much, so he said, That's good. I'll reject them tomorrow. In the evening, Yang Ming received a call from Chun Mingyan. Did you miss me? Chun Mingyin's coquettish voice made Yang Ming's heart flutter. Of course, I missed you. Yang Ming picked up a phone and lay on the bed. He tried to find a more comfortable position. Then, the first person you saw when you came back wasn't me. Chun Mingyin said coquettishly. Ah, you know? Yang Ming had some doubts. How did Chun Mingyin know? Hey, your sister Lin sent me a text message. Chun Mingyin said with a smile. In the future, you can't hide anything from me. Yang Ming didn't know what to say after listening. Lin Jiyun, I don't know what she is thinking. For this kind of thing, she doesn't need to report it to Chun Mingyin, does she know? Ugh, I called you first, Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. I'm just joking with you. I'm not really angry. Chun Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately smiled. However, you bought a set of cosmetics and a bottle of perfume for Sister Lin. You won't buy less from me, right? It's the same. In this regard, Yang Ming was still more rational. He couldn't treat Chun Mingyin better than others just because she was his first girlfriend. At least, it couldn't be so obvious. Otherwise, Yang Ming would suffer in the future. TSK, I knew it would be like this. How could Chun Mingyin not understand Yang Ming? I will find you tomorrow. Go to bed early. Yang Ming was a little tired. He was on the plane for a day, and he didn't stay idle at night. And you were tired too. Then go to bed early. Chun Mingyin also knew that Yang Ming must rest when he came back. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't even bother to take a shower. He turned off the lights and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by his uncle's phone call. Big Ming, are you awake? On the other side of the phone, his uncle's voice was a little anxious. I'm awake, but I was awakened by you. During this time, the relationship between Yang Ming and his uncle was a lot more harmonious, so he spoke more casually. I'm sorry. I forgot that you just came back yesterday. You need to rest. Yang Dashin smiled embarrassedly. Come on, uncle. How can you forget? Yang Ming didn't believe it. Even if you have a bad memory, you can't forget yesterday's matter today, right? The weather is good today. Yang Dashin was said by Yang Ming, and his face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, it was now on the phone, and his expression couldn't be seen. Buffed. Ha. Yang Ming was so happy that he almost fell from bed. He didn't expect his uncle to suddenly come up with such a funny sentence. Okay, uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. You call me so early. Don't tell me you want to tell me the weather forecast? Of course not. Yang Dashin also changed the topic, and his tone became serious. Just now, the Phoenix City Investment Promotion Construction Company called. They have a project recently, and they urgently need these engineering instruments. They want us to send the goods as soon as possible. Very urgent? Then, are we ready for their goods here? When Yang Ming heard that it was business, he put away his smile and asked carefully. It has been prepared long ago. Because of Sankuin machinery, we have been delaying the delivery time here. Yang Dashin said, but today, listening to the tone of the investment promotion construction company, if they don't send it as soon as possible, they will cancel the deal. In this case, then you prepare the things. I will go to Phoenix City to solve this matter. Yang Ming thought about it and said, anyway, this matter had to be solved sooner or later. It was the same whether it was earlier or later. That's great. I will ask someone to prepare the things in a while. Yang Dashin heard Yang Ming's affirmative reply and breathed a sigh of relief. However, if you go alone, you must be careful. Don't worry. There won't be a problem. Yang Ming was still very confident in his skills. Even if the other party had a master, wouldn't he run away if he couldn't win? After getting up and washing his face, Yang Ming remembered that he had an appointment with Chun Mingyin today, so he called her embarrassedly and explained. Chun Mingyin was very reasonable. After knowing that he had something important to do, she just told him to be careful. She was not unhappy because he missed the appointment. After eating a few buns downstairs, Yang Ming drove to the office of his uncle in Ming Yang Heavy Industry. Big Ming, you are here. When Yang Dashin saw Yang Ming coming, he immediately greeted him happily. Everything is ready. When can you leave? Anytime, Yang Ming said indifferently. But it depends on how many things there are. The first batch of goods is not a lot. There's only a heavy-duty excavator and a pile driver. A truck can load them. Yang Dashin said, but you have to drive the truck. That's not a problem. Yang Ming didn't care what kind of car he drove. His driver's license had already been upgraded to be licensed. He told his uncle not to tell his father about this matter so that he wouldn't worry. Yang Ming drove a large Dongfeng truck to Phoenix City. Although Phoenix City belonged to another province, it wasn't very far from Songjiang. It would only take about 3 hours to reach there. This was also the reason why Yang Dashan could quickly develop his business there. Sanquo Machinery Company probably had an insider in the Phoenix Investment Promotion Building. The news of Yang Ming's delivery today should have reached their ears. After Yang Ming just drove the car into the downtown area of Phoenix City, he was targeted. A modern business car blocked in front of Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming sneered. He really wanted to step on the accelerator and send him flying. However, Yang Ming also knew that this was the downtown area. If Yang Ming really did this here, he would probably bear considerable responsibility. The door of the modern business car opened, and 2 macho men in black jumped out. They didn't look like good people at first glance. However, Yang Ming had seen too many of this kind of people. Even if his underlings didn't have 10,000, at least 8,000 were dressed like this. Quang, quang, quang. A macho man with a beard vigorously knocked on Yang Ming's door. Get off, get off. What's the matter? 2 big brothers? Yang Ming didn't immediately open the door. Instead, he first opened the window a little and then asked politely. Of course, if Yang Ming wanted to deal with these 2 guys, it wouldn't take a few seconds, but Yang Ming was very clear that these 2 people were just small fries. It was useless to deal with them. So if he wanted to solve the problem from the root, he still had to find their boss. Where are you from? What are you doing here? The macho man with a beard asked and gave a look to the macho man with a buzz cut next to him. The macho man with a buzz cut immediately ran to the back of Yang Ming's car, and I jumped on the truck quickly. Then, he pulled open the canvas covering the machinery and looked at the machinery inside. After confirming that it was an excavator and a pile driver, he quickly got off the truck and came to the side of the macho man with the beard. He nodded calmly. Of course, his action was completely seen by Yang Ming, but Yang Ming pretended not to notice. Big brother, I'm here to deliver goods. What business do you have with us? Chapter 894. Delivery Guy? Didn't your boss tell you that it is not safe to deliver goods to Phoenix City? The bearded macho man glanced at Yang Ming and said sarcastically, Not safe? What do you mean? Yang Ming began to play dumb. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The other side had confirmed that Yang Ming was the person who delivered goods to Zhaoshan Construction on behalf of the Mingyang Company. They didn't want to talk nonsense with him. You hurry up. Get off the car and leave. Leave the car behind. Leave? Leave the car behind? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised. What do you mean? Where are you from? Do I have to deliver the goods to the place? Where are we from? The bearded macho man sneered. We are from Sanquo Machinery. Motherfucker, what is your Mingyang heavy industry? Why are you here to promote? Go back and tell your boss. If he dares to come again, we will kill him together. Big brother, I don't know what Sanquo Machinery is. I'm just a delivery guy. I just want to deliver the goods to the place. Don't make it difficult for me. Yang Ming continued to tease the 2 men. If you continue to dawdle, I will detain you so that you can't leave. The buzz-cut macho man said impatiently. No, I can't leave the goods behind. You talk to your boss. Let him find our boss if he has any problems. Don't make it difficult for me. Yang Ming tried to lead the conversation in the direction he expected. Our boss. The buzz-cut macho man sneered after listening. Why don't you go and talk to him? Okay, then take me to see your boss. I will talk to him. Yang Ming nodded and said, What should we do? This kid seems to be a bit difficult to deal with. The buzz-cut macho man pulled the bearded macho man and turned around. The 2 men whispered, If you want to see the boss, then take him. Anyway, he is alone. What are you afraid of? The bearded macho man said indifferently, Just as well. We will take him as a hostage here. Let's see if Mingyang Heavy Industry dares to steal our business again. Okay. The buzz-cut macho man nodded. Then take it back. Hey, The bearded man turned his head and shouted at Yang Ming, "You drive the car and follow us. But don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you will die in a foreign land." "Oh, okay, okay." Yang Ming nodded repeatedly. "Forget it. Let me follow you." The crew cut guy was worried about Yang Ming, so he jumped onto the passenger seat of Yang Ming's car. Hence, the bearded man drove in the front while Yang Ming followed behind. The two cars drove into Phoenix City's Sanquin Machinery Company, Limited. The security guard on duty at the entrance glanced at the crew cut man sitting in Yang Ming's car and waved his hand to let them pass. "All right, just park the car here." The crew cut man pointed at an empty space in the factory and said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming followed the instructions and parked the car. He followed the crew cut man out of the car. Before he could stand still, his arms were held by the crew cut man and the bearded man, one on the left and one on the right. What do you mean by this?" Yang Ming pretended to be panicked and asked. In fact, Yang Ming noticed the intentions of the two people before they started. It could be said that if Yang Ming wanted to guard against it, these two people would have become dead dogs. However, Yang Ming was afraid of alerting the enemy and scaring away the boss of Sanquin Machinery. Some things were not easy to handle. Yang Ming now wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible. "It doesn't mean anything. Here, naturally, we have the final say. You should be honest with me. Don't play any tricks." Although the bearded macho man felt that Yang Ming was not dangerous, they still had to be careful for the safety of the boss. After all, Mingyang Heavy Industry and Sanquin Machinery had enmity. Who knew if this kid had bad intentions? This was also because the boss of Sanquin Machinery, Yin Shoubao, had offended too many people. He had developed vigilance. Yang Ming did not resist. He was obediently escorted by the two people into the factory's office building and then went to the elevator. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor. The bearded macho man and the crew cut man escorted Yang Ming out of the elevator, but they felt that Yang Ming did not resist, so they relaxed their vigilance. When they came to the door of the innermost office, the bearded macho man and the crew cut man stopped and knocked on the door. Yang Ming found that many bosses like to set up their offices in the innermost position of the floor. "Come in." There was a very rough voice inside. The bearded macho man opened the door of the room and pushed Yang Ming in. Then, he closed the door. "Boss, the person is here." The crew cut man respectfully reported to a middle-aged thin man sitting behind the desk in the office. The middle-aged thin man was very thin. He had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and an aquiline nose. He looked particularly sinister. Yang Ming looked at the boss of Sanquin Machinery with the corner of his eyes. At the moment, the boss was also looking at Yang Ming. "Are you sent by Mingyang Heavy Industry?" Yin Shoubao raised his head and stared at Yang Ming. "Are you the person in charge of Sanquin Machinery?" Yang Ming changed his previous submissive attitude and asked faintly. I am." Yin Shoubao's eyes were cold. He looked up and down at Yang Ming. "I have already guessed that Mingyang Heavy Industry would not send a useless driver to deliver goods. Moreover, is a person who delivers goods alone." Since Yang Ming saw the person in charge of Sanquin Machinery at the moment, there was no need to hide his identity. "You guessed right. I am here to look for you today. But unfortunately, I don't care what you initially expected, but I saw through your plan." Yin Shoubao shrugged with some pride. "Do you think that you can change anything by yourself? This is my territory. I can let you die at any time." "Really?" Yang Ming said disapprovingly. "Since I can come, of course, I won't die." "You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Yin Shoubao." Yin Shoubao said disdainfully. "When the two of them called me just now, I felt that something was wrong. A little driver still has the courage to see me. However, I still let them bring you here. I want to see what tricks you want to play. Let's talk about it. What is your purpose for coming to me?" "What purpose do I have?" Yang Ming laughed. "My purpose is very simple. In the future, Mingyang will set up a distribution point in Phoenix City. You can stay wherever you like." Yin Shoubao was stunned, and then he laughed. "Did both of you hear it? Was there something wrong with this kid? Don't you think so? Ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Okay, enough fun. Beat him up and then throw him out. After Yin Shoubao finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He seemed to enjoy the scream of Yang Ming that was about to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear anything. Yin Shoubao was stunned. He opened his eyes again and said impatiently, "What's the matter with the two of you? Hurry up." And the scene in front of him made Yin Shoubao very puzzled. He saw that the bearded man and the flat-top man were still standing on both sides of Yang Ming. But the difference was that both of them lowered their heads. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said?" Yin Shoubao was a little anxious. Sorry. The two of them shouldn't be able to hear what you said." When Yang Ming let go of his hand, the bearded man and the flat-top man on both sides fell to the ground with a plop. How is it possible?" Yin Shoubao was somewhat incredulous. The bearded man and the flat-top man were two of his best men. Usually, it was not a problem for the two of them to fight against 4 people. How did they fall to the ground inexplicably today? However, Yin Shoubao was still smart, and he was cautious. He was usually afraid that someone would harm him, so he had bodyguards around him 24 hours a day. His office now had an inner and outer room. There was another room inside with 2 personal security guards who were responsible for his safety. Before Yin Shoubao could speak, the door of the inner room was pushed open. 2 people wearing white suits and white gloves walked out from inside. However, after the 2 people came out, they did not launch an attack on Yang Ming. Instead, they stood on both sides of Yin Shoubao to protect Yin Shoubao's safety. Yang Ming suddenly understood that these 2 people were professional bodyguards. They were specifically responsible for Yin Shoubao's safety. In any case, as long as there was no order from Yin Shoubao, their primary task was to protect Yin Shoubao. The others were secondary. Kill him. Yin Shoubao originally just wanted to cripple Yang Ming and give a warning to the untactful Ming Yang heavy industry. But now, Yang Ming actually easily killed the bearded man and the flat-top man silently. This made Yin Shoubao suddenly angry. For so many years, no one had ever dared to make a move on his men in front of him. One had to look at the owner before beating the dog. Yin Shoubao suddenly felt that he had lost his face. Therefore, Yin Shoubao ordered the 2 bodyguards to kill Yang Ming directly. Anyway, the lives in his hands were not 1 or 2. As long as it was done beautifully, no one would doubt him. However, even if he was suspected, so what? With his background in Phoenix City, there was basically no one who dared to touch him. Therefore, Yin Shoubao was so unscrupulous when he did things. Knowing that Ming Yang heavy industry was a company personally supported by the neighboring province, he dared not to give face. After the 2 bodyguards received the order, not all of them were dispatched. Only the bodyguard with a black mole standing on the left of Yin Shoubao moved. The other one still stood motionless beside Yin Shoubao, staring at Yang Ming vigilantly. Yang Ming saw the movements of the 2 people and understood that these 2 people were many times stronger than the previous bearded man and the flat-top man. These 2 people were definitely trained strictly. They cooperated well. Even if they came to fight with him, they did not forget to leave 1 person there to continue to protect Yin Shoubao's safety. Chapter 895. The Black Mole bodyguard didn't immediately attack Yang Ming. Instead, he moved half a meter forward in small steps and stopped 2 meters away from Yang Ming. This was a safe distance for fighting. Generally, people who often fought knew this, including Yang Ming. Standing 2 meters away, no matter if the opponent punched or kicked, he couldn't hit the target. He could react quickly. Therefore, before he figured out Yang Ming's true strength, he wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would end up like the 2 guys lying on the ground. He wouldn't even know how he died. "Come on, let me see how you knock down the 2 wastes on the ground." The Black Mole bodyguard wasn't stupid. He wanted to provoke Yang Ming to make the first move, and then explore Yang Ming's depth. "Once I make a move, you will also become a waste." How could Yang Ming not guess the Black Mole bodyguard's thoughts? However, Yang Ming didn't care at all because Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could kill him in one move. The Black Mole bodyguard was stunned at first, but then he immediately understood Yang Ming's meaning. He said that the bearded man and the flat-top man were wastes. Now, these two people were lying on the ground. Yang Ming's meaning was that once Yang Ming made a move, he would also be lying on the ground. The Black Mole bodyguard was a little angry, but as an excellent bodyguard, he knew that he absolutely couldn't be angry at this moment. It was taboo to be angry when fighting with others. The Black Mole bodyguard suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, but his face was expressionless. Since you took the initiative to give up the opportunity to make a move, then I won't be polite. Whatever. Yang Ming threw out two words, and it almost made the Black Mole bodyguard's lungs explode. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an indifferent person. He was simply looking down on his existence. This was even more unbearable than being arrogant. However, even though he was angry, the Black Mole bodyguard still did not lose his mind. The Black Mole bodyguard carefully kicked forward. Of course, he was only baiting Yang Ming, so the kick was completely a feint. He was 2 meters away from Yang Ming. No matter how long his leg was, it was impossible for him to kick Yang Ming. Are you warming up? Yang Ming didn't even try to dodge. He stood in place and looked at the Black Mole bodyguard with a faint smile. The Black Mole bodyguard knew that his intentions had been seen through by Yang Ming, and he was immediately embarrassed. He blushed and coughed twice. It was not good for him to deny it, so he could only say, "What? You don't want to make a move, and you don't want me to warm up? Sure. Why can't I? You could do whatever you want." Yang Ming made a go-ahead gesture and then stood aside with his arms crossed. He looked like it had nothing to do with him, which made the Black Mole bodyguard angry, but there was nothing he could do. It seemed that it was impossible to lure Yang Ming to make a move first. He could only find an opportunity to make a move himself. Yang Ming didn't have to wait for this guy to make a move first and kill him. The shock to Yin Shoubao was not strong. The longer it was delayed, the greater the pressure on Yin Shoubao's heart. Only then could this guy be completely afraid of him. The next time Ming Yang Heavy Industry came here to deliver goods, he would warmly welcome them with a red flag. The Black Mole bodyguard took advantage of Yang Ming's absent-mindedness and suddenly made a move. He wanted to catch Yang Ming off guard. Moreover, it seemed that he did catch Yang Ming off guard. Yang Ming still stood there and did not move, as if he did not react. The Black Mole bodyguard was overjoyed. "Who asked you to be pretentious? You deserve to be unlucky. I will take your life directly when you are not prepared." The Black Mole bodyguard's fist slammed into Yang Ming's face. He used all of his strength at once. Even if he hit a sandbag, the sandbag would explode. Therefore, the Black Mole bodyguard seemed to have seen the scene of Yang Ming's head exploding and his brain splattering everywhere. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how many souls had died under his iron fist. Since the Black Mole bodyguard was hired by Yin Shoubao, he had eliminated many opponents for him. Now, Yin Shoubao could stand at the top of Phoenix City because of his ferocity and cruelty. The 2 bodyguards under him could kill without blinking an eye. And the next moment, the Black Mole bodyguard felt that something was wrong. The distance between himself and Yang Ming was not so long. Logically, his fist should have hit Yang Ming's head. Thinking of this, the Black Mole bodyguard was shocked. When he regained his senses, he suddenly found that although Yang Ming did not move his position, his head had already tilted to the side. His punch had completely missed. It had gone through the gap that he had opened up and hit nothing but air. The Black Mole bodyguard quickly wanted to withdraw his hand because his body was tilted at the moment. His center of gravity was not very stable. His whole body was full of weaknesses. If Yang Ming took this opportunity to make a move, then he would be useless. However, could Yang Ming not make a move? Yang Ming looked at the Black Mole bodyguard with a smile. "Well, I'm going to make a move. Please pay attention." The Black Mole bodyguard's nose almost fumed. He thought, "How can I pay attention to my current posture? Isn't your reminder equal to nonsense?" However, before he had time to complain, Yang Ming had already made a move. Yang Ming kicked out fiercely and hit the black mold bodyguard crotch. Ayo! The black mold bodyguard's voice was like a music box. He raised several degrees in an instant. His eyes bulged out, and his mouth opened into an O shape. His hands desperately covered his crotch. He knelt on the ground and couldn't help but tremble. Yang Ming certainly knew the strength of his kick. This black mold bodyguard estimated that he could basically enter the palace. Oh, I have heard a lot about you. It turns out that this brother is from the Cover Your Crotch faction. I am sorry to offend you. Yang Ming acted as if nothing had happened and said to the black mold bodyguard who was in pain on the ground. How could the black mold bodyguard still have the strength to speak? At this moment, he was squeezed by Yang Ming. He immediately became anxious. He was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yin Shoubao's face twitched violently. He didn't expect Yang Ming's move to be so vicious. Seeing the black mold bodyguard's miserable appearance on the ground, Yin Shoubao couldn't help but sweat. How painful is this? Is it your turn? Yang Ming pointed to another fair-skinned bodyguard and said, Little Gigolo, what sect are you from? The fair-skinned bodyguard, who was called a Little Gigolo, was speechless. He was just a mixed race. How did he become a Little Gigolo? However, after being squeezed by Yang Ming, the Little Gigolo did not speak immediately, but quietly waited for Yin Shoubao's order. The black mole bodyguard was kicked in the crotch by Yang Ming. Now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was the only one left to protect Yin Shoubao, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, who would protect Yin Shoubao's safety? Yin Shoubao was also a little scared. The black mole bodyguard was known as the Iron Fist. This guy was invited from the underground boxing ring in the south at a high price. Yin Shoubao didn't know how many wronged souls had been born under his fist. Now, he was kicked by Yang Ming, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Although the move was a bit despicable, it was undeniable that Yang Ming was still very strong. Otherwise, he would have died under the black mold bodyguard's old fist. People who go against me don't have a good end. After all, Yin Shoubao was a person who had been through a lot. At this moment, he could still keep calm. The previous matter is forgiven. We are even. This time, you can send your goods. I won't interfere, but there will be no next time. Really? Is that all? Yang Ming looked at Yin Shoubao and asked. Yes, I promise. Yin Shoubao nodded. He wasn't sure whether the gigolo could kill Yang Ming, so he chose to retreat. After all, Yang Ming's kick and the distorted expression on the black mole bodyguard's face made Yin Shoubao very scared. He didn't want Yang Ming to kick him like that. But what if I don't agree? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Yin Shoubao. Yin Shoubao thought that Yang Ming agreed, but he didn't expect this guy to be unsatisfied. He was suddenly angry and said, Don't push me too far. I tell you, Yin Shoubao, am not afraid of anyone. Today, I let you go, not because I am afraid of you, but because I respect you as a good fighter. I think you are also a fighter that Ming Yang spent a lot of money to hire, right? This matter has nothing to do with you. You have completed your task. Just go back and get the money. What do other things have to do with you? Wrong. The task I received was for Ming Yang Heavy Industry to be unimpeded in Phoenix City in the future. Not this time. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Oof. Yin Shoubao snorted coldly, but his hand quietly touched his lower body. In his opinion, Yang Ming's skill was good, but no matter how fast he was, could he be faster than a bullet? He thought that the black mole bodyguard could easily kill Yang Ming, so Yin Shoubao did not intend to use a gun. Now, since he was not sure to use force to solve it, he would use a gun. What are you touching? How could Yin Shoubao's action be hidden from Yang Ming? Yang Ming glanced through Yin Shoubao's desk and saw the movement of his hand below. Are you touching your penis? Do you also want to try my end of posterity kick? Or do you want to join the Cover Your Crotch gang? Do you want me to help you? Yin Shoubao's movement suddenly stagnated, but then he was relieved. Even if Yang Ming noticed the intention, so what? No matter how badass he was, he couldn't beat a pistol, so the movement of his hand did not stop and continued to touch the pistol. Don't move. Look up and see what this is. Yang Ming raised his hand in an instant, but there was a small lipstick-shaped pistol in his hand. This was obtained from Wang Xiaoyan in Macau. At that time, the bullets were used up, but after returning, Yang Ming added a few more. In the assassin suit that Feng Tian gave him, there were many different types of bullets. What is this? Yin Shoubao was stunned. He had never seen the thing in Yang Ming's hand. Gun. Do you want to try? Yang Ming asked with a smile. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.